You don't have to give your name. All information remains confidential, and you may even earn a cash reward of up to $5,000.
What is a drone? Well, the FAA calls it a UAS, which is an unmanned aircraft system. Pretty much what that is, it just means it's an unmanned aircraft that the person controlling the drone is actually on the ground instead of actually in the aircraft.
Anything that flies, and you've got even little toys here that I've got down here, is considered a UAS.
If your drone is less than 0.55 pounds, you do not have to register it. You don't even have to have a pilot's permit to fly it. Anything between 0.55 and 55 pounds, you must register the drone through the FAA. You cannot fly the aircraft at night. It's only during the daylight. You cannot fly over people, and you cannot fly within 5 miles of an airport, and if you do, you must contact the airport.
I started this in December of 2014, and I was really looking for a volunteer opportunity outside of work. I ran across this program called Road to Recovery, which is under the American Cancer Association, and it is a transportation program for people with cancer. Okay, we are almost there. You develop a relationship with the people, and I have people that I fight over to try to pick them up. One in particular is Miss Annie. She was actually the first patient that I picked up, and so I was a little nervous, and she made me feel right at ease. She's kind of like your grandmother. She's a big sports fan.
Oh yes, NBA, you better believe it.
She knows more about basketball sometimes than I do.
When I found out I had cancer, she was one of the volunteers that came by to pick me up, to carry me to my chemo.
A lot of people, they don't have any other way to get to their appointments.
It has been meaning a lot. It's been a big blessing to me.
I love Miss Annie. A lot of people, of course, when they have things that are going wrong in their life, especially disease, sometimes they're down. She's never down. She motivates me to keep going and to always put a smile on my face and to try to do the best that I can do.
She's a lot of fun. I enjoy being with her.
The good part is she trusts my driving, and that's more than I can say for most people. I appreciate this, really more than sometimes what I do actually at work, because to me, this right here is where I'm really, really, truly giving back to the community.
Okay, thank you.
I will see you next time, okay? I think that we can all take a lesson from Miss Annie, because she deals with it in such a positive way, and she consistently reminds me that she is still blessed.
Several years ago, we recognized some issues at the transit center where we had a lot of kids hanging out. So I came together with several other agencies, and we started doing outreach. TEAM stands for Teen Engagement and Mentoring. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to help people live productive lives from an early age.
Myself and one of my partners was going out interacting with young teens, helping them get jobs and helping them get in school, stay in school, make the grades they need to be successful. We bring all the resources collectively with us. So if you need housing, if you need to continue school, your GED, if you need job assistance, we have different resources as well that can assist them to get a job.
My favorite part of being involved with the team is just being able to make an impact in the community, to come out and actually offer people help that they need, and then to see them thrive and succeed, it's really rewarding.
The primary mission is to make sure that people understand that they're not at this alone, and we all deserve a second chance.
I have such a passion to help out teens that have challenges in their life, to connect the gap between the community, the police department, all the different agencies, and to make it a better place, a safer place to live.
This celebration today is just part of our ongoing commitment to the youth in the community and our way of just having the community come out and get to know who we are.
We have to plant these small seeds and start making people aware, and eventually it's going to grow.
You know, we want our teens to go to college, and we want them to have jobs, and we want them to stay out of the streets. So if we can give them resources to keep them out of the streets and keep them on the right track and doing the right thing, then that's our goal.
We're still a community that cares and loves on one another. And I just love the fact that we are a team. If we all work together, we could really win at this thing.
Officer Lang and I came out to the school for a call for service, and we were speaking with one of the teachers in the classroom, and Officer Lang noticed that one of the basketballs was kind of not in the greatest shape. To me, it means letting everybody know that we just don't police the streets all the time, that we also come out and we're there to help the community and get them things that they need that they may not be able to get, and we have the resources to do so. It was joy to see that on their face, to know that they needed them and they wanted them.
Start tactical building searches, okay, once we get finished getting set up. But it's some things you need to know before you go into these scenarios. As you're turning past walls or anything, somebody asked me why I hold it like this, because that's how I'll hold it. I'll hold it close to my body.
The high school academy is basically high school students from all the surrounding area in Charlotte. They come to the police academy, we work with them, we do jail tours, we do tours of the stadium. We bring them to our police headquarters where they also do tours and learn the functions of dispatchers, and they get an idea of what police officers do, especially when they come to the police academy. They come and they do traffic stops, building searches, things like that.
Well, like while we were doing like the traffic stops and like the building searches, I never knew how much pressure they really go through with something so small that can turn it out to be something like so dangerous and big. So now I see sometimes why officers do the things they do, and I understand their point of view now. So that has been one of the biggest things that I've learned this week.
How you doing this afternoon?
Good officer. What's the problem?
You're a suspicious vehicle and we can come check you out.
Something that I've learned that I did not know is that Dispatchers and 911 is two totally, completely different things. And a dispatcher is someone who is for the police officers and to call backup or something, and 911 is for the general public.
High School Academy is something I would most definitely recommend. I would tell people to come to it a lot. We learn some defensive techniques, and it's pretty much, it's an overall fun thing to do, something to keep you occupied for a week of the summer. But I think if you come here, you will learn a lot.
This academy has really helped me realize what I want to be when I grow up. It has challenged me physically wise. I've been very tired and I never knew that it'd be so much work, but it's kind of inspired me to kind of put in more effort, and now I know that this is what I want for my future.
Go to the website, www.cmpd.org. All the information's on there, and if you have any questions, there are also phone numbers on there as well that you can call to make the right contacts with the people that you need to get the information that you need.
I've always enjoyed being a police officer. My job now currently is a lake enforcement officer. As you can see, I get to work out in wide open spaces here on Lake Norman and Mountain Island Lake. You're always outside, and that's what I love. We're out here 7 days a week. We want to make sure people are safe in their operation of their boats, make sure they have all the proper equipment on their boats, and whenever they are operating in a safe manner. If you feel like that you are reaching your limits as far as your capabilities, you need to slow down and be sure that you are operating your boat as safely as you know that you can. Now during the summertime as hit, we're averaging probably about 5 calls a week, anything from things being stolen off of people's boats, or we've had 3 people here in Mecklenburg County in the last 4 weeks to have died from drowning. They found themselves in the water and they haven't had a life jacket on. We don't want to see any more of that. If you're swimming off your boat or off your dock, please have a life jacket on. It doesn't matter what your age. It's no shame, or nobody's going to look down upon you for being safe and having a good time. Jet ski safety as opposed to boat safety. A jet ski, you have more maneuverability, but they are faster, and also they are harder to see. A lot of big boats, larger boats, cannot see you like they can see another boat, and you have to make sure that you are able to be visible to those bigger boats and larger boats so that you don't get yourself into a situation where you're not seen and possibly put yourself in danger. Basically, our job is to make sure that you have a safe time whenever you're on the lakes, either on a boat or a jet ski. We want people to have a good time, but we also want them to know that we are out here patrolling, and if we see something that is dangerous, we're going to stop you, and if it comes into having to issue a citation, that's what we're going to do. We're going to continue to do our job.
In our hospitality and tourism classes.
Anybody have any questions?
You have so much.
So we have had the High School Police Academy for multiple years, and that is career-based. For students that want a career in law enforcement, well, we wanted to go beyond that. We wanted to reach other kids that might be struggling, might be going down the wrong pathway, and we wanted to, give them life skills. That's very important for us, so they can be able to make positive choices in the community.
Don't be deceived, don't be derailed. Don't let the things that militate against you in life, which is drugs, alcohol, the whole gang violence, all that stuff that happens even when I was growing up. Don't let that derail you and stop you from the path that God wants to put you on. Don't let that derail you at all. Yeah, your education is really important. It's a tool that you need to use, just like this REACH program.
Second, career skills. We wanted to give them something that they could walk away and that would assist them in a future career. And it doesn't have to be law enforcement, but whatever career choice that they wanted to make. And we wanted to give them resources. The biggest partner, I would say, is 2 Exalt Ministries. That's where the academy is housed out of. It's their outreach building. They have tons of activities there. It's taken the academy outside of regular traditional classroom environment. They have an indoor soccer field and a music studio. So it exposes the students to so much more at this facility than what we could at a police academy or another building. Another one of our partners is Goodwill.
So Goodwill, we're a career development organization, and we have our new Goodwill Opportunity Campus where we provide an array of services to help individuals that may have barriers to employment to achieve family-sustaining income and employment. I think the CLT program, our Career Leadership Academy for Youth, really supplements what the REACH program is doing. We provide young people with intensive and ongoing youth development services. Our program helps young people with the knowledge, the abilities, and skills to be able to secure employment. We also see them to and through post-secondary opportunities, whether that's a certification, 2 or 4-year college. So we prepare our young people for success. Our vision is that we partner with them and engage them in career development services that will help mold, shape, and develop them for their future.
So it looks like we are reaching the youth. We are building a positive relationship with them, and they're liking these activities. So overall, it's been a great success, and I think this will just grow in the future years to come.
Trustworthy. We tell the truth, behave ethically, and work openly with each other and the community. I'm Matthew Alsip. I'm a senior customer service representative for Charmac 311. One of the things we do on a day-to-day basis is we listen to feedback from our citizens, and we take that feedback and we route it through the proper channels and give them the information and the resources they need to make sure that their needs are being addressed. We want citizens to know that they can trust us and rely on us to give them the information and the resources they need to help make their community a better place to live.
Inclusive. We value all people, respect their ideas, backgrounds, and experiences. I am Alexis Gordon. I'm the International Relations Manager and Chief of Protocol for the City of Charlotte. One of the things that our office does is we help welcome the world in Charlotte, and we really help make sure that we are including all different people as we work together to be a global city. So to me, being inclusive means that we listen. We don't just hear what other people are saying. We actually listen to what they value, what their needs are, and we include that in what we're doing every day, so that when we're building new programs or we're giving our services to the people that live here, all of our residents, that we serve them equally and that we really value who they are and what they need from us as a city.
Accountable. We own our work through timeliness, initiative, fairness, and excellence. I'm Melissa Dodd, and I'm a Public Information Specialist with Stormwater Services. As an individual employee, I think about accountability as showing up every day and doing your best, contributing and making sure your ideas are heard while you're also listening to colleagues. As a department, our accountability is back to larger projects where I play a role in, so making sure that I'm a good team player and I'm not holding up those projects or those teams when colleagues are counting on me. And ultimately, as a city, we're accountable for listening to those who want to share their ideas for making our city better for everyone. And that's what Take 10 CLT was all about, having quick conversations and letting the resident drive that conversation to share their ideas about how to make our city better.
Collaborative. It's working together, teamwork, working for a common goal, working with others. My name is Officer Ryan Botzenmeyer, and I'm the Youth Program Coordinator. It takes a village to build a community, and so you have to work with everybody. Just the police department can't do it alone to solve the issues, and also the youth programs are very important. And to run youth programs, you have to look outside of the department We contact a lot of different people and other agencies, and we couldn't do our job without them. That working together, the teamwork to bring everything together is very important for us in our positions. Being collaborative makes us a better department, a better agency, a better city.
Get caught buzz driving, and you could do some hard time.
Craig, knock it off.
Sorry, Mom. It could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. And that could set you back a few years. Buzzed, busted, and broke. Because buzz driving is drunk driving.
Don't let this metallic green beetle fool you. It's only about a ½ inch in size, but it's a real concern for some Charlotte homeowners.
This beetle, like I said, has had devastating effects where it's been introduced to. It's been found in North Carolina in 24 counties, 3 counties to the west of us, of Mecklenburg, and 1 county to the north of us in Mecklenburg County.
The emerald ash borer bores into ash trees and eats the tissue beneath the bark. Assistant City Arborist Lori Reed Dukes says it can kill the tree in just 2 to 5 years.
Very large limbs have the potential to start falling. So if it's in someone's backyard or near their house or located by the street, it's definitely a public safety issue.
A public safety issue that's difficult to see. Take, for example, this heavily infested sample.
You're seeing the galleries, so the tunnels that the grub makes underneath the bark of the tree.
But it's damage you can't see from just looking at it.
But what we'd see on the outside of the tree is the adult leaves through a D-shaped exit hole. Or sometimes if it's oriented, it might be U-shaped or N-shaped, but it's always flat on one side and rounded on the other.
So what can you do? There are chemicals that you can use to kill the insect. Homeowners can apply one to soil, while the other is injected directly into the bark, but that must be done by a professional.
So treatment is something that's going to have to occur every 1 to 2 years. It's not a one-time treatment that's going to protect the tree for the lifetime. So it is going to be an investment for someone to put in to keep that tree healthy.
Right? If you know the melody, sing it. In the jungle,
Well, we are having Open Street 704 today, and it is terrific. We have miles of city streets that are closed to traffic and open to bicycles and skateboards and rollerblades and people walking. There are people drawing with chalk on the street and the sidewalks. There are a lot of booths that people are talking about what they do. There's some fitness groups, there's some farm advocates, there's some cycling shops, as you can imagine. And so this is really an opportunity for the community to come together and to get to meet people they wouldn't ordinarily meet and get to see parts of the city they haven't seen. I saw some murals on the side of John C. Smith that I hadn't seen before. because when you bike and you walk, you see a lot more than when you drive.
Actually, this is my first time hearing about it. And I think it's a great idea to close the streets off. And I see the people biking and skating. I have been seeing the bikes for rent. And I thought, oh, that'd be perfect to do it. But then I'm kind of, you know, funny because of the traffic and things like that. So I will try to do it, know when it's going on the next time I get my son out here to ride bikes.
No hovering around chairs. Why must I feel like I've come up?
Yeah. Flames, I got flames.
I love this garden because of how it brings people together. The gardeners share recipes, share fruits and veggies. It's just a wonderful place to see, and just look at the flowers. Just sitting here looking at the beauty is in itself joyous. Winterfield decided to develop a community garden when the Park and Rec first approached us and wanted to know if we as a neighborhood wanted to do the garden. The Neighborhood and Business Division came back to us and asked us if we would write a grant. The original grant was a little over $8,000. So we got that money and we used volunteer work. Since then, the city now does not give us any money. We're self-sustaining. It brings together the community, the school, the students, different people from different neighborhoods. Since this is a community garden, it's open to anybody in Charlotte. This garden brings the community together because the gardeners come weekly and get to meet each other. It's just brought everybody together and just made it a much safer neighborhood. Oh man, does this smell good.
Isn't that nice?
Oh.
It's just a wonderful place to meet with other neighbors and to share ideas.
The students have their plots and there's no cost to them because it's associated with the school and it's used as a classroom. We have the other plots that the gardeners will pay for each plot, and it's renewable every year. The individual plots, the gardeners are responsible for their own garden, and they come, most of them come daily to water, to weed, to pick vegetables.
We have squash, tomatoes, cucumbers, and of course okra. I get 2.5 to 5 pounds per day, and I pick it every day. Last year, it was an exceptional year, and we picked 200 pounds of okra, 225 pounds of tomatoes, 200 pounds of cucumbers, and 228 pounds of squash. We had so much squash that we were donating it to Meals on Wheels because you can't eat that much squash.
Our future plans for this garden right now is we're writing a new grant to make it ADA accessible, to allow anyone who has disabilities to be able to come in the garden and to garden.
I've been with the city for 36 years, and I've been in the cemeteries for over 30. And the big thing for me is just the variety that I deal with, the people I deal with. I like dealing with the citizens. I like going out and being in all the cemeteries. I don't have to sit behind the desk all the time, and that's a plus for me. And I just like being able to help people. Well, I oversee the operation of all 6 city cemeteries, which is, we have burials. We have about 450 burials a year. We also have to maintain the ground, so we have 5 grounds maintenance contracts. We also deal with monument companies. We pour foundations for the upright monuments, and we also set markers and bases. We have our main office here at Evergreen Cemetery. We have Oaklawn Cemetery, we have Elmwood Cemetery, and we have 3 Pinewood Cemeteries, so we have 6 total. Altogether, there's probably a little over 200 acres in all the cemeteries combined. Well, the first city cemetery was old settlers back in the 1800s. And basically the city got in the cemetery business to provide a service for the citizens of Charlotte. And once they got into it, they found that a lot of people used our cemeteries, and the next cemetery that the city developed was Elmwood.
90 years later, Evergreen Cemetery on Central Avenue was founded in the 1940s, and in it you can see the variety that is Charlotte. It honors veterans, reflects the arts, and our ethnic diversity. It's the only city-owned cemetery with a columbarium for cremated remains, and it's flanked by a nature preserve. On the west side of town, West Pinewood and North Pinewood border neighborhoods and overlook I-77. And Oaklawn lives up to its name, with broad trees and a green expanse of rolling landscape.
Well, of course, Elmwood is the very historic cemetery. It has the elevated lots, the big mausoleums, individual mausoleums. It's just a very unique historic cemetery that you won't find anymore nowadays. And it is registered as a historic cemetery.
In the 1850s, railroads came to Charlotte about the same time that Elmwood Cemetery opened. Freight lines now run along 2 sides of Elmwood and Pinewood cemeteries. In 2000, neighbors in nearby 4th Ward fought plans for a future commuter rail line that would have disturbed 600 graves.
We formed a committee to oppose that, and it took us a number of years, but the City Council finally was able to convince the powers that be to put the railroad tracks on the other side rather than on the cemetery side. This is essentially trade and try-on for the cemetery. Myers, Springs, Latta, all these folks in this area.
There's very unique markers and monuments and mausoleums over in Elmwood Cemetery. The biggest one that we get requested for is Randolph Scott, of course. And I remember when he was buried, Billy Graham did his service, and we were over there, of course, in the cemetery, and they all came in, and I got to actually see Billy Graham perform that service for Randolph Scott, which I thought was pretty neat at the time.
And once a year, and I don't know who does this, but once a year, someone leaves a small mini bottle of whiskey, a shot glass, and a bullet on his grave. The obelisks point towards the heaven and indicate that they're on their way to heaven. The shroud over the obelisk indicates that there is some difficulty involved in that, or there is sadness regarding that trip to heaven. Yes, the lamb indicating a child. There's a beautiful statue of a woman who passed away 1 year after her marriage, and there are 3 dates on the tombstone. One of those dates is the date of birth, and then the date of marriage, and then the date of death. Yes, Woodmen of the World, a fraternal organization begun in the 1800s, and it became an extremely popular organization in the South and in the Midwest. And if you bought a policy of life insurance, you got a substantial discount on a headstone, a Woodmen of the World headstone. There's a guy named Seaver, who was a sheriff in Gaston County, who is buried either in or under 15 tons of solid granite that had been carved into the shape of a log cabin. John King was an elephant trainer in a circus that came to Charlotte. And according to the newspaper articles that were written about it during that time, he was a drunken SOB. And when one of the elephants was being removed from its boxcar, it squished him up the side of the boxcar and killed him.
And for time immemorial, an elephant stands on King's grave.
W.W. Smith was an architect, an African-American architect, who designed the MIC building, the Mecklenburg Investment Company building at 3rd and Brevard. And what's really fascinating about that, if you look at the brickwork on the building at 3rd and Brevard, it's a yellow and red and brown brick. That's exactly the same kind of bricks that he used on his mausoleum that's in the 9th Street Pinewood Cemetery.
When Elmwood and Pinewood cemeteries were founded, times were different. Where trees now grow, there was once a color line. Elmwood was the white cemetery, and Pinewood was the one for blacks. In Pinewood, there are reminders of the Old South, and in Elmwood, Confederate soldiers are honored. Despite a shared tradition, it was originally impossible to cross from one to the other.
There used to be a fence that divided those two cemeteries. There was no gate, there was a fence. And that didn't change until 1969, when Councilman Fred Alexander was able to get a motion passed through the City Council to remove that fence.
Today, those looking for solace can walk the length and breadth of the cemeteries. From early in its long history, many Charlotteans flocked to Elmwood for its park-like atmosphere, and holiday parades were even held here. Now that it's autumn, the days are turning crisp, nights are longer, and the trees are changing. It's good to reflect on those who have gone before, those who have been a part of the history of Charlotte, and ponder the beauty and solitude that the city's cemeteries still offer today's citizens. And Mike Schroyer wants to ensure that, when there's a need, he and his staff are there to help.
People ask me all the time, how can you do this? Well, it's a job, and you're helping people. You're helping people get through, a bad time in their life. So, that means a lot to me.
The Quality of Life Explorer is a single source to pull about 80 different variables on any neighborhood or combination of neighborhoods in the city of Charlotte or Mecklenburg County.
Over on the left, I say within the areas that I've selected, 10% of the population is 65 plus. Compare that to county data, through the whole county of Mecklenburg, it's 9%. The Explorer helps us make better decisions because it's data-based, recent data regarding trends, characteristics, amenities, features within the area. I'm using for several different reasons. As part of a neighborhood association or the Monroe Road community, when we're applying for grants, one of the things we need to know is what's our median income. There's a certain level that you need to be at or below to apply for one of those grants. And within the Explorer, we can find that information. And it's easily accessible. The software program itself, the Explorer program, is easy to access. You just click on a little drop-down arrow and you can pull up all kinds of data.
Anybody can use the Explorer. Some examples include nonprofit agencies, so they decide where they want to apply their services, community organizations to see what things they want to work on in the coming years. There are businesses that see where they want to move their business to. There's also researchers who look at any range of topics. We don't define quality of life, you do. We developed the Explorer to help everyone look at information and define it however they please. To learn more and start exploring, go to mcmap.org/QOL. The Quality of Life Explorer is a partnership between the City of Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, and the Urban Institute at UNC Charlotte.
Be true to yourself. Decide who you are from the beginning and be true to that. Stay true to what you believe in, know your philosophy, and be transparent.
Some of the aha moments for me were going through business over the many years, and as I look back, the aha was you have to build relationships. Be great at what you do, follow through, and know your craft, know your business.
There's a lot of challenges from the beginning, being a startup, stemming from financial to exposure, marketing, to product development if you're going to be making your own products.
ask for help. Even if you're doing it on your own, there are so many resources in this city.
Utilizing other professional mentors. We collaborate a lot with other local business owners, and they have really helped us to just, sharpen our game.
One of the things that impressed me the most about the folks at Charlotte Business Resources and the city is how much they actually get into the small business community and meet with owners and managers on their own turf to see how they can help them. Whether it's coming to networking events and talking about their services, or actually physically showing up in your building to see how they can help.
When it comes to building your revenue or getting contracts, I would say know your target market.
The resources that we've utilized probably the most, our social media has been huge for us. We started off by creating those handles from the beginning, and they have been extremely beneficial to getting our name out there and helping us connect with our community.
This is not a sprint. This is a journey. Enjoy your journey, learn from your mistakes, and keep growing.
My name is Donald Moore. I am the zoning supervisor over permitting staff here at Suttle Avenue. It's a Mecklenburg County building for Land Use and Environmental Services Agency. We were formerly located at the Howell Marshall building at 700 North Tryon Street. We service a lot of walk-in customers here with permits, whether it be for signs, home-based businesses, zoning use permits for group homes, daycares. We also service a lot of residential permits when people are either building new houses or building additions onto existing homes, or something as simple as building a storage shed. We're in charge of servicing those. We also handle zoning verification letters when people are doing a closing on a property and they need something saying, hey, what's my property zoned, and are there any existing violations on the property? The biggest thing for a lot of citizens now is actually coming in to get the permit before you do any work. That way you save yourself having to either take something down or tear something down and start over again.
Don't let this metallic green beetle fool you. It's only about a ½ inch in size, but it's a real concern for some Charlotte homeowners.
This beetle, like I said, has had devastating effects where it's been introduced to. It's been found in North Carolina in 24 counties, 3 counties to the west of us, of Mecklenburg, and 1 county to the north of us in Mecklenburg County.
The emerald ash borer bores into ash trees and eats the tissue beneath the bark. Assistant City Arborist Lori Reed Dukes says it can kill the tree in just 2 to 5 years.
Very large limbs have the potential to start falling. So if it's in someone's backyard or near their house or located by the street, it's definitely a public safety issue.
A public safety issue that's difficult to see. Take, for example, this heavily infested sample.
You're seeing the galleries, so the tunnels that the grub makes underneath the bark of the tree.
But it's damage you can't see from just looking at it.
But what we'd see on the outside of the tree is the adult leaves through a D-shaped exit hole. Or sometimes if it's oriented, it might be U-shaped or N-shaped, but it's always flat on one side and rounded on the other.
So what can you do? There are chemicals that you can use to kill the insect. Homeowners can apply one to soil, while the other is injected directly into the bark, but that must be done by a professional.
So treatment is something that's going to have to occur every 1 to 2 years. It's not a one-time treatment that's going to protect the tree for the lifetime. So it is going to be an investment for someone to put in to keep that tree healthy.
I actually live in this neighborhood, and it's given me a safe option to get from Villa Heights into Uptown. And so it also is a beautiful section, and it's going to be able to give people more options, and it's giving me more options to get to places I need to go.
I've lived here for 3 years in Villa Heights, and I've seen the trail make a lot of improvements in the neighborhood. Also, we have safer ways to connect the neighborhoods like Villa Heights, Optimist Park, and Belmont, now that we can go under the bridge rather than cross that dangerous intersection at North Davidson and Parkwood Road. So I've seen a lot of improvements.
What I really love about the vision of the system is the fact that I've seen in other cities how trails like this can really energize and help the city with some of its transportation. There are people who would opt to walk to work or ride a bike over driving with the better, safer infrastructure. Having this infrastructure in place, having people be able to pass under Parkwood is key. And as I ride home from work, I've noticed more and more people utilizing this greenway.
Several years ago, we recognized some issues at the transit center where we had a lot of kids hanging out. So I came together with several other agencies, and we started doing outreach. TEAM stands for Teen Engagement and Mentoring. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to help people live productive lives from an early age.
Myself and one of my partners was going out interacting with young teens, helping them get jobs and helping them get in school, stay in school, make the grades they need to be successful. We bring all the resources collectively with us. So if you need housing, if you need to continue school, your GED, if you need job assistance, we have different resources as well that can assist them to get a job.
My favorite part of being involved with the team is just being able to make an impact in the community, to come out and actually offer people help that they need, and then to see them thrive and succeed, it's really rewarding.
The primary mission is to make sure that people understand that they're not at this alone, and we all deserve a second chance.
I have such a passion to help out teens that have challenges in their life, to connect the gap between the community, the police department, all the different agencies, and to make it a better place, a safer place to live.
This celebration today is just part of our ongoing commitment to the youth in the community and our way of just having the community come out and get to know who we are.
We have to plant these small seeds and start making people aware, and eventually it's going to grow.
You know, we want our teens to go to college, and we want them to have jobs, and we want them to stay out of the streets. So if we can give them resources to keep them out of the streets and keep them on the right track and doing the right thing, then that's our goal.
We're still a community that cares and loves on one another. And I just love the fact that we are a team. If we all work together, we could really win at this thing.
My name is Blake Barnes. I own the Common Market. We've been here since 2002. So we have coffee, deli, we actually have a bar, but we also do retail beer and wine and knick-knack toys. The thing that it did for me, it made me less of a pass-through and more of a destination. And it definitely made it more walkable. You know, I think really played upon the neighborhood that was already going on. And it allowed, I think, other businesses, we have a diverse business culture over here too, to open up because you didn't have to rely on that parking lot. It was such good communication all the way through. It made it a lot less painful than we thought it was going to be. Really, really did. So hats off and impressed to them on that one.
Give it a shake. So this is where it gets interesting.
Kind of looks like a bank tube, right? Sir, don't put any change in there, please, sir. Comes back with a lollipop in it, and you're like, yay! I describe Charlotte to be a very southern hospitality city. We have amazing restaurants and public transportation that's great. It's very clean. People talk about how clean Charlotte is all the time, and I think that's one of the great things. But we're also not too big. We've got tomatoes over there. There's actually kiwis. Those are 2 beehives, so you can sort of see them coming in and out of the hive. Depending on who you talk to, the bees pollinate in between a 2 to 3 mile radius of their hive. So that means that our bees touch all of downtown. This is nasturtium. Nasturtium is really these beautiful edible blossoms. And again, everything is organic. You know, we're trying to do it on an extremely high level, and as opposed to just pouring drinks, kind of provide an experience for our guests. I love it here. I love Charlotte. When people see from out of town, visitors see the fact that we're putting in a lot of hard work into our food and our cocktail programs, that they think that Charlotte is a fun place to go because we care, you know, about what we're doing. And of course, Southern hospitality is always up there with the best thing in the entire world, you know. People always talk about how nice folks are around Charlotte, and I think it's all of our jobs to make sure that that is the impression that our guests get all the time.
Accountable. We own our work through timeliness, initiative, fairness, and excellence. I'm Melissa Dodd, and I'm a public information specialist with Stormwater Services. As an individual employee, I think about accountability as showing up every day and doing your best, contributing and making sure your ideas are heard while you're also listening to colleagues. As a department, our accountability is back to larger projects where I play a role in, so making sure that I'm a good team player and I'm not holding up those projects or those teams when colleagues are counting on me. And ultimately, as a city, we're accountable for listening to those who want to share their ideas for making our city better for everyone. And that's what Take 10 CLT was all about, having quick conversations and letting the resident drive that conversation to share their ideas about how to make our city better.
Okay, here we go. So I actually live in this neighborhood, and it's given me a safe option to get from Villa Heights into Uptown. And so it also is a beautiful section, and it's going to be able to give people more options, and it's giving me more options to get to places I need to go. What I really love about the vision of the system is the fact that I've seen in other cities how trails like this can really energize and help the city with some of its transportation. There are people who would opt to walk to work or ride a bike over driving with the better, safer infrastructure. having this infrastructure in place, having people be able to pass under Parkwood is key. And as I ride home from work, I've noticed more and more people utilizing this greenway.
We had our annual Doing Business with CLT. It's an annual event that we put together for the business community. We invite the business community to come and meet with CLT officials, CLT staff, and share with them information how to do business with us, how our procurement process is, what upcoming projects we have and will have in the next 12 to 24 months, and answer questions that the business community might have. We also want to have feedback from them and see what can we do as a city department to encourage the participation of small, minority-owned, and women-owned businesses.
We're a small, growing firm, and we want to explore other opportunities. We work in a lot of private sectors, industrial, retail, and other commercial sectors, and we really want to get into more public work. And saw the opportunity through an email and thought it would be a great idea for Scope to come out here today and introduce ourselves and see how we can get in on some of the opportunities here at the airport. Because we have a wide variety of projects today, we focus on construction, architectural, and engineering contracts, and some IT contracts too, because many of the construction have an IT component. It seemed like there are many opportunities. It gave me a guideline of how to check into the system and start getting notifications of opportunities that come up. I thought it was a great intro to that for both architects, as I am, and contractors. CLTairport.com. Doing Business with CLT, there is that page where we post all our advertisements for formal contracts. There is a button there that's called the Notify Me button. Then you register your email address, and then you'll get an email alert every time we advertise a contract. That's the best way to get real-time information of when we have an advertisement out.
Charlotte is helping to lead the way, not only through our work and our support for Envision Charlotte, but really looking as an organization to practice what we preach.
Envision Charlotte is a nonprofit that was started in 2010 by Charlotte Center City Partners and Duke Energy as a sustainability initiative for our uptown area.
So Envision Charlotte has 4 pillars that we focus on: energy, air, water, and waste, and we have goals set in each of those pillars.
Well, the first program that we launched was around the energy pillar.
When you're reducing the amount of energy a building is using or water it's using, not only are you lowering its environmental impact, but you're also impacting the bottom line of those businesses.
And we actually had 61 buildings of the 64 largest downtown commercial buildings sign an energy pledge to reduce their energy use by 20%, put shadow meters in the basement of those buildings, and then we tracked our progress over the last few years.
When you're looking at the generation that's moving to Charlotte, they want cities that are practicing what they're preaching and are leading by example, and I think Envision Charlotte really helps us to do that.
And we have seen a 16% decrease in energy use, which is unprecedented.
So for energy, waste, and water, we want to reduce the usage, at least for energy and water, by 20%. We want to decrease the amount of waste we're sending to landfills by 20%. And on the air side, we're looking for projects that are going to help us improve the air quality in Charlotte.
So Envision in America is basically taking Envision Charlotte and replicating it in 10 cities across the country.
So we'll have the opportunity, with the White House's support, to not only tell people about the model we're using and how it's successful, but to work with 10 other cities across the country and major corporations that are involved in the smart city space.
So we're one of the top initiatives that they're going to be highlighting, which is very exciting.
There's a lot going on, people are trying to figure it out, and Envision America is going to provide a great framework to bring those different voices and those great ideas together for a common goal.
In a city that's constantly moving and evolving, change is inevitable, and you can watch it happen at the corner of Stonewall and South Tryon Streets, where the old Charlotte Observer building is coming down piece by piece after 45 years. So the question now is, what can we expect to see here next to Bank of America Stadium? I spoke to residents who have plenty of ideas. What do you think Uptown Charlotte needs?
Maybe some kind of attraction or something. Some kind of a mini attraction. I mean, you have Carowinds, but something, I don't know, something.
Some more retail stores like food stores, clothes stores.
Retail, you know, more like clothes for just all the family, the whole family.
I think an environment for children, somewhere where they feel comfortable, where they can come and spend time and meet new people.
And while this building comes down, plenty of others are going up. Right now in Uptown Charlotte, there are 2,238 apartments under construction, along with 1,406 hotel rooms. That's according to Charlotte Center City Partners. Also under construction, more than 1 million square feet of office space and 62,200 square feet of retail. As for this space, Charlotte-based real estate company Lincoln Harris won't say, only that the heart of Uptown can expect a mixed-use development.
I'm Randy Knight, Human Resource Director for the Northern Division of Belk Department Stores. I'd like to spend a few minutes discussing how you, a young professional, should prepare for and conduct yourself in an interview. An interview may be your only opportunity to meet with a prospective employer and will greatly influence whether or not you are selected for the position. Preparing for an interview. Learn about the company. Research the company's history and mission statements and review their websites. Don't forget to look at the company's social media pages. Review your resume. Make sure it highlights your experience and education and is up to date and free of grammatical errors. Always bring multiple copies of your resume to the interview. Look professional. Make sure your clothes are clean, pressed, and appropriate for the position you are interviewing for. Don't wear anything that is too tight, revealing, or too short. During the interview, arrive about 10 to 15 minutes early. When meeting the interviewer, smile, firmly shake their hand, make eye contact, and greet them. Make sure to speak clearly and confidently and maintain good posture throughout the interview. Silence your phone. Turn it off, or better yet, leave it in your car. A ringing cell phone is disruptive, and answering text messages gives the impression that the job is not your top priority. Don't ramble. Keep your answers concise and to the point. Explain what you will do to contribute to the company's success. Don't speak badly about former employers. You don't want the potential employer to think you'd speak badly about them if you left in less than pleasant terms. When leaving, offer a firm handshake and thank the interviewer for their time. Consider sending a handwritten thank you note to the interviewer. If you do not have their full name and mailing address, ask for a business card as you exit. Keep in mind that employers use interviews to determine if you will contribute to the company's success and are a team player who will get along with others. Follow these guidelines and you'll be one step closer to a job offer. I'm Randy Knight, Human Resources Director for the Northern Division of Belk Department Stores. I'd like to spend a few minutes discussing how you, a young professional, should conduct yourself at work. Keep a positive attitude. While a negative attitude impacts your ability to keep your job, a positive attitude may help advance your career. Be on time. Arriving late to work or for meetings gives the impression that you are unreliable and don't care about your job or other people's time. Watch what you say. Cursing, telling inappropriate jokes, and making harassing or sexual comments are inappropriate and offensive. Don't engage in gossip and treat others the way you want to be treated. Maintain control of your emotions. When addressing differences with a coworker, maintain a professional and respectful tone of voice and explain your opinions. Take ownership of your mistakes and learn from them. How to advance your career? Offer to help. Share your knowledge and offer to help your coworkers, especially if they are feeling overwhelmed. Stay positive. Make suggestions, ask questions, and offer your opinion and ideas. Complete your task in a timely manner and above the required standards. Seize opportunities to learn and grow your skills. Offer your assistance with projects. Ask for shadowing, mentoring opportunities. Be aware of current company-related statistics and ask questions. Follow these tips and you will be on your way to building a reputation that will set you up for success and growth.
My name is Blake Barnes. I own the Common Market. We've been here since 2002. So we have coffee, deli, we actually have a bar, but we also do retail beer and wine and knick-knack toys. The thing that it did for me, it made me less of a pass-through and more of a destination. And it definitely made it more walkable. You know, I think really played upon the neighborhood that was already going on. And it allowed, I think, other businesses, we have a diverse business culture over here too, to open up because you didn't have to rely on that parking lot. It was such good communication all the way through. It made it a lot less painful than we thought it was going to be. Really, really did. So hats off and impressed to them on that one.
I'm Randy Knight, Human Resources Director for the Northern Division of Belk Department Stores. I'd like to spend a few minutes discussing how you, a young professional, can best handle conflict in the workplace. What causes conflict in the workplace? Conflict is normal and a natural part of any workplace. It can be the result of a lack of communication, too few resources, personality clashes, or poor performance. But how you respond to conflict determines if you will be a successful employee. How to address conflict. Address issues face-to-face and clearly articulate the cause of the conflict. Do not communicate through email or text. It is important to see the other party's physical response to the discussion. Try to find ways to resolve the conflict by asking, "How do you think I can help the situation?" or "How do you think we can work together to resolve the issue?" Do not assign blame or say you when you're making a point. Address only the situation at hand and resist the temptation to bring up past conflicts. When necessary, take a time out. Emotions may interfere with arriving at a productive resolution. Always remember that a sincere apology is powerful. If you're not comfortable addressing the other party involved in the conflict, discuss your concerns with your manager or human resources staff member. Following these tips will give you the confidence to professionally address conflicts in the workplace and help you build relationships with those around you. By actively resolving conflict when it occurs, you can create a more positive work environment for everyone.
This is Seoul, South Korea, Las Vegas, London, Cologne, Germany. We've competed Australia, North America, Europe, Asia. We went from hotel banquet rooms, competing there, to now we're filling some of the largest arenas in the world. Our audience is really millennial. A lot of millennials are paying attention to esports. It's kind of their preferred sport. And Charlotte is one of the leading cities in millennial growth, so it completely made sense for us to be down here. We know that the fan presence here is actually very substantial. We're constantly getting social media engagement from local fans. If you look at our social media numbers, we're one of the most followed social media accounts here in the city of Charlotte, and I think that is a testament to what we can do for the city in terms of creating awareness for Charlotte around the world. It's a global sport. And you know, a lot of times people locally, let's say here in Charlotte, aren't really exposed to what's happening in Poland or Russia or China or Korea. And very much in those countries, we have a massive presence. So you can't discount something as a sport if you only look through it from a local lens or a regional lens or a lens on this continent.
Trustworthy. We tell the truth, behave ethically, and work openly with each other and the community. I'm Matthew Alsip. I'm a senior customer service representative for SharMake 311. One of the things we do on a day-to-day basis is we listen to feedback from our citizens, and we take that feedback and we route it through the proper channels and give them the information and the resources they need to make sure that their needs are being addressed. We want citizens to know that they can trust us and rely on us to give them the information and the resources they need to help make their community a better place to live.
Había un niño que era muy sensible a luces y sonidos. Construía escondites donde no podían entrar. No le gustaba mirar a la gente a los ojos, lo hacía sentir incómodo. Un día se descubrió que tenía autismo. Con ayuda poco a poco aprendió a vivir mejor con ello.
Mientras más pronto se diagnostique, mejor. Conoce las señales en autismspeaks.org.
Give it a shake. So this is where it gets interesting. Kind of looks like a bank tube, right? Good. Sir, don't put any change in there, please, sir. Comes back with a lollipop in it, and you're like, yay! I describe Charlotte to be a very southern hospitality city. We have amazing restaurants and public transportation that's great. It's very clean. People talk about how clean Charlotte is all the time, and I think that's one of the great things. But we're also not too big. We've got tomatoes over there. There's actually kiwis. Those are 2 beehives, so you can sort of see them coming in and out of the hive. Depending on who you talk to, the bees pollinate in between a 2 to 3 mile radius of their hive. So that means that our bees touch all of downtown. This is nasturtium. Nasturtium is really, they have these beautiful edible blossoms. And again, everything is organic. You know, we're trying to do it on an extremely high level, and as opposed to just pouring drinks, kind of provide an experience for our guests. I love it here. I love Charlotte. When people see from out of town, visitors see the fact that we're putting in a lot of hard work into our food and our cocktail programs, that they think that Charlotte is a fun place to go because we care, you know, about what we're doing. And of course, Southern hospitality is always up there with the best thing in the entire world, you know. People always talk about how nice folks are around Charlotte, and I think it's all of our jobs to make sure that That is the impression that our guests get all the time.
What's this? Another ticket? Why do I keep getting these?
Hey man, take time, read the sign. It's easy to get penalized if you don't know the regulations. If you don't want to pay the fine, remember, always read the sign.
Oh, I'm so glad this day is over. No,
I'm exhausted.
What is this?
Oh my goodness.
What is this? A ticket? What did I get a ticket for?
I don't know.
Take time, read the sign. It's easy to get penalized if you don't know the regulations. If you don't want to pay the fine, remember, always read the sign.
Oh man, we're gonna win today. Can I even park here?
Hey man, take the time, read the sign.
Hey man, you got your stadium pass?
I do.
Cool. Enjoy the game.
Thank you.
It's easy to get penalized if you don't know the regulations. If you don't want to pay the fine, remember, always read the sign.
Don't wait. Communicate. Make your emergency plan today.
All right. You get your usual kind of beer cans and juice bottles, but every now and then we found you find a wallet. Yeah, I don't know. You get all kinds of stuff. Here's what looks like an old jacket. Well, we make it kind of a social outing. It's not so much a chore to come out and pick up litter, but we're getting together afterwards to watch the NFL draft, and sometimes we'll go to a Live After 5 or get a drink at Connolly's. So it becomes more of almost like a team building or social effort.
The easy part really was on us. They wanted to do the hard part. They wanted to pick up trash. They wanted to tell their friends about it. So hopefully in the near future, we would open that opportunity to other groups. We have been receiving calls from other groups that are interested in adopting rail trail areas and groups that are actually already doing the work. We just need to formalize it.
Good finds. So to hear that it's kind of growing, or other groups are kind of seeing the pilot program and wanting to adopt other stretches of the rail trail is awesome.
Inclusive. We value all people, respect their ideas, backgrounds, and experiences. I am Alexis Gordon. I'm the International Relations Manager and Chief of Protocol for the City of Charlotte. One of the things that our office does is we help welcome the world in Charlotte, and we really help make sure that we are including all different people as we work together to be a global city. So to me, being inclusive means that we listen. We don't just hear what other people are saying. We actually listen to what they value, what their needs are, and we include that in what we're doing every day, so that when we're building new programs or we're giving our services to the people that live here, all of our residents, that we serve them equally and that we really value who they are and what they need from us as a city.
Don't let this metallic green beetle fool you. It's only about a ½ inch in size, but it's a real concern for some Charlotte homeowners.
This beetle, like I said, has had devastating effects where it's been introduced to. It's been found in North Carolina in 24 counties, 3 counties to the west of us, of Mecklenburg, and 1 county to the north of us in Mecklenburg County.
The emerald ash borer bores into ash trees and eats the tissue beneath the bark. Assistant City Arborist Lori Reed Dukes says it can kill the tree in just 2 to 5 years.
Very large limbs have the potential to start falling. So if it's in someone's backyard or near their house or located by the street, it's definitely a public safety issue.
A public safety issue that's difficult to see. Take, for example, this heavily infested sample.
You're seeing the galleries, so the tunnels that the grub makes underneath the bark of the tree.
But it's damage you can't see from just looking at it.
But what we'd see on the outside of the tree is the adult leaves through a D-shaped exit hole. Or sometimes if it's oriented, it might be U-shaped or N-shaped, but it's always flat on one side and rounded on the other.
So what can you do? There are chemicals that you can use to kill the insect. Homeowners can apply one to soil, while the other is injected directly into the bark, but that must be done by a professional.
So treatment is something that's going to have to occur every 1 to 2 years. It's not a one-time treatment that's going to protect the tree for the lifetime. So it is going to be an investment for someone to put in to keep that tree healthy.
Accountable. We own our work through timeliness, initiative, fairness, and excellence. I'm Melissa Dodd, and I'm a public information specialist with Stormwater Services. As an individual employee, I think about accountability as showing up every day and doing your best, contributing, and making sure your ideas are heard while you're also listening to colleagues. As a department, our accountability is back to larger projects where I play a role in, so making sure that I'm a good team player and I'm not holding up those projects or those teams when colleagues are counting on me. And ultimately, as a city, we're accountable for listening to those who want to share their ideas for making our city better for everyone. And that's what Take 10 CLT was all about, having quick conversations and letting the resident drive that conversation to share their ideas about how to make our city better.
The idea for the Planning Academy came out of an internal and external audit the planning department did a few years ago to try and better understand what we're doing well and where we could make some improvements. And so the idea of helping residents better understand what planning is and how they can get involved was something that we heard loud and clear and decided to set up an academy as a response to that need.
I want to say a couple things about my personal goals for this. As Mandy said, this is a new initiative. One is about learning. And there's sort of the basic notion that, we're here, we're going to present, you guys are going to learn a bunch of stuff, and so, that's going to happen. And hopefully you get something out of it. But I suspect and I hope that we're actually, as staff, going to learn a lot more than you will. Because for us, this is about trying to get a better sense of how we should be communicating in the public and in the community. So this is a testing ground for us.
I like that the city is doing this class because it's essentially saying, help us help you, and taking feedback from people and how they want to live in Charlotte, and then making that a reality through planning and zoning.
Second, it's about relationships. Initially, it's going to be the relationships between us and you, this first class, and it's important to kind of build that, and we will hopefully have those be lasting relationships. So as you go back out into your communities and your neighborhoods, we will then be a resource that you have a name to a face. We have an opportunity to continue that over a long period of time.
I am impressed that they have opened up this planning academy because it's going to allow everybody to start getting an idea of how planning works and how we can shape the city for the better.
I think the planning process has to have a relationship with the community, or it doesn't work. It doesn't reach the highest level of public planning, public policy. You really can't do it without us.
And the last thing, which is sort of the bigger vision, which is really about a dialogue about the future of Charlotte. The only way to do that is to have one-on-one kinds of conversations and small conversations, and then build kind of an informed dialogue about where we want to go.
As the mayor and an economic developer, I'd like to attract more visitors to our town. I'd also like to provide more jobs and housing choices close to downtown. And while growth is important, I believe we need to protect our town's historic character and identity.
This is a forum, hopefully, that we can share information two ways, and this should be a kind of a continuing dialogue through all the sessions, through all the classes that we have set up. It really wants to be a way for us to be thinking big about what we want Charlotte to be like, what are the things we need to do to strengthen our neighborhoods, to think about how we manage and deal with growth. We're growing fast, as you know. There's a lot of challenging and interesting issues that we have to face, and the only way we do that is with a really informed relationship with the community.
I want to welcome you to the CityLinks Gold Line Phase 2 groundbreaking ceremony right here in Charlotte's historic West End. Yay!
The sound that I want you to appreciate most will be the sound of the strikes of the hammer against those nails. It finally confirms that a trap is being put down to somewhere called the Northwest Corridor.
In 3 short years, modern streetcars will travel along Beatty's Ford Road, providing residents, commuters, and students with other transit options that are interwoven into the fabric of the community, offering more connections to jobs and recreation.
The $150 million Phase 2 project will provide the city with much more than a streetcar extension. It will provide upgrades to much of the city's infrastructure, including water and sewer improvements, as well as utility upgrades.
Throughout the country, transit infrastructure is a magnet for investment, construction, and workforce talent. We know this trend to be true because we've seen its transformative power in the South End.
But it's not just about economic development. It's about connecting our communities. And having this Gold Line connect to activity centers, the Johnson C. Smith, will have a lasting effect that will not only benefit our communities along the corridor, but the entire city of Charlotte.
What you'll be doing is something more than just building transportation. It'll be more than just getting people from A to B. It'll be more than just catalyzing new housing and new jobs and new opportunities. You will be pointing the way for the country to realize how to bring our people together again.
Yeah, so this is the first of a series of workshops that we're conducting throughout the city to really engage our community about the future of Charlotte, the future of growth in our Charlotte. The reason we're doing that is we're embarking on an update to our zoning ordinance, which will change the rules by which we build our city. And we want to engage the public about that. We want to understand the vision of the places that they want to create and make sure that that tool that we change is designed in a way to build the places that they have envisioned for their future.
So when we talk about these 20 place types, they kind of fall into, if you kind of categorize them or put them in buckets.
Tonight we did a short presentation, just really kept it at kind of a high level,
but then spent most of our time around the table, allowing people to experience place types and the different elements of place types and talk amongst their neighbors about that. What did they like? What don't they understand? And then gave people a chance to talk with staff one-on-one as well. Following up from the meeting, we've given people what we call a meeting in a box that they can take home. They can do kind of the same game, we call it a card game, where they experience the place types. They can do that with their neighborhood group, they can do that with their family, they can do it with their church group, book club, whatever, and they can give that information to us so people that have not been at the meeting tonight could still participate.
This is a huge opportunity. We need as much engagement as possible. We want people to be part of this process throughout. It's going to take some time, and it's going to take a lot of dedication from the community. CharlotteUDO.org is the place to go to find out more. We'll have more meetings coming up.
A year after construction began on the I-77 express lanes, project leaders say construction is moving south into uptown Charlotte.
There are different aspects of construction from exit 23, which is Gilead Road in Huntersville, all the way up to exit 36, which is Plaza Drive in Mooresville. And we are slowly starting to start construction in the Charlotte area as well. So by the end of the year, you'll predominantly see construction along most of the 26-mile project from Charlotte to Mooresville.
Jean Lear with I-77 Mobility Partners says regular lanes of traffic will only be closed at night. But Lear did say drivers can expect to see lane shifts and will no longer be able to use the high occupancy vehicle lane on southbound I-77 from I-85 to its end near Oaklawn Bridge just north of Uptown.
The express lanes that are out there right now from Huntersville all the way down into the Charlotte area become one of the lanes of the I-77 Express Lanes project. And in order to safely do the construction in that area near Uptown Charlotte, we will be disabling that HOV lane for the purpose of construction and for the purpose so emergency responders can still get through the area to respond to any incidents if needed.
When the $650 million project is complete, drivers who choose to use the toll lanes, going right down the middle of I-77, will pay a fee that fluctuates depending on how much traffic there is.
Dynamic pricing fluctuates based on the amount of vehicles that are using the express lanes at the moment. And that dynamic pricing, the more cars that are in the lanes, the dynamic pricing will go up to even out that traffic to maintain it at an average 45 miles an hour.
And that 26-mile express lane from Mooresville to Uptown is expected to open by late 2018, which I-77 Mobility Partners says puts the project on schedule.
People. We're just people. We want to go the same places and do the same things that everybody else does. We just have to do it in a different way. If you see an individual with a white cane and it has a red tip, that person has a serious vision problem. They may have some remaining vision. Not everybody who carries a cane or uses a dog is totally blind.
There is a federal definition of legally blind that encompasses a range of visual impairment.
For example, with my level of vision, if it's within 3 or 4 feet of me, I might be able to see something move, but I wouldn't know what it was. Other people have what's called tunnel vision. They can only see what's directly in their line of vision. There are some people who have peripheral vision, but no central vision. They can't see any detail. If you have good training and good travel skills, theoretically, you should be able to travel independently with little or no problem.
But there are a lot of challenges out there. Traffic volume, inattentive drivers, those who don't follow the rules of the road, those that bully, vehicles making right turns on red, pulling out of side streets or parking lots.
You know, any crash involving a vehicle and a pedestrian is going to have grave consequences. There's going to be a lot of injuries sustained by that pedestrian. I think with basically any pedestrian, especially if they're in the roadway, that you need to yield to allow them to cross the road. whether they're blind or not.
North Carolina law offers additional protection to blind pedestrians.
Well, the white cane law is a law that designates the right-of-way to a visually impaired pedestrian when they have either a guide dog or a white cane with them. At an unsignalized intersection, a visually impaired pedestrian would extend their white cane, or if accompanied by a guide dog, they would then start their crossing, and at this time all vehicles must come to a complete stop and remain stopped until the pedestrian completes that crossing and is safely on the other side of the street. At the signalized intersection, a visually impaired pedestrian, either with a white cane or accompanied by a guide dog, would start their crossing as any pedestrian normally would when the signal indication displays a walk signal at the pedestrian signal. And at that time, they then can complete their crossing regardless of what the traffic signal indication is for the vehicles. And what that means to the vehicles is, even if they get a green indication, they have to remain stopped until that pedestrian clearly completes that crossing and is safely on the other side of the street.
You might think it's obvious that drivers would yield to pedestrians, especially those that are visually impaired, but it's not always the case. And every one of the blind pedestrians we talked to had experienced close calls with vehicles.
One time I was crossing the street at a local neighborhood, and as I started crossing the street, a van was coming slowly and started to make a right turn. As he got right in front of me, I banged on his hood and he stopped. I asked the gentleman what was he doing, and he said to me that he was making a right turn, looking left. So he apologized, but if he was going any faster, he would have probably ran me over.
Whether they're encountering major intersections, neighborhood crossings, or even roundabouts, each situation presents its own challenges.
First, you stop and you make sure that the first street that you're going to cross, that it's clear to go. And once you cross that particular street, you get to the other street, and then you have to stop and listen. And you also have to pay attention to where the street ends and where you're coming in and out of that street, so that you don't actually walk out into the middle of the street or traffic.
There are tools at many intersections that are designed to help visually impaired pedestrians make their way safely.
Some of the streets, they have like this mat on the floor, which have bumps, and when you feel it with your cane, that means you are at the end of the street.
This is important in the city of Charlotte because all people should be able to use the public right-of-way. And as a public agency, it's our responsibility to ensure that they can do that in a safe manner. Visually impaired pedestrians have slightly different considerations that need to be made, and as a public agency, it's our responsibility to try to find a way to more safely accommodate them so they can complete those crossings.
You know, if the motorists pay attention to the pedestrians and the pedestrians are doing what they're supposed to be doing, hopefully we can reduce the amount of pedestrian-involved crashes that are in Charlotte.
There's a lot of people with bad driving habits, and they've got to realize that they're driving a machine that can kill people. So they have to be very aware of their surroundings and yield to anybody with a white cane, a dog, or even a pedestrian with normal eyesight. They've just got to be much more careful.
Cordella Fox sums up what she would ask of motorists.
Just to be courteous and to share the road. We're just trying to cross the street safely.
Welcome to this week's edition of NCDOT Now. I'm Carly Oleksick. The North Carolina Department of Transportation's Employee Memorial Program will soon feature plaques at all 61 rest areas around the state to honor lives lost and to raise awareness about the public's role in highway safety.
Chief Engineer Mike Holder was joined by family members and other NCDOT employees this week to dedicate a plaque at the Davidson County Rest Area on I-85 in Thomasville, paying tribute to NCDOT employees who lost their lives in the line of duty. North Carolina ranks 9th in population in the United States, but is 5th in highway deaths. In 2016, 177 people died in crashes caused by distracted driving, which is 9% higher than the previous year.
Our employees do their jobs every day despite the risk, so that we as North Carolinians and the folks that drive through our state every day can have safe and good roads. And one of the biggest challenges to safety that they face is driver distraction.
More than half of all work zone crashes in North Carolina are caused by speeding and distracted driving. Those crashes injured more than 3,000 people in construction, utility, and maintenance work zones. And the North Carolina DMV hit the road this week, bringing its newest mobile unit to the Edwards Memorial Library in Marshville.
We're highlighting the whole idea of having mobile stations that people can come to get their licenses. The people in Union County can come here or go to a regular DMV office. The point here is to be as nimble and provide good customer service.
This office on wheels can be deployed anywhere, as it offers the same services as a brick-and-mortar driver license office. It has space for 2 workstations with equipment needed to complete license and ID card applications, including computers, printers, cameras, document scanners, vision and sign testers, and touchscreens for written driver license exams. North Carolina is the first state in the country to offer these services at mobile locations. Appointments can be made at any of the 26 DMV mobile offices by calling 919-715-7000. To find out more, visit myncdmv.com.
And that's all for this week's edition of NCDOT Now. As always, you can stay connected with us on Facebook and Twitter. That's at NCDOT. You can also follow us on Snapchat and Instagram at NCDOT.com. And from all of us here at the North Carolina Department of Transportation, safe travels.
You never know what you're going to get when you show up to work and get to interact with people and have a good time doing it. You know, we show up every night because we love doing what we do, and going to work with people that you know have your back and you have theirs. It's always good for the recognition. It's a great honor.
This is Seoul, South Korea, Las Vegas, London, Cologne, Germany. We've competed Australia, North America, Europe, Asia. We went from hotel banquet rooms, competing there, to now we're filling some of the largest arenas in the world. Our audience is really millennial. A lot of millennials are paying attention to esports. It's kind of their preferred sport. And Charlotte is one of the leading cities in millennial growth, so it completely made sense for us to be down here. We know that the fan presence here is actually very substantial. We're constantly getting social media engagement from local fans. If you look at our social media numbers, we're one of the most followed social media accounts here in the city of Charlotte, and I think that is a testament to what we can do for the city in terms of creating awareness for Charlotte around the world. it's a global sport. And you know, a lot of times people locally, let's say here in Charlotte, aren't really exposed to what's happening in Poland or Russia or China or Korea. And very much in those countries, we have a massive presence. So you can't discount something as a sport if you only look through it from a local lens or a regional lens or a lens on this continent.
Accountable. We own our work through timeliness, initiative, fairness, and excellence. I'm Melissa Dodd, and I'm a Public Information Specialist with Stormwater Services. As an individual employee, I think about accountability as showing up every day and doing your best, contributing, and making sure your ideas are heard while you're also listening to colleagues. As a department, our accountability is back to larger projects where I play a role in, so making sure that I'm a good team player and I'm not holding up those projects or those teams when colleagues are counting on me. And ultimately, as a city, we're accountable for listening to those who want to share their ideas for making our city better for everyone. And that's what Take 10 CLT was all about, having quick conversations and letting the resident drive that conversation to share their ideas about how to make our city better.
Trustworthy. We tell the truth, behave ethically, and work openly with each other and the community. I'm Matthew Alsip. I'm a Senior Customer Service Representative for SharMake 311. One of the things we do on a day-to-day basis is we listen to feedback from our citizens, and we take that feedback and we route it through the proper channels and give them the information and the resources they need to make sure that their needs are being addressed. We want citizens to know that they can trust us and rely on us to give them the information and the resources they need to help make their community a better place to live.
Collaborative. It's working together, teamwork, working for a common goal, working with others. My name is Officer Ryan Botzenmeyer, and I'm the Youth Program Coordinator. It takes a village to build a community, and so you have to work with everybody. Just the police department can't do it alone to solve the issues, and also the youth programs are very important. And to run youth programs, you have to look outside of the department. We contact a lot of different people and other agencies, and we couldn't do our job without them. That working together, the teamwork to bring everything together is very important for us in our positions. Being collaborative makes us a better department, a better agency, a better city.
Don't let this metallic green beetle fool you. It's only about a ½ inch in size, but it's a real concern for some Charlotte homeowners.
This beetle, like I said, has had devastating effects where it's been introduced to. It's been found in North Carolina in 24 counties, 3 counties to the west of us, of Mecklenburg, and 1 county to the north of us in Mecklenburg County.
The emerald ash borer bores into ash trees and eats the tissue beneath the bark. Assistant City Arborist Lori Reed Dukes says it can kill the tree in just 2 to 5 years.
Very large limbs have the potential to start falling. So if it's in someone's backyard or near their house or located by the street, it's definitely a public safety issue.
A public safety issue that's difficult to see. Take, for example, this heavily infested sample.
You're seeing the galleries, so the tunnels that the grub makes underneath the bark of the tree.
But it's damage you can't see from just looking at it.
But what we'd see on the outside of the tree is the adult leaves through a D-shaped exit hole. Or sometimes if it's oriented, it might be U-shaped or N-shaped, but it's always flat on one side and rounded on the other.
So what can you do? There are chemicals that you can use to kill the insect. Homeowners can apply one to soil, while the other is injected directly into the bark, but that must be done by a professional.
So treatment is something that's going to have to occur every 1 to 2 years. It's not a one-time treatment that's going to protect the tree for the lifetime. So it is going to be an investment for someone to put in to keep that tree healthy.
Officer Yancey Contreras works second shift and has been a Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer since 2014. But his life's path has had more twists and turns than most.
Dreams. You know, I had a dream that I wanted to change my life.
Well, a big part of that dream involved coming to America years ago. You see, he grew up dirt poor in Honduras and made the trek to the U.S. illegally at 17 years old. Despite the danger, he hopped on a roof of a freight train and prayed he'd make it to the States alive.
I had friends that I went to school with. They lost their legs coming to United States. They got on top of a train and then just went home now with no legs.
Once he made it to America, it seemed as if his dream would be short-lived after he was captured in Texas.
I was detained for 4 months, 14 days. So at that point, I guess my dreams is just, I thought this is over, I'm going back.
Until an American couple sponsored him, took him home, and ultimately helped him become a U.S. citizen in 2011. He says that family changed his life. Now, Contreras has a family of his own and still has to pinch himself to make sure he's not dreaming.
It's a lot better here. My life has changed completely.
Yes, sir. Okay, good.
These days, he's looking to help change the lives of others by serving something bigger than himself.
I want to create a better environment for people, you know, poor people that don't have much. So I decided to be a police officer.
Contreras says he follows the immigration issue pretty closely and can more than identify with those looking to realize their dreams.
I would risk everything just to have an opportunity. And that's what I did. And I'm sure a lot of people like myself did the same thing. They came here because they wanted an opportunity.
Thank you so much for joining us today. We are broadcasting from the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Government Center, and you are listening to Around the Crown. I'm your host, Gina DePietro, joined along with Ryan Wagner over in our peanut gallery. And Ryan, we have to say hi to the people who are watching us on Facebook. We're testing out something new today. We typically put this up after we record it. We don't actually edit it, but today you have a chance to watch the podcast live, and you have a chance to interact with us too, which is pretty cool. So if you're watching and you have questions for any of the guests, feel free to post a comment. Our social media manager, Ken Brown, is just in the corner over there, and he's going to interrupt me whenever he wants and tell us if you guys have questions. So by all means, please interact with us, and we hope that you enjoy watching this.
No pressure, Ken Brown.
Yeah, no pressure.
I don't feel any.
So Ryan, it feels like every morning when I read the news, I hear about like a new brewery getting built, a restaurant, a coffee shop, a retail store, apartment complex. I mean, there is such a flurry of activity in Charlotte. We see all those cranes in Uptown, and you know, especially with the breweries too. I feel like every other week I hear about one of those opening. Two just opened about a mile from my apartment in Noda within the past month. So I mean, business is booming.
Booming. That's about the best way to put it when it comes to this city. It is, I mean, it's not like if you go away. My parents visit probably once every 6 months. Mm-hmm. And my dad works in New York City. So they're building up, but they're building on top of things.
Yeah.
But here, every time he comes here, there's something new. And he's just like, what in the world? You guys just bring these buildings up out of nowhere. This town is amazing.
It is. And when it comes to business, Charlotte's obviously known for banking, but there are a lot of other thriving industries here: construction, technology, healthcare, not to mention corporate operations. We know Bank of America and Duke Energy have their headquarters in Uptown Charlotte. Retail giant Lowe's has their headquarters just outside of Charlotte in Mooresville. In all, 7 Fortune 500 companies actually have established their headquarter operations in our area, according to the Charlotte Chamber website. And with that being said, small businesses also play a huge role in the local economy. Just last year, I think it was Wallet Hub, they ranked our Queen City the 7th best city to start a business. But The thing, there's so much that goes into that, and I've often wondered, like, what exactly does it take to get a small business open or become a startup entrepreneur? So that's the topic of today's podcast. We're going to hear from some very people that are skilled in this expertise. We have a wealth of knowledge. You'll hear from some longtime businessmen who have achieved success in their careers. They now mentor others. We're going to learn about a ton of resources that are available to business owners. We'll get a better understanding of those regulatory processes, how to go about financing it. And we're also joined by one of the guys who owns 704 Shop. Their CLT-inspired gear has been sold online and at pop-up shops, but they have some exciting news, so we'll share that as well. And Ryan, it's a podcast just chock full of information.
That is awesome, though. It gets me pretty amped up. I get amped up for all of these shows, but when you're learning something like this and you get a chance to really kind of help develop and grow our city, it's awesome. And I love it. I'm a fan of the 704 Shop. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's great.
I know the Penguins just won a Stanley Cup, and all the players were decked out in their 412 gear, and it made me think of what Scott and these guys are doing here. And I was like, oh man, just think of that Super Bowl parade in a year, and you got all the Panthers decked out in 704 gear. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is. I was looking at their website today, and there were a couple of different shirts. I'm like, I'd wear it.
And I love the shirt he's got on now. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but it's pretty cool. So
yeah,
stay tuned.
You'll see him in a little bit. But let's get right to it. So there's an organization called SCORE. They have a local presence, and they pair retired executives with small business owners. Feel free to come on over, Bill. And the Charlotte SCORE chapter has over 75 certified mentors who provide free one-on-one mentoring. And one of those mentors is Bill Gill. Bill, thank you so much for joining us.
It's my pleasure, for sure.
So prior to being a mentor with SCORE, you were in business for yourself.
I was.
Bring us up to speed on that.
I owned an insurance agency in the South Park area for 40 years before I joined SCORE, and after I had sold the business.
And you actually opened up not one, but was it 4 locations?
I had 4 different offices, 3 of which were in the Charlotte metro area, and I had one up in the Huntersville area. We ended up very successfully integrating with those communities, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
A lot of challenges.
Yeah, that's interesting you mentioned that. When I called Bill earlier this week to see if he would be available to speak with us, you admitted that you had made some mistakes early on, which probably helps you be a better mentor. But in particular, when it came to financing your business, you said that you were a little bit naive when you first started.
It's kind of interesting because one of the things we teach our students in the classes at SCORE is in the financing area is know pretty much what the sound possibilities of getting money is, and it's all about revenue. It's all about raising funds to start the business and get it operational, and then once you get operational, to expand it. It's a lot like that early stage of business expansion. Is the same thing. It's just taking it to a new level.
Yeah.
And one of the things, for example, is we don't suggest people use credit cards. We also don't suggest people finance their businesses through withdrawals from their qualified retirement plans, like a 401k, an IRA. And I can attest to the fact that these are not good ideas because I did it.
Yeah.
And they were big mistakes. And I wrote a little article a long time ago, still sitting on my computer, and it said something to the effect that, why should you make mistakes? You can learn from all of mine, because I made them all. And that's a very scary thing when you start dealing with cash and or the lack of it. So any business that has an ongoing cash requirement, a cash flow requirement, is forever trying to make sure that their revenues exceed their expenses, and if not, how can they offset that in the short term?
Yeah. So let's say I have this great idea. I have a name. I have a business plan, but I need some money to make it happen. I mean, where do I even start?
Traditionally, we recommend that you go through banks. And one of the things a lot of people think is that the SBA, which is where a lot of these loans originate or come from, the SBA actually lends money. They don't lend money. And I think if your viewers realize that what they have to do is they have to go back through the bank, let a bank take the package to the SBA. And the bank is going to underwrite that loan as if it was their money. And I tell clients all the time, SCORE clients all the time, the thing that you want to be able to tell the bank is how they're going to get their money back. because so many people think that they, just because they're nice people, I built it, therefore they, the customers will come.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't work all the time. And so the banks want to have some level of certainty that they're going to get their money back. I mean, forgetting for a minute the interest on it and earning a profit, because the banks are in business to make money, and they do very well at it.
Better than I do.
I understand that. So we do recommend it that the client does a package, puts together a package that the bank can visualize this business of theirs going forward and actually making money. For example, one of the things that we suggest is tell the bank why is it that you're going to be able to run that business? What background, what interests, what specialties do you have that's going to make you different than the other guy? The second thing is be a major differentiator from your competition. Because if you're doing the same thing that your competition's doing and somebody's already buying from that competition, how are you going to change the buying habit of that person to get them to come buy your product so you create cash flow so that you can pay the bank back?
Yeah. Something else I was reading this article that I thought was interesting and curious to get your thoughts on it. Do you have any suggestions on how a startup entrepreneur, for example, could save money in the first stages of starting a business, where you can kind of cut costs without sacrificing quality? I'll give you an example of what the article said. They said, barter with other businesses when possible, or, be frugal when you're hiring people initially. One of the suggestions was even move back in with your parents if you have the opportunity to do that. But do you have any suggestions?
Better check with parents on that one first.
Yeah, hopefully you don't have a significant other that has a problem with that.
Really?
But, any way to sort of be careful in your spending habits initially?
A lot of that is a concept that is prevalent today. It's called lean startup. And it talks about starting businesses at a substantially reduced cost, to use the phrase bartering. I would caution businesses about that.
Interesting.
I would caution them because too many times they go cheap for it's a lousy word, but they go cheap. And my experience is they get cheap. And when they then have to quantify that get and make it work, it doesn't work quite the same way. They could hire people less expensively, but is that going to prove to be derogatory towards or not derogatory, but detrimental towards their future? Because that person is going to be cheap long term.
Yeah.
And how can they grow and make a better profit? So the question at hand is, a lot of people don't want to spend a nickel to make a dime. And that is, in essence, what it boils down to. If you can spend money, if you can invest money where you're making more off of that money than the money that it's costing you, then it makes sense. So be very cautious about being too lean in the startup. Lean's cool, but it shouldn't be the end of all ends.
Yeah. Now, I also read about Microsoft Excel apparently has some sort of software where there's sort of a financial projections template. Do you encourage people to use that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We call them proformas, and a financial projections template, as you use the phrase, is nothing more than saying, this is the way we see our business going forward in the foreseeable future. And normally we talk 3, maybe 5 years. And what we'll do is, with our clients, and SCORE has got a phenomenal Excel program to do exactly what you're talking about. What we do with our clients is say, okay, here's what we're going to sell. This is what we anticipate the cost of manufacturing to be. This is what we anticipate the price we're going to get for it. And then we sort of project out how many we think we can sell. We can back into what amounts to a break-even point from that and says, okay, you must be able to produce 100 widgets a month and sell them. Now, do you have a market that can absorb 100 or will buy 100 widgets? If you don't have the market, then how can you fulfill the performance? So you have to start playing with it. And that's where the projections come in, because you can start adjusting your projections to see what works.
Yeah. Now, going back to the point at which a potential business owner will sell their idea to a bank to get a loan.
Yes.
Curious to know if you have any suggestions about which types of loans to get or stay away from.
Not really.
Okay.
I think that's between you and your banker and your accountant, actually. There's all kinds of loans out there. And with a mentor, an accountant, and work with a bank and the SBA, we can mold a loan to fit a particular need. Every business has a little bit different need. And so it would be inappropriate to say, yes, there is an A or a B. That's universally correct. There's not. And so, but it's all, for the early phases, a lot of it is cookie cutter.
Now, before I let you go, I have a question for you, since you did spend so many years running your own company. Do you have a best learning lesson that stands out to you, aside from some of the early on, like, financial mistakes that you had made?
Absolutely. I had a unique capability of hiring far too quickly and firing far too slowly. And that was an expense, because I didn't, for the better part of my career, I didn't do as good a job. And the people around me, I mean, this is not something I haven't admitted, the people around me will be the first to tell you this, that frankly, I sort of, if I saw somebody that I thought looked good, I brought them on. Then I had a very difficult time consciously letting them go when it didn't work. That's that going cheap type mentality.
Yeah.
So it is that was probably the single biggest lesson.
So hire smart and take your time.
Hire smart and take your time. That's exactly right. And fire quick. If they're not working, you got to change, because it's nothing but an expense.
Yeah.
And they're not making you money.
And you got to be able to fire somebody if you're a business owner.
Oh, and that's tough. That's tough when they look at you and they say you're kidding. That's tough.
Yeah, I can imagine.
The hardest part of my job.
Interesting. All right. Well, Bill, with
thank
SCORE,
you very much.
I appreciate your time. I like to pick your brain. And
by the way, let me correct one thing, if I may, that you said earlier about SCORE. We are not all retired.
Oh, okay.
As a matter of fact, when we first started, it stood for the Service Corps of Retired Executives, and we have subsequently just used the acronym SCORE, because about 30% of our members are actively working.
Good to know.
And so they have current experience.
Are you among those active people?
I've gone back to work, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a little part-time, couple gigs, but it's fun.
Got to stay busy.
Keeps me off the streets.
Well, Bill, thank you so much. It was great to meet you in person.
It was my pleasure, for sure. Thanks.
So the financials, Ryan, obviously a big part of opening a business, but you also have to jump through a ton of regulatory hoops when it comes to like those licenses, permits, zoning. And Tom Conroy is here to bring us up to speed on that. Tom is a business counselor at the Small Business Center of Central Piedmont Community College. Come over here, Tom. And each year, about 2,500 startup entrepreneurs and small business owners in Charlotte are seeking help, through the Small Business Center. And they offer free seminars, no-cost counseling, networking events, a business resource library. Tom, feel free to sit down. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
And,
pleasure to be here.
Thank you. You teach an online course at the Small Business Center, correct?
Several of them, yes.
Several of them. Okay.
Yes.
Which ones do you teach?
Well, I teach how to start a business, how to write a business plan. I teach about the business model canvas. I teach our extended course, which is from concept to completing a business plan. Trying to think. Over the years, we've juggled lots of them. I tried to teach an innovation course, which did not generate as much interest, but we were trying to help existing companies who had been kind of steamrolled by the changing economy and the whole business climate, how they could innovate in order to catch up. Because if you're not constantly changing, then you're probably falling behind.
Yeah. Okay. So we heard about Bill's business background. I'm interested to know yours.
Well, I am a graduate engineer. I went to engineering school, and I went into corporate life working for process equipment companies, and went from customer service up to the corporate hierarchy. I, along the way, got my MBA and eventually left the corporate world and started my own business advisory.
Okay.
And as part of that, I started doing mentoring 1 day a week at the Small Business Center and teaching courses so that I would connect more with new startups, small businesses, because I really think they're the lifeblood of most cities.
Yeah. And you said you were actually helping a client today. Is that right? I'm sure you probably can't give me specifics, but you stay busy.
No. Yeah, so I as part of my advisory, I've been interim manager for a small chemical company, and we're arranging the sale of that business now. And I have my own warehouse that I'm also operating. So I operate 2 small businesses of my own.
Yeah. So financials aside, where does a potential business owner start? What gets the doors open when it comes to those permits and licensing and zoning?
Okay. That's actually part of the cut and dried part of starting a business. The hard part is someone who's just starting probably doesn't know the ropes of where to find that information. And there are some misconceptions out there. But depending on the kind of business that you're going to have, there are a lot of regulations that you have to deal with. If you were going to have a bricks and mortar location, for instance, you have to know the zoning.
Yep.
Now, in Charlotte, in North Carolina, we used to have a permitting process where a business would have to get a privilege license, otherwise known as a business license. And that was kind of a gateway for businesses, because when they went to get their business license, the business license office would tell them, well, you need to check with zoning, you need to check with this permit office, and so on. But when the legislature revoked the business license, it was put into effect, or eliminated, I should say, July 1st, 2015. They no longer had that. So now it's up to the small business owner or the entrepreneur who's starting a business to find these things themselves before someone like the fire department comes and says, you can't operate that here because you don't meet the fire codes, or you're not permitted for that. So at the Small Business Center, we have a sheet that we give out to people that has a listing of information and contact points. And I think they can also get a copy of this at the library.
Okay.
The City of Charlotte has a good link, actually a website, charlottebusinessresources.com, that has much of this information. But the first thing you need to do is to create a name for your business.
Yeah.
And you have to find a name that no one else is using. And depending on the type of business that you want to start, you may go to the county office or county government center and register a sole proprietorship or a partnership there, which gives you more or less local rights to that name.
Got it.
But if you want to start an LLC or a corporation, then you do that through the Secretary of State's office.
Okay.
And that's one of the things that we describe in here. We also give a class over there. It's actually a seminar, free seminar on choosing your legal structure.
Okay. To
help the small business owner determine which business structure might be most beneficial for them.
That's great.
Okay. And a lot of people think that's all about taxes, but I like to think it's about strategy.
Yeah.
Because you should be using the business structure to help you implement your business strategy.
Okay.
Okay. Now, depending on the type of business, before you even do this, you might want to check with zoning to make sure it's possible to do the business that you want where you want to do it.
Yeah.
And the zoning office can tell you that. But just because zoning would permit that kind of business, maybe permit isn't the right word to use here, but that the zoning would allow it, the building itself might not be permitted for that kind of business. So there are lots of overlaps or reasons that you couldn't operate the business there.
I just read about an example of this for a home in Plaza Midwood. Somebody wanted to put, I don't know if it was a distillery or a brewery. Technically, it was zoned correctly, but I don't think that the actual structure allowed it. Something to
Right.
that effect. But yeah, I know, I
Yep.
see what you're saying.
And it may be that the zoning would allow the type of business there, but that type of business requires sprinklers.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so that the fire marshal wouldn't allow that to be used there because it doesn't meet code.
Mm-hmm.
So zoning and code are different things that you would have to check to make sure that it would be allowed.
Got it.
And then there are things like, I don't know, an extreme might be you want to put some kind of adult entertainment, which wouldn't be allowed close to a school or a church.
Yeah. Got it. Now, it also, if you plan to open up a restaurant or some sort of business that serves food or a business that serves alcohol, or, you know, there are different niches that will also require additional steps.
That's right. So if you're going to serve food or make food,
Yeah.
and sell food, then you need to have the approval from the Environmental Health Department.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you want to start a cookie business from your home kitchen.
Yeah.
Now that can be allowed, but there are regulations that you have to satisfy in order to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people like to start some kind of home food business.
Yeah.
It might be difficult if they have a pet, for instance,
Mm-hmm.
but they can get their home kitchen approved for that kind of work.
Yeah.
But now if you are successful and you grow, you might grow to the point where zoning won't allow as large an operation as you now need to satisfy your market.
Yeah.
In that case, you're going to have to find a commercial area to do your cooking, baking.
And speaking directly to businesses that involve food in some way, you mentioned on the phone that in addition to sales tax, those businesses also need to pay an additional, was it like a general food tax, or what did you call that?
Well, North Carolina allows a county option for a prepared food tax. And in Mecklenburg County, there is a 1% prepared food tax that is different from the sales tax. It's actually in addition to the sales tax. And so the tricky part is everybody doesn't have to collect that tax. But if you are combining 2 or more food items and selling it at retail, then you need to collect prepared food tax. But if you're preparing or combining 2 or more items and selling it to a wholesaler, you do not need to collect that tax. And neither does the wholesaler when they sell it or the retailer, because they are no longer combining things.
Got it.
All right, so if you're putting a hot dog in a bun, you're combining 2 things.
I gotcha. So if somebody wants this document, because you know there's so much information and we don't need to run through all of it by any means, but what would they ask for at the library? Like, what is it called?
Well, I believe if you go to the, and I'm not sure every library has it, but I know that the main library at the reference desk, you can get a copy of this, and I don't know, as we have a title for it, we just have at the top licenses, permits, legal formation for starting a business.
Got it.
And so we have them in a little distribution rack at the Small Business Center, and I go over it with a lot of startups.
Very cool.
So we have a lot of service businesses starting up here, where they're bootstrapping. They're starting it with their own funds. You know, it might be as simple as a business wanting to start detailing cars.
Yeah.
They need to know that they need to check with the environmental health or the environmental department to find out about that. North Carolina PublicHealth.com.
Okay.
Because there are regulations that would regulate them.
There's so much that goes into this stuff.
Yeah, and you don't want to start your business and then have the fire department or zoning or environmental health or someone come and shut you down.
Yeah.
Because that can be a real problem.
So take advantage of those resources. You know what I mean? The Small Business Center, SCORE, others. But, better safe than sorry.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. Well, Tom Conroy with the Small Business Center, I appreciate your input. And thanks for stopping by and speaking with us today.
You're welcome. Nice to be here.
Thank you. So we've already learned about 2 places, Ryan, that entrepreneurs can go to for help, but there are also a wealth of other resources available. And here to talk more about that is Christy Floyd. And Christy is a small business and entrepreneur liaison with the city's Economic Development Office. Hi, Christy.
Hi, Gina.
So I'm interested to know from a city perspective what you feel the business climate is here. From a city perspective, city organization, how do you feel that we encourage small business? Do we do it well?
I would say absolutely. And one of the things that the city is doing is promoting Charlotte Business Resources. So that's an online web portal for business owners to get information on starting and growing their business here in the city. And that website is a combination of 24 resource partners here in the city. They're government and nonprofit agencies that offer services to business. And SCORE and CPCC Small Business Center are 2 of our partners. So it's great that you had them here today.
Yeah, at your suggestion, so I appreciate your help. But if you scroll all the way down to the bottom of that website is where you'll be able to click on the different resources, right? Like, what's the best way for people to see this list or connect with them?
Sure. And so our resource partners are organizations who provide things like networking and mentoring, like SCORE or the North Carolina's Women Business Center. We have lenders, 504 lenders who loan through the SBA. We have organizations that provide classes and training and development like that. So yeah, if you scroll all the way to the bottom of Charlotte Business Resources, our partners scroll across the bottom of the website and you can click there. You can contact them directly from their profile. There's a way that you can email them directly from our website.
Got it. And could you run down some of those for me, with the exception of the 2 that we've already heard from? Like, I'm sure some of them serve particular niches.
Absolutely. So, like, for example, the Charlotte Mecklenburg Library is one of our partners. They offer a seminar on simple steps to starting your business. So you can go to that at the different branches around the city and learn about that for free. Yeah. And so we have, like, Charlotte Works. They do workforce development and placement. The Employers Association does human resources and training and employment. National Association of Women Business Owners. They do networking and classes. Like I said, the North Carolina's Women's Business Center. They do training and development for women business owners. So we have lots of chambers of commerce as well. Latin American Chamber, Charlotte Mecklenburg Black Chamber, the Charlotte Chamber. So lots of organizations like that.
And I'm sure people can tell if they're still with us on Facebook Live or listening on SoundCloud or on the GOV channel, however they're absorbing this content. I mean, it can be a tedious process. And it to me, I think if I decided to do something like this, it would be a little bit daunting. So how nice is it that there are affordable, if not free, ways to get all of your information and make sure you're checking off all the boxes before you start.
And one of the other free resources we have a podcast. I have to plug that since we're on a podcast.
Yeah, by all means.
It's B2U, and it's available on iTunes and Libsyn. You can also listen directly from our site. And we have some of our experts on there who talk about just the topics that you've talked about today and a lot of other topics. So folks can listen to that to get more information too.
So, I mean, it's kind of like whatever way you want to absorb this material, there's something.
Yep, some people prefer to read it, some people prefer to listen to it. So there's lots of ways to get the information.
Or even sit in a class and take that. I mean, sometimes I feel like that's my best way to learn because I'm a little bit more engaged when somebody's standing in front of me talking as opposed to, listening to something online.
Right.
Okay. And burn. I don't know. It's just my learning style, Ryan.
That's right. Everybody's different.
Yeah. So another cool thing that I want you to explain to our listeners is something called Open Counter.
Sure.
I know that that's a city-county partnership, and just tell us about it.
Sure. So some of the feedback that we get from business owners is it really is confusing to know what permits or license that you need to start a business in Charlotte. And it just gets frustrating. There's city departments, there's county departments, and the citizen or the business owner doesn't really care. They just want to know what permit they need.
Yeah.
So the city and the county have come together to create Open Counter, and it's a web portal that walks you through the process. It keeps a running tab of what permits that you need based on the business type that you entered, and it tells you how much they'll cost. So that's really good for people who are just sort of starting out and they want to know, like, is it going to be $100 or is it going to be $10,000 to get the permits to open at this specific location? So you're not necessarily submitting anything, but you can. So you can go through the whole thing and then submit your application for the permits to the city and the county.
That sounds like one of the first places I would start, you know, to even see if your idea may be feasible for what you're working with.
Yeah, and so the website for that is charlottemecklenburg.opencounter.com.
Got it.
So you can find it there.
Well, Christy Floyd with the city's Economic Development Office, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
So Ryan, are you bogged down with information just yet?
There's so much information. But that's what it takes to open a business nowadays. I mean, you gotta. There's so many different T's to cross, so many I's to dot, but that shouldn't scare anybody.
I know. It's just the reality of opening a business. But
absolutely.
We're going to hear now from a local business owner who's already been through this process. I'm sure that he's happy about it. But Scott Wooten is here. He's one of 3 people who own 704 Shop. And I was doing a bit of reading and I found out something interesting. Scott's like one of those rare unicorns that's actually from Charlotte.
Right.
Unicorns. Love
unicorn.
That's what they call them, right?
My dad is from Charlotte. My grandmother is from, both my grandmother and my grandfather, and then even their parents are all from Charlotte. So we've been here for a while, and I haven't actually done the research to find out how much further it goes back, but it's on my to-do list.
Yeah. So by all means, so Scott, is this
somewhere.
Instagram Live?
This is Instagram Live.
Okay, cool.
So
and you're on the 704 Shop.
Yeah, we're on our personal one. I was trying to watch out in the on the Facebook channel.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of cracking going on the audio, but maybe we can tell people now. CLT GOV, if you guys, for everybody on our Instagram that's checking in, CLT GOV is where you can find out this on Facebook for the podcast and other information and future stuff.
Very cool. So Scott, you're from Charlotte, obviously. I was reading on your website though that 704 Shop, the idea for this business kind of came about when you were in Pittsburgh, oddly enough.
Sure. So I lived in Pittsburgh for 10 years. I had my job landed me there for a little while, and I was watching the city pride that exists in Pittsburgh that did not exist here. I kind of always wondered that when I was younger, why there wasn't more, why everyone said it was boring here. And I kind of never felt that way. So I was like, if I don't do it for Charlotte, somebody else eventually will. So I'm just going to do it.
Mm-hmm. And you're decked out. I mean, you scream Charlotte right now.
Yeah, we try.
Pittsburgh is a great city, and I agree. They have some die-hard fans.
They do. It's the only city you can go to, I think, that they wear football jerseys year-round. So it's not out of the ordinary to see a Steelers jersey in the middle of May or June.
Yeah.
So.
I'm from Ohio, so I grew up thinking that I was supposed to hate Pittsburgh. But my sister and my brother-in-law live there, and I can admit as an Ohioan that Pittsburgh's not all that bad. It's a fun city.
Yeah, Pittsburgh's cool.
She's a Browns fan, so that means something.
That's one that I try to not claim that loudly.
There you go.
You know,
you can be a Panthers fan.
Exactly. I do have a Panthers t-shirt.
All right. That's the start.
Yeah. So Christy Floyd with the City of Charlotte talked about, some of the wealth of resources, and we heard from 2 other men too who, give their help to local business owners, people who were in the same boat as you at one point. I'm interested to know, who you reached out to as you were starting that process. I mean, was it sort of trial and error for you guys?
Yeah, it was all trial and error. We didn't really reach out to anyone specifically. We filed for an LLC. We did it ourselves. We started with LegalZoom, and then it was a little more than we wanted to pay, and you can do it yourself.
Yeah.
So we figured out how to do that. And then other than that, we just kind of have, as something arises, we figure it out. Take it step by step. Talking about permits earlier and what permits you do and what you don't. We have a whole bunch of permits that we absolutely don't need because someone told us that we did need those permits, and at the time we spent a ton of money, way more money than we should have, on permits that we can't actually use or do anything with because we didn't know any better.
That's frustrating.
And there was no one could. We actually called at the time, this was probably 4 years ago, we called and asked what we needed because what we wanted to do was set up pop-up shops in like around when Panthers games or anything that was going on, like how do we do it legally?
Yeah.
So we tried and we went through. They were like, you need this permit, and this permit. They're like 3 things that we needed. So we got them, and they're like, and now you have to talk to this person and just get approval. And then when we got to the final step, they were like, nobody can do that. So you can't do this. And so the permits are all useless, and we spent money for no reason. So whoever told us the initial thing, maybe it was a miscommunication. But,
yeah. And that's a learning lesson. I mean, I imagine even if you do reach out to all these resources, opening a business is complicated. So I have to imagine that a lot of other people have been in that boat.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's roadblocks everywhere. You just figure out how to get around them.
Yeah. So you have 2 partners?
I have 2 partners. They're my college roommates. We all went to UNCC. They graduated. I unfortunately did not. But we met in college. We've been friends for 17 years or so.
Yeah.
So I actually started this from Pittsburgh, and I needed people here because it's kind of hard to start a Charlotte Pride brand from a different city without people in the city. So their name's Jerry and Chris. So.
Got it.
Yeah.
When you partnered with Jerry and Chris, how long did it take for you guys to get up and running initially? Do you remember? Was it a long, lengthy process?
To get people to buy stuff from us, or like
no, to actually from like idea in your brains to, hey, I'm selling something.
So the idea had been mine initially, just because I was living in Pittsburgh, and I was like, I should do this, and I had talked about it for like 3 years to my wife, and she was like, either do something or don't. But I don't want to hear about it if you're not going to do it anymore. So one afternoon she went to a bachelorette party, and I was hanging out with her little brother, my brother-in-law, and I was like, let's just see if we can come up with something. I was like, Googled the domain to see if 704shop.com was available. Mm-hmm. It was available. It was like $9.99. It's like, buy.
Yeah.
And then he and I sat and let's come up with a logo. Let's see if we can come up with a logo. And we spent the afternoon kind of sketching things and trying to piece it together. Fast forward, we got the rough idea of what it looks like now. And then once I had all of that, then I reached out to Jerry and I was like, hey man, do you want to have a go at this? And he was like, yeah, let's try it and see what happens. So, I mean, it was pretty much, as soon as I decided that I was going to do it, it took, I don't know, 2 weeks to get the LLC after that.
Okay.
That wasn't very long.
Yeah. I was going to ask, what was your biggest challenge? Would you say it was the whole permitting thing?
No.
Oh, wow.
the biggest challenge in any business is getting customers,
mm-hmm.
pretty much. And we struggled for 2.5 years to get anyone to care that we were doing this. Like, we couldn't. I compare it to, like, you know, when you're out on the street and there's like a guy handing out mixtapes of his like rap songs,
yeah.
like that nobody wants, but he keeps like.
I've gotten those.
Yeah. Did you listen to him?
Actually, we laughed at it, so
okay.
that's probably kind of mean, but.
Yeah, so like I compared to that because we couldn't give T-shirts away for the long. Nobody cared. I mean, our logo is kind of abstract enough that at first glance, if you don't know what you're looking at, it doesn't like, it's not blatant. Mm-hmm. So it took a little bit of educating, and learning that instead of just going after customers, we decided we were gonna make fans, and I didn't really know what that meant, but just like be proud of the city and like. Push culture that's happening in the city, and once we started doing that, that's when we started seeing success.
Yeah.
So.
I feel like, well, I've only been in Charlotte for a year, I'll say that, but I feel like people have a lot of Charlotte pride. Have you noticed a significant increase?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I don't know, there's a lot of things happening all at once. I think there's some podcasts are happening. The Charlotte Agenda, Charlotte 5 are sending out things that you can be doing. Those resources didn't exist, and there's kind of this bubble of like people finding things, and because the city's so of a transplant nature, a lot of people don't know other people. Like, it's not like you can, if you're not from here, you can't go out with your friends from high school to do something. Yeah. So you have to meet other people. So it's very outgoing. So people are looking for things to do, and then once they're connecting, they're falling in love with the city, and I don't know exactly what to put my finger on, but I think it's a bunch of things happening all at one time.
I had a similar experience to how you just explained that. So you guys built the business online. You sell your products online and at pop-up shops, but exciting news for your company because you guys are actually opening up a physical location.
Yeah, so we're hoping to be open by October in South End on 1616 Camden Center. Will be a bunch of other businesses popping up there. It's turned out to be a really good
That's a
location.
great street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're pumped.
Mm-hmm. I feel like you'll get a fair amount of foot traffic because there's apartments and an office building and, you know, various restaurants.
So we're excited to get in when we got in because there's a lot of things happening. Atherton is obviously already a location, but it's going to continue to innovate. The retail space, the design center is going to be retail in 2 years, they say. I don't know if it'll be that quick.
Mm-hmm.
The rail trail's right there.
Yeah.
They're building that big office building on the other side of where our shop will be. People live there, so I mean, it's definitely one of the most walkable areas in Charlotte. So foot traffic it checks all the boxes.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
Will you guys be expanding in terms of how many employees you have?
We have. That's the challenge right now that we're working through. Is we're going to have to hire some people.
Yeah.
I don't know what the roles are going to be. We haven't defined. We're trying to define the roles and what we need. What's the best use of hiring?
Yeah.
So we're still figuring that part out. So we have a part-time guy that does some pop-up shops for us now. So it won't be our first hire, but it's pretty close to our first hire.
So I'll wait to the fall, but should I be looking for news of some sort of grand opening celebration when it does happen?
I'm sure we're going to do something. I don't know what it'll be yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, there'll definitely be a grand opening party weekend, or I don't know. We're always trying to figure out how to push the envelope and be different. So we'll see what we can come up with creatively.
I'm intrigued. Okay, well, Scott, thanks for letting us
thanks for
chat
me.
with you, and thanks for what you're doing for the city's pride. I like it. I like the overall mission behind it, and I mean, a lot of people love Charlotte, and it's easy to see why, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, well, you have an excellent afternoon.
You too.
So, Ryan, you know, like I just said, it's really inspiring to hear the journey of someone, or a group of people who actually create something, you know, that take it out of how he said he was talking with his wife and she's like, well, either do it or don't. So people who actually take that step to say, you know what, I'm going to try it. It's really cool that people, you know, have the guts to do it because it's gutsy. It's
Absolutely.
a gutsy move.
Well, you hear a lot of people, and this is going to go a dark way, but whatever it may be, I don't know, people take it however they want.
Yeah.
But you hear people talk about, you know, how you'll go past a cemetery or something like that, and there's much more than people there. There's stories of forgotten dreams, forgotten goals, people that have, I can't do this because this happened, or I had kids, so I had to give up this.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is. We're probably all filled with those kind of things, but you know what? He's living it. He's doing it. I mean, he's married, and he's making it happen, so it's just, the world is filled with people like Scott, and we're thankful and need it. We need guys like that. We need people that are willing to go out and take a risk, and you know what? It's awesome. The city's filled with it.
Yeah, small business is so important to, you know, a local economy. So, and it makes it unique too. Like, I've never been a big chain restaurant person. I'd always rather eat somewhere local or eat somewhere that I can't eat in any other city.
Very much so.
So it just kind of, you know, provides that unique experience for the people who live in that area.
For sure, and it gives it an identity.
Yeah.
It gives that town the identity. I mean, we talk about it all the time. You know, what is Charlotte? Who are we? What are we doing? You know, what is something that we look at? NASCAR, Panthers, what is it? But it's guys like Scott that are helping to drive that identity home for really making Charlotte what it is.
Absolutely. Well, thanks to all of you who have been watching on Facebook Live. Ken, did we get any questions, or people are busy? Maybe they're on their lunch break.
No
or
questions,
something.
but I think your guests just answered all the questions, so they didn't have anything to say.
And we had bad audio. Somebody, and you know, people don't like to address it, but you know, we had bad audio. Somebody was saying it, so I apologize for that. We'll get that part figured out. This was kind of a tester, so
yeah, we'll work this out. But
Yep.
you can hear a great audio quality on SoundCloud, iTunes. I know that we threw a ton of information at you, but lucky for you, you can listen to the podcast as many times as you want. Just subscribe to Around the Crown, iTunes, Google Play. Find it on charlottenc.gov/podcast. Is that what it is?
Podcast.
And if you're just listening to the audio, don't forget that we have a video version. It airs exclusively on the Gov channel. If you have AT&T or Time Warner, runs Monday mornings at 8, then again at 9 and 11. As always, we hope you've enjoyed spending some time with us. Reach out, connect with us on social at CLT Gov. Email us at crowncast704@gmail.com. Whatever floats your boat works for us. So join us next time.
Several years ago, we recognized some issues at the transit center where we had a lot of kids hanging out. So I came together with several other agencies and we started doing outreach. TEAM stands for Teen Engagement and Mentoring. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to help people live productive lives from an early age.
Myself and one of my partners was going out interacting with young teens, helping them get jobs and helping them get in school, stay in school, make the grades they need to be successful. We bring all the resources collectively with us. So if you need housing, if you need to continue school, your GED, if you need job assistance, we have different resources as well that can assist them to get a job.
My favorite part of being involved with the team is just being able to make an impact in the community, to come out and actually offer people help that they need, and then to see them thrive and succeed, it's really rewarding.
The primary mission is to make sure that people understand that they're not at this alone, and we all deserve a second chance.
I have such a passion to help out teens that have challenges in their life, to connect the gap between the community, the police department, all the different agencies, and to make it a better place, a safer place to live.
This celebration today is just part of our ongoing commitment to the youth in the community and our way of just having the community come out and get to know who we are.
We have to plant these small seeds and start making people aware, and eventually it's going to grow.
You know, we want our teens to go to college, and we want them to have jobs, and we want them to stay out of the streets. So if we can give them resources to keep them out of the streets and keep them on the right track and doing the right thing, then that's our goal.
We're still a community that cares and loves on one another. And I just love the fact that we are a team. If we all work together, we could really win at this thing.
Había un niño que era muy sensible a luces y sonidos. Construía escondites donde no podían entrar. No le gustaba mirar a la gente a los ojos, lo hacía sentir incómodo. Un día se descubrió que tenía autismo. Con ayuda poco a poco aprendió a vivir mejor con ello.
Mientras más pronto se diagnostique, mejor. Conoce las señales en autismspeaks.org.
Don't let this metallic green beetle fool you. It's only about a ½ inch in size, but it's a real concern for some Charlotte homeowners.
This beetle, like I said, has had devastating effects where it's been introduced to. It's been found in North Carolina in 24 counties, 3 counties to the west of us, of Mecklenburg, and 1 county to the north of us in Mecklenburg County.
The emerald ash borer bores into ash trees and eats the tissue beneath the bark. Assistant City Arborist Lori Reed Dukes says it can kill the tree in just 2 to 5 years.
Very large limbs have the potential to start falling. So if it's in someone's backyard or near their house or located by the street, it's definitely a public safety issue.
A public safety issue that's difficult to see. Take, for example, this heavily infested sample.
You're seeing the galleries, so the tunnels that the grub makes underneath the bark of the tree.
But it's damage you can't see from just looking at it.
But what we'd see on the outside of the tree is the adult leaves through a D-shaped exit hole. Or sometimes if it's oriented, it might be U-shaped or N-shaped, but it's always flat on one side and rounded on the other.
So what can you do? There are chemicals that you can use to kill the insect. Homeowners can apply one to soil, while the other is injected directly into the bark, but that must be done by a professional.
So treatment is something that's going to have to occur every 1 to 2 years. It's not a one-time treatment that's going to protect the tree for the lifetime. So it is going to be an investment for someone to put in to keep that tree healthy.
Eres el mejor, eres imparable, nada puede desviar tu rumbo. Espera, ¿se parece a tu auto? Oh no, esto lastimará tu cuenta bancaria. Ahora estás viendo torno a $10,000 en multas, honorarios de abogados y el aumento de las tasas de seguros. Vamos a tratar de nuevo. Buena idea, porque manejar entonado es manejar borracho.
We own our work through timeliness, initiative, fairness, and excellence. I'm Alyssa Dodd, and I'm a public information specialist with Stormwater Services. As an individual employee, I think about accountability as showing up every day and doing your best, contributing, and making sure your ideas are heard while you're also listening to colleagues. As a department, our accountability is back to larger projects where I play a role in, so making sure that I'm a good team player and I'm not holding up those projects or those teams when colleagues are counting on me. And ultimately, as a city, we're accountable for listening to those who want to share their ideas for making our city better for everyone. And that's what Take 10 CLT was all about, having quick conversations and letting the resident drive that conversation to share their ideas about how to make our city better.
Don't ignore the subtext. It's on us to intervene in sexual assault. Because we can. Take the pledge at itsonus.org.
I actually live in this neighborhood, and it's given me a safe option to get from Villa Heights into Uptown. And so it also is a beautiful section, and it's going to be able to give people more options, and it's giving me more options to get to places I need to go.
I've lived here for 3 years in Villa Heights, and I've seen the trail make a lot of improvements in the neighborhood. Also, we have safer ways to connect the neighborhoods like Villa Heights, Optimist Park, and Belmont, now that we can go under the bridge rather than cross that dangerous intersection at North Davidson and Parkwood Road. So I've seen a lot of improvements.
What I really love about the vision of the system is the fact that I've seen in other cities how trails like this can really energize and help the city with some of its transportation. There are people who would opt to walk to work or ride a bike over driving with the better, safer infrastructure. Having this infrastructure in place, having people be able to pass under Parkwood is key. And as I ride home from work, I've noticed more and more people utilizing this greenway.
This is Seoul, South Korea, Las Vegas, London, Cologne, Germany. We've competed Australia, North America, Europe, Asia. We went from hotel banquet rooms, competing there, to now we're filling some of the largest arenas in the world. Our audience is really millennial. A lot of millennials are paying attention to esports. It's kind of their preferred sport. And Charlotte is one of the leading cities in millennial growth, so it completely made sense for us to be down here. We know that the fan presence here is actually very substantial. We're constantly getting social media engagement from local fans. If you look at our social media numbers, we're one of the most followed social media accounts here in the city of Charlotte, and I think that is a testament to what we can do for the city in terms of creating awareness for Charlotte around the world. It's a global sport. And a lot of times people locally, let's say here in Charlotte, aren't really exposed to what's happening in Poland or Russia or China or Korea. And very much in those countries, we have a massive presence. So you can't discount something as a sport if you only look through it from a local lens or a regional lens or a lens on this continent.
Officer Yancey Contreras works second shift and has been a Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer since 2014. But his life's path has had more twists and turns than most.
Dreams. I had a dream that I wanted to change my life.
Well, a big part of that dream involved coming to America years ago. You see, he grew up dirt poor in Honduras and made the trek to the U.S. illegally at 17 years old. Despite the danger, he hopped on a roof of a freight train and prayed he'd make it to the States alive.
I had friends that I went to school with. They lost their legs coming to United States. They got on top of a train and then just went home now with no legs.
Once he made it to America, it seemed as if his dream would be short-lived after he was captured in Texas.
I was detained for 4 months, 14 days. So at that point, I guess my dreams I thought this is over, I'm going back.
Until an American couple sponsored him, took him home, and ultimately helped him become a U.S. citizen in 2011. He says that family changed his life. Now, Contreras has a family of his own and still has to pinch himself to make sure he's not dreaming.
It's a lot better here. My life has changed completely.
Yes, sir. Okay, good.
These days, he's looking to help change the lives of others by serving something bigger than himself.
I want to create a better environment for people, poor people that don't have much. So I decided to be a police officer.
Contreras says he follows the immigration issue pretty closely and can more than identify with those looking to realize their dreams.
I would risk everything just to have an opportunity. And that's what I did. And I'm sure a lot of people like myself did the same thing. They came here because they wanted an opportunity.
You never know what you're going to get when you show up to work and get to interact with people and have a good time doing it. You know, we show up every night because we love doing what we do, and going to work with people that you know have your back and you have theirs. It's always good for the recognition. It's a great honor.
He always called and checked on me and come up as often as he could to see me. And I miss that so much. I miss the telephone calls.
Parents aren't supposed to outlive their children, but that's exactly what happened to Melissa Corbin, whose 49-year-old son was shot to death a year ago last week.
He was going to come up that day and stay with me at the hospital. And it's not like Jeff not to do what he said he was going to do. In the afternoon, I started asking, well, where is Jeff? And that's when they told me that nobody had been able to get in touch with him. We were probably talking about that a couple hours before the detective come and told us that this tragic thing had happened.
Jeff Johnson was found dead on a path between Central Avenue and the neighborhood where he lived. So far, no arrests.
We know that Jeff arrived on Central Avenue about 2 in the morning. He was there milling about. We've got him on video surveillance, kind of walking around. And about 2:08 in the morning, we receive a shots fired call for service. Police respond and they don't locate anything suspicious. About 11 a.m. the next morning, neighbors who are walking through the footpath discover his body and call the police.
Detectives have followed leads in Jeff's case, but they need help from the public to move forward.
There's 3 things that we're really looking for. We want to identify and talk with the occupants of that SUV in the video that we released earlier in the investigation. We'd also like to talk with anyone who saw anyone suspicious or any suspicious vehicles in the area. And we also want to talk with anyone who may have had contact with Jeff, especially that night on Central Avenue.
That SUV that Detective Cole referred to is this one. Detectives located video of it leaving an apartment complex near a footpath right after the shots were fired.
We're looking to determine if they're suspects, if they were possible witnesses, if they saw something, so we just need to identify them and talk with them.
Cole says it's important that he speaks with anyone who saw Jeff that night. Anyone who may have witnessed anything suspicious on Central Avenue is asked to step up and come forward.
We're looking for any and all information. Sometimes people may not feel that they have the full picture. They may have a small piece and they're reluctant to come forward and think, oh, it doesn't matter. But that small piece may be a piece in a bigger puzzle, and we're looking to get any and all information we can about what Jeff was doing that night, if he had contact with anybody, anyone who may have saw anything in the area.
An arrest would mean a lot to this victim's family.
If there was somebody out there that knew some small piece of evidence or has heard somebody say something that they maybe could call in and tell, you know, what they know, that would mean the world to me. Wouldn't bring my Jeff back, but it may save other people from getting killed, because there's so much violence now in the world, and it just breaks my heart to think somebody else is going to be killed so unnecessarily. People just don't think that they have a life, that they have a mother, they have a father, they have a sister that loves them. We all miss him. Our family and his many friends here would love to see justice for Jeff, if that could be possible.
If you have any information on who may have been involved in the murder of Jeff Johnson, go ahead and call Crime Stoppers. You don't have to give your name. All information remains confidential, and you may even earn a cash reward of up to $5,000.
What is a drone? Well, the FAA calls it a UAS, which is an unmanned aircraft system. Pretty much what that is, it just means it's an unmanned aircraft that the person controlling the drone is actually on the ground instead of actually in the aircraft.
Anything that flies, and you've got even little toys here that I've got down here, is considered a UAS.
If your drone is less than 0.55 pounds, you do not have to register it. You don't even have to have a pilot's permit to fly it. Anything between 0.55 and 55 pounds, you must register the drone through the FAA. You cannot fly the aircraft at night. It's only during the daylight. You cannot fly over people, and you cannot fly within 5 miles of an airport, and if you do, you must contact the airport.
I started this in December of 2014, and I was really looking for a volunteer opportunity outside of work. I ran across this program called Road to Recovery, which is under the American Cancer Association, and it is a transportation program for people with cancer. Okay, we are almost there. You develop a relationship with the people, and I have people that I fight over to try to pick them up. One in particular is Miss Annie. She was actually the first patient that I picked up, and so I was a little nervous, and she made me feel right at ease. She's kind of like your grandmother. She's a big sports fan.
Oh yes, NBA, you better believe it.
She knows more about basketball sometimes than I do.
When I found out I had cancer, she was one of the volunteers that came by to pick me up, to carry me to my chemo.
A lot of people, they don't have any other way to get to their appointments.
It has been meaning a lot. It's been a big blessing to me.
I love Miss Annie. A lot of people, of course, when they have things that are going wrong in their life, especially disease, sometimes they're down. She's never down. She motivates me to keep going and to always put a smile on my face and to try to do the best that I can do.
She's a lot of fun. I enjoy being with her.
The good part is she trusts my driving, and that's more than I can say for most people. I appreciate this, really more than sometimes what I do actually at work, because to me, this right here is where I'm really, really, truly giving back to the community.
Okay, thank you.
I will see you next time, okay? I think that we can all take a lesson from Miss Annie, because she deals with it in such a positive way, and she consistently reminds me that she is still blessed.
Several years ago, we recognized some issues at the transit center where we had a lot of kids hanging out. So I came together with several other agencies, and we started doing outreach. TEAM stands for Teen Engagement and Mentoring. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to help people live productive lives from an early age.
Myself and one of my partners was going out interacting with young teens, helping them get jobs and helping them get in school, stay in school, make the grades they need to be successful. We bring all the resources collectively with us. So if you need housing, if you need to continue school, your GED, if you need job assistance, we have different resources as well that can assist them to get a job.
My favorite part of being involved with the team is just being able to make an impact in the community, to come out and actually offer people help that they need, and then to see them thrive and succeed, it's really rewarding.
The primary mission is to make sure that people understand that they're not at this alone, and we all deserve a second chance.
I have such a passion to help out teens that have challenges in their life, to connect the gap between the community, the police department, all the different agencies, and to make it a better place, a safer place to live.
This celebration today is just part of our ongoing commitment to the youth in the community and our way of just having the community come out and get to know who we are.
We have to plant these small seeds and start making people aware, and eventually it's going to grow.
You know, we want our teens to go to college, and we want them to have jobs, and we want them to stay out of the streets. So if we can give them resources to keep them out of the streets and keep them on the right track and doing the right thing, then that's our goal.
We're still a community that cares and loves on one another. And I just love the fact that we are a team. If we all work together, we could really win at this thing.
Officer Lang and I came out to the school for a call for service, and we were speaking with one of the teachers in the classroom, and Officer Lang noticed that one of the basketballs was kind of not in the greatest shape. To me, it means letting everybody know that we just don't police the streets all the time, that we also come out and we're there to help the community and get them things that they need that they may not be able to get, and we have the resources to do so. It was joy to see that on their face, to know that they needed them and they wanted them.
Start tactical building searches, okay, once we get finished getting set up. But it's some things you need to know before you go into these scenarios. As you're turning past walls or anything, somebody asked me why I hold in like this, because that's how I'll hold it. I'll hold it close to my body.
The high school academy is basically high school students from all the surrounding area in Charlotte. They come to the police academy, we work with them, we do jail tours, we do tours of the stadium. We bring them to our police headquarters where they also do tours and learn the functions of dispatchers, and they get an idea of what police officers do, especially when they come to the police academy. They come and they do traffic stops, building searches, things like that.
Well, like while we were doing like the traffic stops and like the building searches, I never knew how much pressure they really go through with something so small that can turn it out to be something like so dangerous and big. So now I see sometimes why officers do the things they do, and I understand their point of view now. So that has been one of the biggest things that I've learned this week.
How you doing this afternoon?
Good officer. What's the problem?
You're a suspicious vehicle and we come check you out.
Something that I've learned that I did not know is that dispatchers and 911 is two completely different things. And a dispatcher is someone who is for the police officers and to call backup or something, and 911 is for the general public.
High School Academy is something I would most definitely recommend. I would tell people to come to it a lot. We learn some defensive techniques, and it's pretty much, it's an overall fun thing to do, something to keep you occupied for a week of the summer. But I think if you come here, you will learn a lot.
This academy has really helped me realize what I want to be when I grow up. It has challenged me physically wise. I've been very tired and I never knew that it'd be so much work, but it's kind of inspired me to kind of put in more effort, and now I know that this is what I want for my future.
Go to the website, www.seniorpd.org. All the information's on there, and if you have any questions, there are also phone numbers on there as well that you can call to make the right contacts with the people that you need to get the information that you need.
I've always enjoyed being a police officer. My job now currently is a lake enforcement officer. As you can see, I get to work out in wide open spaces here on Lake Norman and Mountain Island Lake. You're always outside, and that's what I love. We're out here 7 days a week. We want to make sure people are safe in their operation of their boats, make sure they have all the proper equipment on their boats, and whenever they are operating in a safe manner. If you feel like that you are reaching your limits as far as your capabilities, you need to slow down and be sure that you are operating your boat as safely as you know that you can. Now during the summertime as hit, we're averaging probably about 5 calls a week, anything from things being stolen off of people's boats, or we've had 3 people here in Mecklenburg County in the last 4 weeks to have died from drowning. They found themselves in the water and they haven't had a life jacket on. We don't want to see any more of that. If you're swimming off your boat or off your dock, please have a life jacket on. It doesn't matter what your age. It's no shame, or nobody's going to look down upon you for being safe and having a good time. Jet ski safety as opposed to boat safety. A jet ski, you have more maneuverability, but they are faster, and also they are harder to see. A lot of big boats, larger boats, cannot see you like they can see another boat, and you have to make sure that you are able to be visible to those bigger boats and larger boats so that you don't get yourself into a situation where you're not seen and possibly put yourself in danger. Basically, our job is to make sure that you have a safe time whenever you're on the lakes, either on a boat or a jet ski. We want people to have a good time, but we also want them to know that we are out here patrolling, and if we see something that is dangerous, we're going to stop you, and if it comes into having to issue a citation, that's what we're going to do. We're going to continue to do our job.
In our hospitality and tourism classes.
Anybody have any questions?
You have so much.
So we have had the High School Police Academy for multiple years, and that is career-based. For students that want a career in law enforcement, well, we wanted to go beyond that. We wanted to reach other kids that might be struggling, might be going down the wrong pathway, and we wanted to, give them life skills. That's very important for us, so they can be able to make positive choices in the community.
Don't be deceived, don't be derailed. Don't let the things that militate against you in life, which is drugs, alcohol, the whole gang violence, all that stuff that happens even when I was growing up. Don't let that derail you and stop you from the path that God wants to put you on. Don't let that derail you at all. Yeah, your education is really important. It's a tool that you need to use, just like this REACH program.
Second, career skills. We wanted to give them something that they could walk away and that would assist them in a future career. And it doesn't have to be law enforcement, but whatever career choice that they wanted to make. And we wanted to give them resources. The biggest partner, I would say, is 2 Exalt Ministries. That's where the academy is housed out of. It's their outreach building. They have tons of activities there, is taking the academy outside of regular traditional classroom environment. They have an indoor soccer field and a music studio. So it exposes the students to so much more at this facility than what we could at a police academy or another building. Another one of our partners is Goodwill.
So Goodwill, we're a career development organization, and we have our new Goodwill Opportunity Campus where we provide an array of services to help individuals that may have barriers to employment to achieve family-sustaining income and employment. I think the CLT program, our Career Leadership Academy for Youth, really supplements what the REACH program is doing. We provide young people with intensive and ongoing youth development services. Our program helps young people with the knowledge, the abilities, and skills to be able to secure employment. We also see them to and through post-secondary opportunities, whether that's a certification, 2 or 4-year college. So we prepare our young people for success. Our vision is that we partner with them and engage them in career development services that will help mold, shape, and develop them for their future.
So it looks like we are reaching the youth. We are building a positive relationship with them, and they're liking these activities. So overall, it's been a great success, and I think this will just grow in the future years to come.
Trustworthy. We tell the truth, behave ethically, and work openly with each other and the community. I'm Matthew Alsip. I'm a senior customer service representative for Charmaine 311. One of the things we do on a day-to-day basis is we listen to feedback from our citizens, and we take that feedback and we route it through the proper channels and give them the information and the resources they need to make sure that their needs are being addressed. We want citizens to know that they can trust us and rely on us to give them the information and the resources they need to help make their community a better place to live.
Inclusive. We value all people, respect their ideas, backgrounds, and experiences. I am Alexis Gordon. I'm the International Relations Manager and Chief of Protocol for the City of Charlotte. One of the things that our office does is we help welcome the world in Charlotte, and we really help make sure that we are including all different people as we work together to be a global city. So to me, being inclusive means that we listen. We don't just hear what other people are saying. We actually listen to what they value, what their needs are, and we include that in what we're doing every day, so that when we're building new programs or we're giving our services to the people that live here, all of our residents, that we serve them equally and that we really value who they are and what they need from us as a city.
Accountable. We own our work through timeliness, initiative, fairness, and excellence. I'm Melissa Dodd, and I'm a Public Information Specialist with Stormwater Services. As an individual employee, I think about accountability as showing up every day and doing your best, contributing, and making sure your ideas are heard while you're also listening to colleagues. As a department, our accountability is back to larger projects where I play a role in, so making sure that I'm a good team player and I'm not holding up those projects or those teams when colleagues are counting on me. And ultimately, as a city, we're accountable for listening to those who want to share their ideas for making our city better for everyone. And that's what Take 10 CLT was all about, having quick conversations and letting the resident drive that conversation to share their ideas about how to make our city better.
Collaborative. It's working together, teamwork, working for a common goal, working with others. My name is Officer Ryan Botzenmeyer, and I'm the Youth Program Coordinator. It takes a village to build a community, and so you have to work with everybody. Just the police department can't do it alone to solve the issues, and also the youth programs are very important. And to run youth programs, you have to look outside of the department. We contact a lot of different people and other agencies, and we couldn't do our job without them. That working together, the teamwork to bring everything together is very important for us in our positions. Being collaborative makes us a better department, a better agency, a better city.
Get caught buzzed driving, and you could do some hard time.
Craig, knock it off.
Sorry, Mom. It could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. And that could set you back a few years. Buzzed, busted, and broke. Because buzz driving is drunk driving.
Don't let this metallic green beetle fool you. It's only about a ½ inch in size, but it's a real concern for some Charlotte homeowners.
This beetle, like I said, has had devastating effects where it's been introduced to. It's been found in North Carolina in 24 counties, 3 counties to the west of us, of Mecklenburg, and 1 county to the north of us in Mecklenburg County.
The emerald ash borer bores into ash trees and eats the tissue beneath the bark. Assistant City Arborist Lori Reed Dukes says it can kill the tree in just 2 to 5 years.
Very large limbs have the potential to start falling. So if it's in someone's backyard or near their house or located by the street, it's definitely a public safety issue.
A public safety issue that's difficult to see. Take, for example, this heavily infested sample.
You're seeing the galleries, so the tunnels that the grub makes underneath the bark of the tree.
But it's damage you can't see from just looking at it.
But what we'd see on the outside of the tree is the adult leaves through a D-shaped exit hole. Or sometimes if it's oriented, it might be U-shaped or N-shaped, but it's always flat on one side and rounded on the other.
So what can you do? There are chemicals that you can use to kill the insect. Homeowners can apply one to soil, while the other is injected directly into the bark, but that must be done by a professional.
So treatment is something that's going to have to occur every 1 to 2 years. It's not a one-time treatment that's going to protect the tree for the lifetime. So it is going to be an investment for someone to put in to keep that tree healthy.
Thank you so much for joining us today on Around the Crown. We are broadcasting from the Charlotte Mecklenburg Government Center. I'm Gina DePietro, your host, and all alone today, I might add. Ryan Wagner, who is typically over in our peanut gallery, will join us back next week. But for this episode, you are stuck listening to me. So lucky for you, I do have some guests, and we're going to talk about something that I personally think is really interesting. So if you read or watch the news here in Charlotte, you've probably heard a story lately about a drone, whether it's some sort of near miss with another aircraft or a complaint from a local resident about drones hovering near their windows. About a week ago, actually, a drone was spotted flying in the path of a passenger plane at the Charlotte Douglas International Airport earlier this month. Not too far from that incident, a drone came within, I think, some 20 feet of the Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department helicopter, and that happened at night over near the Knights Stadium. And last year, a man was actually arrested after police here had said that he nearly crashed his drone into a CMPD helicopter. So here to talk more about this is Officer Cody Brown with CMPD's Aviation Unit. And Officer Brown, feel free to take a seat here. How are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. So you actually fly the CMPD helicopter, correct?
I do, yes.
Okay. And you were the guy flying that night, the incident I just mentioned where that drone came really close to you.
Right. Tell
us about what happened.
We were flying in close proximity to the Knights Stadium, roughly 600 to 700 feet above the ground. We were doing about 125 miles an hour when we passed a drone. We didn't see it. We had no clue that it was there. We just happened to see the navigational red and green lights as they passed the windscreen.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And what goes through your mind at that point?
Oh, crap.
Yeah.
Very close. It was much too close for comfort. It was like we call in the industry, it was a near miss, something that has to be reported to the FAA. And it was it was very scary for us, quite honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you think about it, and the helicopter is obviously a lot larger than a drone would be, but why is that so alarming for you as the person who was flying that?
Well, two things could happen. We could have a collision with the flight surfaces, so the rotor blades, the tail rotor, and it could disable some piece or portion of that. It's very intricate, and if one person or one piece of that were to be damaged, it could break down the helicopter. Or it could come through the windscreen. It's just a piece of plastic, more or less, that shields us from wind. Mm-hmm. We get bird strikes, not us personally, that's happened before, but throughout the country we have bird strikes, where birds are actually go inside of the cockpit. They break the glass and they go right in and hurt the pilot. So imagine a piece of plastic as opposed to a bird, which is flesh and blood, something a lot harder. It could incapacitate one or both of the pilots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how do you even go about tracking the person down who was the one operating that?
A lot of times what we'll do, if we see them, we'll try to locate the operator. So we're looking for parks, playgrounds, parking decks. Unfortunately, the sides of apartment buildings where people are launching them from their patios. And we try to find that operator, and then we'll have an officer make contact with them if they're somewhere where they shouldn't be. If not, no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
As long as they're flying where they're supposed to be, there won't be any incursion with us.
Got it. So from a police perspective, obviously it's safety that's the huge issue there.
Absolutely, yes.
When it comes to some of the biggest concerns for the public, I would say privacy would be an issue that would
absolutely. Privacy is the number one concern for the public, and it's a big concern of ours as well. Those seem to be the majority of the complaints that we get from the public. Drones either hovering outside their window, or they're close to their uptown apartment building, or maybe flying over their house. Maybe they see that as someone looking into their backyard, who knows. But that definitely is the number one concern for the public.
Yeah, I actually have some friends who live in Uptown, right near BB&T, in fact, and they told me, they looked outside their window the other evening, and it's just sitting there looking at them. It's kind of a creepy feeling.
Absolutely. It definitely would be creepy. I've never experienced it, but I could honestly imagine that's the feeling I would get from it.
Yeah.
And North Carolina does have laws that prohibit that. You can't spy on anyone. You can't look into anyone's window. You definitely can't disseminate those images, and those could be up to a felony if you're caught and convicted of that.
Wow, serious stuff. How difficult is it to enforce that too? I feel like it would just be so hard to figure out. So who's in control of this object? So
we're kind of in the infancy here.
Yeah.
We're still trying to learn our methods, trying to figure out the best way to catch violators. If they're not breaking a state statute, and it's just a federal regulation, we're state, we're local police. We don't enforce federal regulations. So we just have to make a voluntary contact, and hopefully that person's willing to talk to us.
Mm-hmm.
If they're willing to talk to us, we get their information and we pass it along to the FAA. And right now, like I said, since it's in its infancy, the FAA is much more lenient, and they're trying to educate people more than they are, levy fines and, come down heavy-handed.
Yeah, so there are two governing bodies when it comes to drones. So
Right.
the FAA and then North Carolina General Statute.
Right, yes. So the FAA has sole sovereignty over the skies. They're the ones that regulate what we do as pilots and what the UAS operators do as well. The government, or the North Carolina state government, regulates how they interact with people, businesses, things that are affixed to the ground, how it would affect a citizen of North Carolina.
Okay. So where does, a local police department fit in with that? Because I imagine that you guys are the ones receiving a lot of the complaints from people.
Right, we are. We're the first line in that, obviously, and quite honestly, we're still trying to figure that out. Mm-hmm. We're still trying to figure out how all these parts work together. Like I said, technology has exceeded where the government hasn't necessarily in this. We haven't quite caught up to what's out there yet. But for the most part, what happens is we get the information. If it's something we can enforce and it's something that needs to be enforced, we'll enforce it on the state side. If it's something that the FAA is interested in or something that they have to enforce, we just pass that information along to them. And like I said, most of the time, it seems like they're taking more of an educational standpoint instead of an enforcement action.
Yeah. Just do you think it's just because a lot of people, there's a lot of uncertainty?
A lot of people don't know. It's quite honestly just a lack of knowledge. And that's what we've been trying to do lately is put out as much information as we can to try to reach as many people as we can to get that out, because it really is, it's a safety issue and it's a privacy issue, and it's something that we're only going to get further and further behind if we don't go ahead and get this information out. And just, we want people to know what they're doing and understand the hazards. I mean, it's fun, it's cool, it's a great toy, but it could potentially land someone in jail or get someone hurt.
Yeah. What are some of the most common mistakes that you either see or hear about people making?
The most common mistake that we're seeing now is where they're flying. So the entire uptown area is a no-fly zone unless certain circumstances are met. Mm-hmm. So there's two types of flying that can be done. Someone operating a drone could fly as a hobbyist. So that falls under the Modelers Association rules. And it's just for fun. They're just going out, they're having a good time. They're maybe taking pictures for personal use, maybe put pictures up on their Facebook or Instagram, something like that. And then there's commercial use, folks that are doing it to make money of some sort, or they're doing it to benefit some enterprise. If they're flying for recreational use, they have to have permission to fly near the uptown area. Mm-hmm. No ifs, ands, or buts. You cannot fly. Doesn't matter how high, what time of day, you can't fly unless you talk to the air traffic control tower at Charlotte Douglas and coordinate with that ahead of time. Or there's the commercial side of it, where you have to have a waiver. So you're flying in this area, they have to give you basically a piece of paper or some sort of a waiver or an exemption to fly in that area. Mm-hmm. So you can do it, but just under very limited certain circumstances. So that's the most frequent occurrence of violations that we see are flying up there. And I think it's just because it's such it's a beautiful area. I mean, we love our city. Mm-hmm. Beautiful lights. It's a great view, especially at night. But unfortunately, we can't photograph that with the drone.
Yeah. So how do those rules change, or do they not, when it comes to, like, I'm thinking of a lot of the neighborhoods that surround Uptown that are also pretty heavily populated, from all the way from South Park up to, South End or Noda.
Right. I think they're going to change as technology changes and as the government starts to recognize that technology. We're looking at associated cost with the drones. They're going to have to implement some sort of a see and avoid technology, which would basically let that drone be a little blip on our map in the aircraft, where the drone would know to stay away from us and we would know to stay away from them. Until that happens, which I think is probably sometime down the road, I think we're going to see some semblance of the same statutory requirements and regulations that we see now.
That reminds me of, like, these self-driving cars, right?
Right, yeah.
So it's isn't it supposed to stop itself or something if you're going to hit into something? Yeah, I know, but it's kind of like that trust level, is that you really have to be confident in the technology to feel like it's
the wave of the future.
Yeah.
And there's still, I think there's a lot of technology there. There's a lot of uses, and it's coming, no doubt. It's definitely coming. It's just we have to have the technology in place and the infrastructure.
Mm-hmm. No secret that Amazon is flirting with package delivery.
Right, yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's coming, like we just talked about. I think it's something that will happen. North Carolina right now has a law that actually allows it. It can happen. But it has to be in visual line of sight with the operator. It's not, you can't operate it from a moving vehicle. So basically you could deliver a package within eyesight of your building, so they allow for that. Any further than that can't happen right now. And it's partly because of that see and avoid technology we talked about, not being able to specifically pick out something and then avoid that or get to its location to an exact spot. So like I said, as the technology evolves and as the infrastructure and the FAA and the governments evolve with it, I think we'll see it. I think it's still some time out, but it's definitely on the horizon, I think.
Yeah. So as somebody who flies helicopters, that doesn't necessarily scare you in terms of thinking about all these extra things that could be added to...
It's very unnerving. So you can imagine Charlotte, busy airport, depending on what you read, the fifth or sixth busiest in the United States. I can tell you from personal experience, it's very busy. So there's enough air traffic up there right now as it is to keep us busy. A lot of helicopters between the news, the medical helicopters. We have tourist helicopters coming in and out, and then we have several businesses that have helicopters. So we've got a huge helicopter market within the city of Charlotte. So in addition to that, to have drones thrown in the mix, it's unnerving. Yeah. So I think until we have something in place that can let them see us and us see them, maybe some new rules to come out that establishes certain airways or certain altitude restrictions. I don't think we'll see it, but it's scary. The thought of it's scary right now as
scary
as
for
the
me
rules
for
are.
you.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
If we could just talk like a few protocol type things.
Sure.
So prior to operating a drone, what must somebody do if they want to use it for fun as opposed to somebody who's going to sell their work?
Right. So someone who's going to operate it for fun, more or less take it out of the box and fly. The FAA does want you to register it. That's recently come into question with the courts. So the courts have recently ruled that you don't have to register it. So they're trying to figure out something in the interim, some way to register it, and it'll come through. Something will happen with Congress, and they'll enact something that allows the government to actually control modelers or recreational. So I mean, it's definitely a good idea to register it. You get all kinds of information. You get information on apps that tell you where you can and can't fly, and it gives you just a set of rules to follow. So you definitely want to register it. And you want to follow those rules that they put out. They give you an entire long list of rules, and they're fairly straightforward and easy. Some of those are hard to follow in Charlotte because Charlotte's such a booming metropolitan area. It's hard to fly, not over people. It's hard to not fly over interstates or some sort of infrastructure property like a water treatment facility, perhaps, or so it kind of makes it tough for the recreational user. But they just need to follow those rules that are put out. And like I said, if you register, that's given to you. As far as someone who's doing it for money, they actually have to go through a training process and get a remote pilot license. And that, the FAA can then certify that, hey, this person's competent. They have the knowledge they need to be able to get out and fly this drone. And then they're able at that point to apply for waivers where they can fly at night, where they can fly over 400 feet, where they can fly within certain airspaces, because at that point they've been vetted.
Got it.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I always wondered like how I see all those pictures at night, from a drone or over a large crowd, and it's like there has to be stipulations as to how they got those.
Right, and a lot of times they're taken in places they might not should have been.
Yeah. Who do you suggest somebody call if they feel like somebody's operating a drone like unsafely?
Right, they can definitely call 911. They'll either, if we're flying, they'll route that to us, or they'll give it to a patrolman. If they're able to see the drone, maybe try to find who's operating it. We can't educate, we can't get the knowledge or the information out there to someone who may not otherwise know it if we can't make contact. So definitely try to find who's operating it, and they can call us.
Yeah.
If it's something that they don't think warrants the police, they can always call the FAA. And that information's online. The local flight standards district office would be able to help them with that as well.
So it's not so much about being a tattletale, for lack of a better way to put it. I mean, it could help you to know that it's there.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's the whole purpose of notifying an air traffic control tower or an airport, is that way they can give that information to us. Oftentimes before we fly, as an added part to our pre-flight checklist now, we check for what's called DROTAMs. So we can go online and we can look and see where registered owners of drones have called and said, hey, I'm going to be operating my drone at this location, and that gives us the ability to go out and fly safer, knowing that, okay, we can avoid that area. Unless we absolutely have to go there, we're going to avoid that area so that person can operate their drone and have a good time without having to see and avoid us.
Yeah. Is it legal to fly over somebody's personal property? Like, does that property owner have any rights if they're like, I don't want them to do that?
Yeah, it's a touchy subject right now. Really, you don't want to, because let's say you lost your battery and your battery went dead and now you've lost your drone on someone else's property, then you may get in a little sticky situation. More so than that, it's a privacy issue. We've heard of people shooting down drones,
That's what I was thinking
which
of.
definitely don't do. We don't condone that. And then, if you're getting pictures, what are you doing with those pictures? And that's what the North Carolina government has really taken a stand on and been very, they're very serious about it.
Very cool. Well, I know this is a really large topic. Is there anything that I left out?
I don't think so. I think just getting the knowledge out there and, letting folks know what you can and can't do and the right ways to do it. There's a lot of places where you can go fly, and there's a lot of ways, or some ways that you can fly in the places that you may not be able to fly, but you may get permission or you may have a waiver. So as long as folks know where you can and can't fly, and and how to stay safe and keep folks on the ground safe and keep me safe and the guys that I work with. You know, that's our biggest hitch right now.
Good to know. Well, it's been fun chatting with you.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. That was Officer Cody Brown with CMPD's Aviation Unit, if you're just joining us. Now we're going to hear from somebody who actually flies drones, Thomas Wilson. And Thomas, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You own your own production company.
Yes, Wilson Aerial Productions, and then I freelance with another drone company here in town, Drone CLT.
Okay.
So,
tell me some of the projects that you're working on, if you're allowed. I'm interested to see, like, who's asking you to do what.
So, a few of my clients, I've done some real estate shoots for Lowe's, home improvement, at various projects for them. Drone CLT has a few clients in the area with construction and flying and getting real-time imagery once a week. And seeing progression with construction sites as they grow, and as of course in Uptown with all the cranes and construction sites, you can see, you know, those pictures and images kind of progress over a long period of time, and it's great because it's a different point of view. So, real estate, construction, and then a handful of other clients that who just want a different perspective, because I think that's the main thing when clients come to me is, hey, I want to see something from above. I want to show off this property. So mainly real estate.
Yeah. So you've been flying for 4 years?
Yeah, roughly 4 years. So bought a drone about three years ago. We lost our, I work for a TV station here in town. We lost our chopper, and I bought it kind of as a hobbyist. And then realized, all right, you know, I can turn this into something productive. Found a podcast. I'll give them a shout out. The Drone U out in New Mexico. These two guys who started their drone company, and they really pump safety. And so that's what I got onto. And when the license came out last September, got my license, and then have just tried to follow the rules and, you know, get clients to see how cool drone videos and pictures are, and do it in a safe, productive way.
Yeah. So has the industry changed a lot since you started flying, or is it more so that it's becoming more defined as to what you're supposed to do?
It's both. I mean, it's definitely changed. When I got into the field, there wasn't really any, I mean, there was always a question mark if you could fly commercially. They had what was called the 333 exemption, which dealt with having a pilot's license. And, you know, I was not going to spend a lot of time trying to get a pilot's license to fly a drone.
Yeah.
So, so I held off. I just practiced and practiced and practiced. And then in September, when they came out with the license, which really was a game changer for the drone market, because it allowed you to know, all right, these are the rules that I need to follow. These are the rules that, hey, I can go this high. Hey, I can't fly in this area. You know, it really clearly defined what you can and cannot do. Is it perfect? No, not by any means. It's perfect, but it's better than what we had.
Yeah.
So
you said practice, practice, practice. I have never flown a drone. How difficult is it to fly one and not crash it immediately?
It's actually very, I mean, I'm going to give it more of a benefit of the doubt than you would think of, because with these drones these days, I fly what's called a Phantom 3, which is by DJI, and DJI is the biggest drone maker if you're looking to get into drones. And to me, they're the safest because they have GPS technology. When you launch a drone in GPS mode, it will hover. And so it will not move unless you move with the controller. I can physically grab the drone, drag it over here, and then it will fly back to that spot because of how many GPS satellites are on it. So as long as you know, hey, I'm going up, I'm going back, I'm going left, I'm going right. What causes a lot of crashes is the loss of orientation. When you get up 300 feet in the air and you spin it around and you're realizing, oh, back is actually forward and left is actually right. Or if you fly, some people don't realize what manual mode is. Manual mode is where it doesn't hover. It will you're literally having to maneuver every move as it goes around. If you're in those two, if you're in ADI, it's called ADI mode, manual mode, it's hard. If it's in GPS mode, which I had learned on, and I fly a lot more manual because it's less restrictive, but if you learn in GPS mode, it's not hard at all. It's just a matter of watching your orientation.
It reminds me of me playing Mario Kart, and I'm like, why am I running into the wall? Losing my orientation on the ground. So I think I should maybe not go there.
Exactly. There's been some moments, even in GPS mode, where you get a little confident and watch out for that tree or something like that. So you got to be careful.
Yeah. So Officer Brown, I asked him, what are some of the most common mistakes that he sees people making? What are some of the most common mistakes that you do? And whether it's other drone flyers or anything?
Well, I think just being knowledgeable, I mean, safety is the most important part. So I think a lot of drone flyers, you can go to Best Buy and get a drone and immediately launch it within 5 minutes after you buy it. I mean, I think if you're not knowledgeable in what you can and cannot do, when I first got my drone, you know, I didn't pay attention to any of the rules. As I got into the podcast and listened, the things you have to be careful of is you can't fly over people. I mean, that one is the biggest one that I see. There's a lot of people who want to fly over 5K, you know, the start of a 5K, or maybe a brewery is flying over people doing yoga. The minute that drone comes down, you're going to be held liable, and even more liable, the FAA will be coming after you to make an example of you, because that's a clear rule. Flying at night is definitely one if you don't have a waiver, because you know, a lot of people don't realize that the lights that come on aren't anti-collision lights. They're collision lights for you as the pilot to see, but they're face down. They're not faced out, so a helicopter pilot can see them. So you need to buy anti-collision lights to put on the sides of the drone so the pilots can see them. So a lot of people who are flying in the evening, if they don't have those lights, are flying illegally. So those are the two main ones. And then just flying, I haven't seen a whole lot of it, but just make sure you fly line of sight. You always have to have your eyes on the drone. My policy when I'm flying for clients is having a visual observer. The visual observer is standing by me. He's keeping the eyes on the drone. I'm heads down on the screen. Hey, I want to look at the drone. Can you go heads down on my screen? I look up. I'm looking at the drone. He's looking at my monitor. Always two-man communication, looking and identifying where that drone is in the air, because 2 eyes is better, or 4 eyes is better than 2.
Yeah.
So.
Do a lot of other people do that also?
No, I don't think so. It's not required. The FAA does not require it. They recommend it to you. We just started our drone program at the TV station I work at, and it is required. We have to have 2 people, and we have an intensive training for that visual observer, because it's easy as a visual observer to be like, oh, I'm going to check my phone, or hey, I'm going to take video of the drone flying. No, you've got to be locked in. If somebody comes up to you and talks to you, I have to, when I'm flying solo, I have to say, hey, sir, I can't talk to you till I land the drone. Allow me to land the drone. If I have somebody there who's a visual observer, he can talk to that person. Hey, we're flying a mission right now. Can you give us 5 minutes? That way I can still focus on that mission, because the minute you get relaxed is the minute something could go wrong.
Yeah. So you mentioned the whole, like, you can't fly over people, but a lot of the pictures that I see are of groups of people. So how do people get around that?
There's no getting around it. They're basically breaking the rules. The statute in the Part 107 rules is that if their arm's extended, the drone has to be outside of the arm. It physically can't be over anyone. So, I mean, there's a lot of argument and there's a lot of debate out there whether, you know, where is that fine line? Because in reality, if the drone goes down, it's not going straight down. It could go down, and if you have an inexperienced pilot and it comes at an angle at that person, then it's up to the FAA to judge and go, all right, were you flying safely? And you put yourself at risk for them to go, well, yeah, you were outside their fingertips, but this FAA officer says, you know what, you were flying recklessly. We're gonna punish you. So, I identify safety spots when I fly. Hey, I'm going to be over this building. I'm going to be over here. I'm going to be off to the side. I don't even allow myself to be put in that position. And if there's people flying in the way of me coming back, I just go around, or hey, ask them to move, or wait till they move and pull over. So
now, have you found? And by all means, please do not tell me the name of the company, but do you have any clients who have unrealistic expectations? Do you ever have to tell them, like, no, I cannot get that?
No, they understand the liability. We deal with some bigger clients that realize, like, we want to follow the rules.
Yeah.
And they require big insurance policies of us in terms of $1 million policies to watch the liability if in case the drone would go down or if it would hit someone. So we haven't had any pushback. In our contracts we write, hey, these are the rules, we must follow them, and we've actually been very pleased with a lot of the companies who are like, hey, we'd rather you won't do it the safe way than get in trouble.
Yeah, good to know.
Yeah.
You mentioned something when we spoke on the phone about flying in Uptown, something about an unofficial flight ramp. Is that something, did I hear that incorrectly?
You're saying you're talking about maybe the authorization and the flight plan.
Yeah.
So basically, when you get your Part 107, if you want to fly in restricted airspace, you have to file what's called an authorization. I call it an unofficial flight plan, and so people understand what that is.
Got it.
If I have a territory, they say I want to fly in Marshall Park, and I want to get a beautiful sunset, I have to go onto their portal, the web portal on the FAA, fill out a form. I tell them when I'm going to fly, what time of the day I'm going to fly, what is the point of my operations, what rules am I going to follow. I list all of the Part 107 rules, not flying over people, flying during the day, and then I submit that form. What I was talking about earlier when I said not all the rules are perfect, this is where the struggle is for us commercial guys. It takes the FAA has 90 days to respond to you for this flight plan. So if you want me to fly at Marshall Park tomorrow and get a nice sunset pic and I don't have an authorization there, I have to file it and then hope in 90 days I get it.
Wow.
So instantaneous business in restricted airspace is very hard right now. So when that first came out, I applied to a bunch of parks in that area in Uptown just so I could have those parks and have places where I could get sunset shots. So you file that flight plan or unofficial flight plan authorization, and then the FAA will reach out to you, say, hey, you're approved. You can fly up to this amount of height at this area, and they're good for a day. They go up to 6 months. And when they expire after 6 months, you can reapply.
Okay. You've touched on this pretty heavily, but are there any other risks or liabilities associated with this line of work that you've become aware of?
I think it definitely not. It takes a different person to fly. It's an exhilarating experience, but having crashed a drone a couple of times, whether it be in practice or actually one time at a client shoot, it's demoralizing. And so it takes a different type of person to, all right, I've lost signal with the drone. What do I do? To keep that composure and keep that calmness, because you're not always going to be flying at perfect standards. It may be a little windy. Maybe you become an experienced pilot and you're flying in a lot of action, whether it be on a movie set or something. And so the biggest risk is just having a good mentality that's calm, cool, and enjoys it. That's the reason I do it. I love to fly.
Yeah.
So.
You mentioned that you've crashed it a few times. Is that one of the reasons you have insurance?
Yeah. I don't have the insurance that covers the drone. So my first investment, I had an older drone that had less satellites on it, flying in that GPS mode. One thing I think that's underrated, the technology is getting better. One thing that's underrated, and I think that's why they don't recommend flying in Uptown, or at least unless you're really secure in where you're flying, is that there's interference. And that's why I crashed my first drone. When you're flying in GPS mode, if you get in an area where there's interference on a certain wavelength that conflicts with your controller to your drone, there's what they're called flyaways. Google them or YouTube them. You'll see a lot of people or a lot of message boards, people being like, yep, I had my drone fly away, interference. So I learned real quickly, you got to be real careful about where you fly in terms of interference. The newer drones have a lesser chance of flying away, but still, you get comfortable. You can't fly in between the Bank of America building and the Hearst building. You're physically not going to have a signal to fly, or if you do, it's going to go away quickly because of all the signals bouncing within the building. So I have insurance to cover flying into something else or flying into somebody, and all the big clients, if you're looking to make money in this field, all the clients request it. And when I say $1 million policy and up, it's what they require.
Yeah.
So
big bucks.
Yeah.
Looking forward, curious to know where you would like to see the industry go from a regulatory standpoint.
Well, the FAA has been announcing that they're going to make this authorization plan. I was saying it takes 90 days. They're going to make that hopefully by the end of the year, beginning of next year, instantaneous. So they're working on an app, and they hope that app I can plug in that information in the app, and within 30 minutes to an hour, you get a reply back, and it comes back. So that's the big one that I think most of the commercial operators are waiting for, because that will allow you to have that instantaneous business. If I have a real estate agent who needs a house listed right away, I can go shoot it, I can get the pictures, and that stuff can be there by the end of the day. If a real estate agent calls me now, I have to pray and hope it's not in restricted airspace, then go shoot it, and if it is, I have to file a flight plan and then hope that the FAA gets back to me before that real estate agent goes, no, we're good, I don't need it anymore. So that's the big one, is that, and then just educating people. We need people who are not aware of all these rules to follow them, because all it takes is one hobbyist or even one professional like me, one accident, crashing into a CMPD helicopter, it's going to not only hurt that person, it's going to hurt the person that maybe that the drone hit or people that it affected, but it's also going to hurt the drone industry, because then you're going to see lawmakers maybe say, hey, we need to, you know, wrap this down. There's a bill out in California sponsored by a lawmaker who wants the states to all have jurisdiction to rule on drones, and that's going to be hard, because right now the FAA, it's all common ground. If I'm in North Carolina, I'm traveling for a job in Montana. What if the rules are way more strict in Montana? It's going to hurt business. So if the FAA can manage it and get this instantaneous app out, I think that would help.
Well, fingers crossed that happens sooner rather than later.
Yes, by the end of the year, probably. We're praying.
All right. Well, Thomas, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks for letting me pick your brain. Well, I know that we threw a ton of information at you, but lucky for you, you can listen to this podcast as many times as you want. I know, it's really exciting. But Around the Crown, you can subscribe on iTunes, Google Play, find it on charlottenc.gov/podcast. If you're listening to the audio, don't forget that we also have a video version of this podcast that airs exclusively on the Gov channel. If you have AT&T or Time Warner, it'll run Monday mornings at 8 and then again at 9 and 11. As always, we hope that you've enjoyed spending some time with us. Always know you can reach out, connect with us on social at CLTGov. That's on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram. Email me at crowncast704@gmail.com. Tell us what you'd like to hear us talk about. Whatever floats your boat works for us. So join us next time.
What is a drone? Well, the FAA calls it a UAS, which is an unmanned aircraft system. Pretty much what that is, it just means it's an unmanned aircraft that the person controlling the drone is actually on the ground instead of actually in the aircraft.
Anything that flies, and you've got even little toys here that I've got down here, is considered a UAS.
If your drone is less than 0.55 pounds, you do not have to register it. You don't even have to have a pilot's permit to fly it. Anything between 0.55 and 55 pounds, you must register the drone through the FAA. You cannot fly the aircraft at night. It's only during the daylight. You cannot fly over people, and you cannot fly within 5 miles of an airport, and if you do, you must contact the airport.
Accountable. We own our work through timeliness, initiative, fairness, and excellence. I'm Melissa Dodd, and I'm a public information specialist with Stormwater Services. As an individual employee, I think about accountability as showing up every day and doing your best, contributing, and making sure your ideas are heard while you're also listening to colleagues. As a department, our accountability is back to larger projects where I play a role in, so making sure that I'm a good team player and I'm not holding up those projects or those teams when colleagues are counting on me. And ultimately, as a city, we're accountable for listening to those who want to share their ideas for making our city better for everyone. And that's what Take 10 CLT was all about, having quick conversations and letting the resident drive that conversation to share their ideas about how to make our city better.
Several years ago, we recognized some issues at the transit center where we had a lot of kids hanging out. So I came together with several other agencies and we started doing outreach. TEAM stands for Teen Engagement and Mentoring. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to help people live productive lives from an early age.
Myself and one of my partners was going out interacting with young teens, helping them get jobs and helping them get in school, stay in school, make the grades they need to be successful. We bring all the resources collectively with us. So if you need housing, if you need to continue school, your GED, if you need job assistance, we have different resources as well that can assist them to get a job.
My favorite part of being involved with the team is just being able to make an impact in the community, to come out and actually offer people help that they need, and then to see them thrive and succeed, it's really rewarding.
The primary mission is to make sure that people understand that they're not at this alone, and we all deserve a second chance.
I have such a passion to help out teens that have challenges in their life, to connect the gap between the community, the police department, all the different agencies, and to make it a better place, a safer place to live.
This celebration today is just part of our ongoing commitment to the youth in the community and our way of just having the community come out and get to know who we are.
We have to plant these small seeds and start making people aware, and eventually it's going to grow.
You know, we want our teens to go to college, and we want them to have jobs, and we want them to stay out of the streets. So if we can give them resources to keep them out of the streets and keep them on the right track and doing the right thing, then that's our goal.
We're still a community that cares and loves on one another. And I just love the fact that we are a team. If we all work together, we could really win at this thing.
Había un niño que era muy sensible a luces y sonidos. Construía escondites donde no podían entrar. No le gustaba mirar a la gente a los ojos, lo hacía sentir incómodo. Un día se descubrió que tenía autismo. Con ayuda poco a poco aprendió a vivir mejor con ello.
Mientras más pronto se diagnostique, mejor. Conoce las señales en autismspeaks.org.
Officer Yancy Contreras works second shift and has been a Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer since 2014. But his life's path has had more twists and turns than most.
Dreams. You know, I had a dream that I wanted to change my life.
Well, a big part of that dream involved coming to America years ago. You see, he grew up dirt poor in Honduras and made the trek to the U.S. illegally at 17 years old. Despite the danger, he hopped on a roof of a freight train and prayed he'd make it to the States alive.
I had friends that I went to school with. They lost their legs coming to United States. They got on top of a train and then just went home now with no legs.
Once he made it to America, it seemed as if his dream would be short-lived after he was captured in Texas.
I was detained for 4 months, 14 days. So at that point, I guess my dreams I thought this is over, I'm going back.
Until an American couple sponsored him, took him home, and ultimately helped him become a U.S. citizen in 2011. He says that family changed his life. Now, Contreras has a family of his own and still has to pinch himself to make sure he's not dreaming.
It's a lot better here. My life has changed completely.
Yes, sir. Okay, good.
These days, he's looking to help change the lives of others by serving something bigger than himself.
I want to create a better environment for people, poor people that don't have much. So I decided to be a police officer.
Contreras says he follows the immigration issue pretty closely and can more than identify with those looking to realize their dreams.
I would risk everything just to have an opportunity. And that's what I did. And I'm sure a lot of people like myself did the same thing. They came here because they wanted an opportunity.
Inclusive. We value all people, respect their ideas, backgrounds, and experiences. I am Alexis Gordon. I'm the International Relations Manager and Chief of Protocol for the City of Charlotte. One of the things that our office does is we help welcome the world in Charlotte, and we really help make sure that we are including all different people as we work together to be a global city. So to me, being inclusive means that we listen. We don't just hear what other people are saying. We actually listen to what they value, what their needs are, and we include that in what we're doing every day, so that when we're building new programs or we're giving our services to the people that live here, all of our residents, that we serve them equally and that we really value who they are and what they need from us as a city.
Don't let this metallic green beetle fool you. It's only about a ½ inch in size, but it's a real concern for some Charlotte homeowners.
This beetle, like I said, has had devastating effects where it's been introduced to. It's been found in North Carolina in 24 counties, 3 counties to the west of us, of Mecklenburg, and 1 county to the north of us in Mecklenburg County.
The emerald ash borer bores into ash trees and eats the tissue beneath the bark. Assistant City Arborist Lori Reed Dukes says it can kill the tree in just 2 to 5 years.
Very large limbs have the potential to start falling. So if it's in someone's backyard or near their house or located by the street, it's definitely a public safety issue.
A public safety issue that's difficult to see. Take, for example, this heavily infested sample.
You're seeing the galleries, so the tunnels that the grub makes underneath the bark of the tree.
But it's damage you can't see from just looking at it.
But what we'd see on the outside of the tree is the adult leaves through a D-shaped exit hole. Or sometimes if it's oriented, it might be U-shaped or N-shaped, but it's always flat on one side and rounded on the other.
So what can you do? There are chemicals that you can use to kill the insect. Homeowners can apply one to soil, while the other is injected directly into the bark, but that must be done by a professional.
So treatment is something that's going to have to occur every 1 to 2 years. It's not a one-time treatment that's going to protect the tree for the lifetime. So it is going to be an investment for someone to put in to keep that tree healthy.
The Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, or SAMHSA, created the Wellness Initiative to help people with mental and/or substance use disorders, and all people, live longer, healthier lives by focusing on the 8 dimensions of wellness that connect all aspects of behavioral health. Improving wellness by taking action on each of these dimensions addresses early mortality from treatable and preventable conditions. Embracing wellness is about life and living, and becoming the healthiest you possible. Listen to your feelings, express them to people you trust, and maintain a positive outlook. Make it a point to understand your finances, establish good financial habits, and plan for the future. A sense of belonging and a reliable support system help during difficult times. Make at least one social connection daily. Seek advice from peers or support groups, and create healthy friendships. Enhancing your connection to self, nature, and others brings balance and peace to your life. Take time to discover what values and beliefs are most important to you. Look for satisfaction from things you're passionate about, whether it is through work, school, or volunteering. Reduce your risk of many illnesses by increasing activity levels according to your abilities, getting restful sleep at night, choosing healthy foods, and exploring outdoors to reduce stress and increase energy levels. Be a lifelong learner by expanding your knowledge and finding creative outlets that stimulate your mind and sense of curiosity. Be open to new ideas, insights, and wisdom. A positive environment has a calming effect. Find surroundings that encourage good physical and mental health, and where you also feel safe. At SAMHSA, we envision a future in which people with mental and/or substance use disorders, and all people, pursue optimal health, happiness, recovery, and a full and satisfying life in the community. Wellness is an ongoing pursuit and can be challenging at times, but striving to make small daily improvements is the key to success. For more information and resources about wellness, visit www.samhsa.gov/wellness-initiative.
Mírate. Eres la mejor. Eres imparable. Nada puede desviar tu rumbo. Espera, se parece a tu auto. Oh, no. Esto lastimará tu cuenta bancaria. Ahora estás viendo torno a $10,000 en multas, honorarios de abogados y el aumento de las tasas de seguros. Vamos a tratar de nuevo. Buena idea. Porque manejar entonado es manejar borracho.
Collaborative. It's working together, teamwork, working for a common goal, working with others. My name is Officer Ryan Botzenmeyer, and I'm the Youth Program Coordinator. It takes a village to build a community, and so you have to work with everybody. Just the police department can't do it alone to solve the issues, and also the youth programs are very important. And to run youth programs, you have to look outside of the department. We contact a lot of different people and other agencies, and we couldn't do our job without them. That working together, the teamwork to bring everything together is very important for us in our positions. Being collaborative makes us a better department, a better agency, a better city.
Morning, Gary. We are GetSchooled.com. You want a college education, don't you? You know you do. Yeah, but I don't know where to start. That's why we're here. We're free, handsome, I think we're breathtaking, and here to guide you through every step of the way, starting with attendance. Gary, financial aid forms. Biology homework, G. I got this. Is that Bran? Colleges love extracurricular activities. Chess really isn't my thing. I got this. Doesn't matter. Go ahead. Picking a college, man. You and us. We go together like tacos and Tuesday. And I love tacos. Fire and ice. Those don't really go together.
Go to GetSchooled.com for more info.
Don't ignore the subtext. It's on us to intervene in sexual assault. Because we can. Take the pledge at itsonus.org.
because I actually live in this neighborhood, and it's given me a safe option to get from Villa Heights into Uptown. And so it also is a beautiful section, and it's going to be able to give people more options, and it's giving me more options to get to places I need to go.
I've lived here for 3 years in Villa Heights, and I've seen the trail make a lot of improvements in the neighborhood. Also, we have safer ways to connect the neighborhoods like Villa Heights, Optimus Park, and Belmont, now that we can go under the bridge rather than cross that dangerous intersection at North Davidson and Parkwood Road. So I've seen a lot of improvements.
What I really love about the vision of the system is the fact that I've seen in other cities how trails like this can really energize and help the city with some of its transportation. There are people who would opt to walk to work or ride a bike over driving with the better, safer infrastructure. Having this infrastructure in place, having people be able to pass under Parkwood is key. And as I ride home from work, I've noticed more and more people utilizing this greenway.
Él detesta hacer la tarea. Sí sé que es inteligente.
¿Por qué me resulta tan difícil?
Solo tiene que esforzarse un poco más.
Siendo mi mayor esfuerzo.
1 de cada 5 niños tiene dificultades de aprendizaje y de atención. Aclare sus dudas en understood.org.
You never know what you're going to get when you show up to work and get to interact with people and have a good time doing it. You know, we show up every night because we love doing what we do, and going to work with people that you know have your back and you have theirs. It's always good for the recognition. It's a great honor.
This is the story of a boy who didn't talk for a long time. The boy liked things to always be the same. Any changes would scare and upset him. The unknown was an unfriendly place. The boy was very sensitive to lights and sounds. So he built secret hiding places where they couldn't get in. The boy didn't like looking people in the eye. He wasn't trying to be mean, it just made him feel uncomfortable. Sometimes he would flap his arms again and again.
One day I found out I have something called autism. My family got me help. Slowly, I found my voice and learned all the ways I could live with it better.
Early intervention can make a lifetime of difference. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org.
This is Seoul, South Korea, Las Vegas, London, Cologne, Germany. We've competed Australia, North America, Europe, Asia. We went from hotel banquet rooms, competing there, to now we're filling some of the largest arenas in the world. Our audience is really millennial. A lot of millennials are paying attention to esports. It's kind of their preferred sport. And Charlotte is one of the leading cities in millennial growth, so it completely made sense for us to be down here. We know that the fan presence here is actually very substantial. We're constantly getting social media engagement from local fans. If you look at our social media numbers, we're one of the most followed social media accounts here in the city of Charlotte, and I think that is a testament to what we can do for the city in terms of creating awareness for Charlotte around the world. It's a global sport. And a lot of times people locally, let's say here in Charlotte, aren't really exposed to what's happening in Poland or Russia or China or Korea. And very much in those countries, we have a massive presence. So you can't discount something as a sport if you only look through it from a local lens or a regional lens or a lens on this continent.
read everything.
Great. Here you go, Virginia.
Yeah. To the magazine.
Excuse me.
Two supporters.
It's good. It's very good. We Jill and Josh were speaking. And so Josh is going to bomb.
So we have to talk insurance public and regardless of
just 2 days. Well, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
I disagree on that.
Good evening. I want to welcome everyone to the June 26th meeting of the Charlotte City Council. We've got a full chamber. It's good to see everybody here this evening. Before we get started with our introductions, etc., I want to say a few welcomes and thank yous. It is my pleasure to welcome this evening 2 interns who are assisting in my office this summer. Marissa Uri, who is a student at Northwestern, and Iverson Carter, who is just recently graduated from North Mecklenburg. Where are they? Okay, let's have them stand up and give them a hand. Yay. They're appropriately embarrassed. Next, I want to welcome We have many interns this summer working with the city. We have Miles Johnson, who's a mayor's youth employment intern in the manager's office and is a graduate of South Mecklenburg. Where's Miles? There he is. And now we have a whole bunch of folks who are interning at Charlotte Douglas International Airport under the direction of Allison Seiler, our Workforce Development Coordinator, and Ashley Eiley from the Safety and Health Division. And they're part of the Aviation Summer Internship. And I'd like for all of them to stand. We have Jared Poe, Chris Payne, Ziad Habash. Well, hello, Ziad. Korshonda Johnson, Jonathan Rich. All right, let's give them all a big hand, too. The purpose of the Aviation Summer Internship Program is to give rising juniors and seniors enrolled in an accredited university the opportunity to gain work experience and enhancement for professional growth. This program began on May 30th with orientation, and they'll have subsequent meetings to see various division leaders in aviation as well as City of Charlotte staff. They're also going to have workforce development tips, internship biweekly meetings, and each intern is responsible for presenting on their workplace accomplishments at the end of the summer program. Oh boy, we've got a few more. Finally, there are interns from the Mayor's Youth Employment Program working with the Aviation Department who are Raven Bell, Leslie Martinez, Bao Trong, Mohammed Halawani, and Niklas Van Deventer. Let's give them all a hand. And those 5 interns begin on Monday, June 19th, and their internship goes until August the 11th. They will also take part in workshops, meetings, and a terminal tour to discuss workplace development tips for success after high school and during college, and they'll also get to learn about all the orange cones and the airport expansion. So we appreciate all of our summer interns. We welcome you. There will be a test on this meeting afterwards. No, I'm just kidding. I can see everybody taking notes. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you to all of our partners out in the community who are supporting summer interns, our youth interns, to help us have strong youth employment in our city. So thank you so very much. Okay, now we're going to get on to our regular meeting, and that always starts with the introductions of the folks who are up here at the dais. An invocation and the pledge. I don't know who's doing the invocation tonight. Oh, Councilmember Fallon.
I'm here.
All right, excellent. So let's start introductions with our clerk.
Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
Good evening, Dimple Ajmera, District 5.
Good evening, Al Austin, District 2.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Patsy Kinsey, District 1.
Claire Fallon at large.
Good evening, Julie Eiselt at large.
Mayor Jennifer Roberts, welcome.
Good evening, I'm Vi Lyles, Mayor Pro Tem.
Good evening, James Mitchell at large.
Greg Phipps, District 4.
Good evening and welcome, Kenny Smith, District 6.
Good evening, LaWanna Mayfield, District 3.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Bob Hageman, City Attorney.
All right, now we'll have our invocation followed by the pledge. Councilmember Fallon.
Teach us to honor our differences. Teach us to honor all that is good. Guide us to do the right thing with justice for all. Guide us to have compassion for all and understanding, and keep all of us safe. Amen.
Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, the first part of our agenda are consent items, and we have a number of items that have been pulled for separate vote. So the first thing I want to do is consider a motion to approve the consent items 23 through 66, with the exception of 25, 40, 53, and 58.
So moved.
Second. Okay, and before we vote on those, there are several items that some council members wanted to just raise for public awareness. And I'm just going to go in the order I have them here. Councilmember Smith wanted to talk about 39.
Thank you. 39 is awarding of a contract to begin the process to award some city funding and grants through the South Park area for infrastructure. I wanted to take a moment to thank Hillary Larson and David Herron, who formed a neighborhood group called SPAN, which represents all four corners of the South Park area. I'd like to thank Mr. Kimball, if he's still here, who helped put this in motion with helping us push forward the ULI study last year. I would like to thank Deborah Campbell for her hard work, Mike Davis and Danny Pleasant, Mike now of engineering, but was CDOT at the time, Danny Pleasant of CDOT, Kent Main, Tracy Newsom, Dan Gallagher, and Ed McKinney. This is going to bring some much needed pedestrian infrastructure in and around South Park, and truly was a collaborative effort between our city staff and some neighborhood leaders, and just wanted to let those folks get a moment of recognition and thank them for all their hard work on this.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Yay. All right, Councilmember Ajmira wanted to speak about several of the items on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to highlight the improvements on Independence for sidewalk and bike facilities. And this is going to improve almost 5.64 miles of sidewalk, and that's going to include 4.75 miles from Morningside Drive to Campbell Creek Greenway, and also 0.89 miles from Woodland Drive to Monroe Road. So I want to thank our staff for holding various community meetings, and also the community for showing up at a lot of the community forum and speaking in terms of having more sidewalks and bike facilities. So this is truly a collaborative effort. So again, I want to thank all the residents and the staff for doing an amazing job to address the community needs when it comes to infrastructure. Second, I also want to highlight agenda item number 62, which is the tree canopy. And this is to purchase the parcel that's located in Research Drive. And this is a very good candidate for the tree canopy to preserve our trees and also work on our goal of meeting the tree canopy goal. So this is a great effort to preserve our tree canopy. And I also want to highlight Ms. Kinsey's efforts to continue to advocate for a tree canopy that we take great pride in. So again, I want to thank our city staff and community for collaborating on preserving our tree canopy. And the last two items are for our water infrastructure, which is number 44 and 45. And I actually had visited our water facilities from the source all the way to our water treatment facilities. And a lot of folks do not realize that how much infrastructure it's needed to keep up with the growth that we are experiencing in our city. On any given day, we are almost serving 1 million people every day with our water infrastructure. And these two projects that we are approving, it's going to help us continue to maintain our long-term infrastructure and also addresses the replacement plan that we have. And some of our plants are almost 100 years old, and they work because we continue to keep them maintained, and these projects are a part of that maintenance plan and the program. So I want to highlight the great work that our Charlotte Water Department is doing and continues to address the growing needs that we have. So let's give a big hand to our Charlotte Water Department. And with that, that's it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Ajmira. Councilmember Phipps, did you have any?
First, I would like to thank Ms. Ajmira for highlighting the 27-acre parcel of tree canopy in my district. Thank you very much.
Actually, that's my workplace.
I have two items I'd like to talk about. One dealing with the Cross Charlotte Trail planning process. Both of them affect Hidden Valley, one of the most dynamic communities in Charlotte. There's 26 miles of Charlotte Trail under development, and I'm pleased to report to about 2.5 of those miles are coming through Hidden Valley and through Wellingford to Orr Road and Wellingford to, Wellingford and Briar Place Road and Orr Road. So 2.5 miles for the Cross Charlotte Trail, almost $400,000 out of, I guess, $816 million project for the Cross Charlotte Trail, and I just wanted to highlight that for this Hidden Valley community. And lastly, some good infrastructure improvements going on with the sewer, Upper Little Sugar Creek Sewer Replacement Project.
47.
Yeah, number 47. Hidden Valley is one of our oldest communities, and some of this infrastructure has reached its useful life. So it's about $1.3 million of good infrastructure improvements coming to Hidden Valley in the form of 3,600 feet of 18-inch sewer and 300 feet of 8-inch sewer and 23 new manholes to address the aging infrastructure. 55 years old, and it's reached its useful life, and it's going to be replaced there in Hidden Valley. So I just wanted to make them aware of that good quality infrastructure improvement that's well-deserved coming to that area. So that's it for me, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Phipps. We do have 4 items we're going to vote on separately. We'll come to those in a minute. Are there any other comments on the items that have not been pulled? Councilmember Phipps.
I failed to mention the South Park Coalition, which is a professional organization of neighborhood or landowners in the South Park area for their hard work in the CNIP, and Tracy Dodson from that organization sitting up there. I'm looking right at her and failed to mention her. So just want to give them a shout out as well. It really was a group effort between landowners, neighbors, and staff. So wanted to get that on the record.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Smith. With that, all those in favor of those consent items say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now the first item that's been pulled is item number 25. This is pulled by Councilmember Mayfield. This is a grant application from the Charlotte Metro Police Department to the U.S. Department of Justice for $1.8 million. Councilmember Mayfield?
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess I'll be the first one to get off of the congratulatory train of staff, since I have actual questions that I'm going to be hitting with and comments. But I will say that we do have some great staff out there, but I do think when we're going through a number of items and approving that we need to pull some out to have a conversation. So item 25, which is not up on the board, item 56 is what's showing up on the board, so that needs to be scrolled back, please, so that the community and those watching from home can see item 25. So while they figured that out, this is a new police officers grant application. If everyone remembers, we just approved our budget, which has an increase of staff. This grant is a COPS grant that basically CMPD has requested for the council to support them applying for the grant. But we need to make sure that everyone's in clear understanding that if this grant is awarded, it is for an additional 15 officers, but there's some stipulations in this grant, and we have a representative here. Basically, I want to make sure that the community and that council and future council understands that for this upcoming 2018 budget, the city is going to be responsible financially for the ongoing benefits, as well as the equipment, the training, the vehicles, and the total additional costs, which will break down from year 2019 through fiscal year 2021, is estimated to be around $3,696,027, with the federal share of that being only $1,874,924. So when we think about these grants, though they are extremely beneficial to get more officers on the ground, we're also committing to an additional cost within our budget to maintain, train, and upkeep for these additional 15 officers. So the way that's going to break down is in fiscal year 19, $597,825, fiscal year 2020, $382,740, fiscal year 2021, $617,338. In addition, the city will fund capital costs, which is the vehicles, of $223,200. The grant expires after 3 years, so beginning FY fiscal year 2022. Ongoing annual total personnel and operating costs to the city are estimated to be $1,188,757 per year. So, wanted to give an opportunity for our representative to just share the grant and ongoing costs.
Yes, ma'am. Major Kurt Voorhees with Operations Command, CMPD. The COPS office has a program for funding giving federal money to local communities. In this particular grant, it would fund 15 officers for CMPD, as you have stated, and basically the federal government would be giving us $1,874,000 beginning January 1st, 2018. If we were to get this grant, it'll be awarded June 30th, or excuse me, July 10th of this year. We would know if we get it in January of next year, and it takes us a little bit to hire them. We would hope to have them in place by September of 2018.
So, Mayor, again, this was more of a information because of the amount that we are talking about, and that a lot of times I think it's the impression that we cover all the costs, even though there are going to be some shared costs from the city because of the grant. And this is only if we are awarded the grant. If we are not awarded the grant, then those additional 15 outside of the officers we've already identified will not be hired. But if the grant is awarded, there is a federal amount that will be coming to the city, but there will be costs to the city as well.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Okay, there's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I've got several questions. Councilmember Isel?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to know, so I think to Councilmember Mayfield's point, this is up and above the 125 officers that we endeavored to fund over a 2-year budget cycle. Those 125 officers go back to a request from 2008 under Chief Monroe. I'd like to know from CMPD where we stand now with the number of officers that nationally a metropolitan our size normally has per 100,000, how many officers we should have and how many officers CMPD would like to have. So again, we sort of were playing catch up with the 125 officers. Now this is an additional 15. Where should we be and what's the right number?
I don't know. I just know we're understaffed. I can get that, obviously.
You could get that, yeah, thank you.
I don't have that with me now to speak of, but obviously hiring officers is a challenge for us. We're trying to get we're short-staffed. We have attrition. We have people who get fired, to be frank, and we try to keep up with that. We obviously are a growing community, and we need more officers to adequately do our jobs. We certainly have special events that require extra manpower. We have an example of that, the PGA Championship's coming. We have a football game in the same week. We have a concert at Spectrum. All those things drain our resources. So we are understaffed, and this is an effort to have the federal government share in some of the cost of funding police officers.
Sure, and I'm not questioning that. I just would like to know what the department thinks we should have, the number of officers we should have. And we certainly are understaffed when it comes to hiring officers that represent other demographics of our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Phipps?
Yeah, I think last year's application was similar to this one, and it was successful. We did receive the grant, and we used that to hire 15 police officers.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? Now, are there any limitations on the requirements for like successive applications? I mean, you could just, each year you can apply for it with the hopes of getting it?
I'm sorry, yes, sir, it is a new process. The 15 from before will be hired in the next class, and this one again will put us to next year, 2018.
Okay.
We would hope to hire them if we were successful in this one.
Okay. So, in your experience, have we ever been successful in getting such a grant 2 years in a row? Or
I'm not sure. I know that we got them the year before. In 2009, we were rewarded 50 officers, and that expired in June 30th of 2014. That's the history I know, sir.
So we have a good track record. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Councilmember Fallon?
Yeah, do you know if this is a renewable grant?
It's not, ma'am. This is a 3-year
It's a 3-year, but there'll be other ones coming along.
Yes.
All right.
That's
Thank
correct.
you.
Okay, any other questions? Oh, Councilmember Driggs.
I first wanted to say I appreciate Councilmember Mayfield's comments about the incidental costs, which we do need to bear in mind. But the bottom line for me is if we have $1.8 million that we can get to help us with our community safety efforts, then we take that.
Yes.
I will mention that the budget process is such that, and you did vote to approve it. I recognize that, Councilmember Mayfield. The budget process allows us some latitude in a situation like this to kind of work into the expense and receipts an event of this kind, so it's a high-grade problem. The other thing I wanted to mention was we did fund in our budget all of the extra officers that we were told CMPD was capable of taking up. We timed that investment in 2 stages because the rate of uptake we were told was about 75 per year. I know it's hard now recruiting officers. We also did increase officer pay to the maximum of the public safety plan process. So we're with you guys all the way, and we will definitely make this work. I think we appreciate a contribution of $1.8 million from the federal government. Thank you.
Absolutely. Councilmember Fallon?
Yeah. If I recall, I was public safety chair then in 2009. We were concerned about what would happen after 3 years. Could we work it into the budget? And we did, and I'm sure we'll be able to do that again.
Yeah.
But the fact is we need boots on the street, which we don't have. And it's a protection for the public. We will find the money.
Okay. All right, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, let's go get that grant.
All right.
Thank you so much for your service. We really appreciate you.
Thank you.
The next item that was pulled was number 40. That is city-owned fountain maintenance services. This is a 5-year contract for fountain maintenance services, and this is also Councilmember Mayfield.
Thank you, Mayor. So for question 40, I wanted just a little background. As the city of Charlotte has purchased water fountains around, they identified, if you're those that are able to see it, 3 locations on here that we're looking at a contract for $303,006 for the maintenance of these 3 fountains. So the question that I asked of staff, excuse me, is what is the current maintenance schedule, cleaning and repair for these 3 fountains? But I also asked if Center City Partners, since they are in Uptown, if they also have, if we have any shared costs for the maintaining of these fountains. So if, opposed to me reading the response, since you're here, if you're able to respond to that, which you probably going to read what
Good evening, I'm Quinn Hall with Engineering and Property Management. The fountain contracts are ones that have been in place for ever since the fountains have been built, approximately 20-plus years. They were constructed on city property by the city prior to the formulation of Charlotte Center City Partners, and there's been no discussion with Center City Partners about any offsetting costs. The Center City Partners does provide a payment to the city in the amount of $28,500 for flowers and landscape maintenance on the Tryon Street Mall, but that's the only supplement that we get at this time from Center City Partners.
Thank you. So, Mr. Manager, I'm going to refer my next comment to you. As we just heard, it is because we've always done it that way, that's why we're continuing to do it this way. We're looking at a 5-year contract for the maintenance of 3 fountains. It seems that through our public-private partnerships, there's a different conversation that can be had, and since this information was provided to us last week for today to now vote on it, it's late to tell staff, okay, let's come back with some different options other than this particular model, and to say that we have never thought about reaching out and asking one of our partners who is in the Uptown area and has that area that they maintain, and you have citizens who pay an additional tax to maintain the area for different things, why would we not reach out to the partners? I'm concerned that this is a 5-year contract. 5 years, even though it goes by quickly, is still a long time. Somewhere we need to capture in writing that we need to start rethinking contracts as they come before staff and before they come to council. Because again, that idea of, well, we've done it for 20 years this way, so we should continue doing it that way. I'm not going to necessarily move to deny tonight this petition, but I do want us to rethink moving forward how we are trying to not only keep our community maintained, but financially, is this really the best option, the way that we're going with identifying almost 100,000 for 3 fountains to be maintained, because that's basically what we're saying. And is there a community piece with all our groups, Keep Charlotte Beautiful, so many different organizations that we have, so many school organizations, so many programs that are done in the community to help beautify. Is this really the most efficient way for us to utilize our resources? Thank you for responding. Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Councilor Kinsey, did you have a question too? Oh.
No, but do you need a motion?
It's going to come from you.
We have a motion?
Move approval.
Second. There's a motion and a second. No further questions. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The next item that was pulled, I'm going in order as they are in the agenda. And the next one was actually pulled by Councilmember Smith, and that's item 53, Gold Line electrical testing. Councilmember Smith.
This is my lack of support of the Gold Line is well known. This is just don't support the project. There's an article in the paper this week about the lack of development yet on the line and other things, and so I'm not going to support it and just wanted to pull it, not looking to relitigate it. So
just pulling it so you don't.
Just pulling it. So
you did vote on the budget.
I did vote on the budget.
Okay, so this, I need a motion to.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement for electrical testing for the City Links Gold Line Phase 2 project. That's the item. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against? 2. They both voted for the budget.
So did I, now that I come to think of it.
There you go.
Could make it 3, all right?
Mayor, if I may, we both voted for the budget because we felt that there were things in the budget that
Councilmember
warranted supporting.
I did not mean to, it was not a comment that was meant anything in harm. But I appreciate that. I'll say the next item that's been pulled is item 58, and that was pulled by Councilmember Mayfield, and that is a Funders Network Partners for Places grant. Councilmember Mayfield.
Thank you, Mayor. And just so y'all know, I probably had 15 items that I sent to staff, but out of the 15, we narrowed down to these 3 because we do need to have conversation around funding and our allocation. So this particular Funders Network Partners for Places grant, it says it's to benefit low-income neighborhoods. So the question that I asked of staff is, what is the budget of the neighborhoods that have applied so far, and which neighborhoods have applied and been granted? The reason I asked this question is because I had a conversation this past weekend where it was mentioned to me that our current process, when we look at having grants available for our communities that we're trying to shore up, and when you receive, we council do not receive those applications, but we have a group that goes over those applications for, say, neighborhood matching grants, where some of these neighborhoods have $1 million budget or have a couple of $100,000 budget that they've already identified. So we have a metric system that's in place, that's an award system. Somewhere in that system, those communities that are the most in need, those communities that may have $5,000 in the bank, if that much, are not necessarily the projects that are making it its way to the top, where we're really making the impact that we identified. So staff replied that partners for place awards grants to members of the Urban Sustainability Directors Network to incorporate an equity lens into their work and to partner with Place-Based Foundation. And the City of Charlotte's Sustainability Office, part of the Urban Sustainability Directors Network, was awarded the grant for their work in the North End Smart District. Individual neighborhoods cannot apply for this type of grant. But when we think of not only the Smart End neighborhood district and other areas, are we really staying true to what we said our charge and our focus is to help communities that are seeing gentrification, that have seen gentrification and currently experiencing? Are we giving them the opportunities to receive funds like this, and who are those groups that are awarded? So staff gave me 8 neighborhoods: Optimus Park, Graham Heights, Lockwood, Druid Hills, Greenville, Park at Oakline, Genesis Park, and Brightwalk. I'll leave it up to those in the community to decide if some of those are ones that we need to have a conversation about. But we need to think about our process and what we're doing, because some of these neighborhoods have gentrified, but today, I say some of them, I ain't call all of them.
Okay, all right.
But when you have $400,000 and $500,000 homes in a neighborhood, right across from $30,000, $45,000, $50,000 homes, and the part of the community that's getting the funding and that's going to be in charge of allocating that funding falls on the side where the $300,000, $400,000, $500 homes are, because we don't get to manage it. So we don't see how it plays out on the ground necessarily at our level of council. There's a challenge, because what I'm seeing in my community, in a good part of my area, is that is exactly what's happening. So when I have people come up and ask the question, I say, hey, that's a good question, I'll ask it. Who knew that Monday night we would actually be voting on something that relates to the conversation? So therefore, as staff, I gave you time to get up there to share how this process works for us.
Thanks, Ms. Mayfield. So what I wanted to clarify is that this award was given to our sustainability group within the city, so we have control over how we allocate the funds. And the purpose of the grant being awarded to us was so we could use equity lens in doing sustainability work. One of the things that our sustainability group is focusing on is work in the North End Smart District. And so this was an opportunity to co-create some pilot projects with all of the neighborhoods that you listed, to learn how we can better engage neighborhoods when we do our work. So just to clarify, the neighborhoods don't have the budgetary control. That's going to be what staff are working on to allocate the budget when we receive the funds.
Oh, and I read that it is your department that receives it, and also just identify which neighborhoods have been identified through our NESD, the North End Smart District.
Okay.
So that people know. But I just think it's not necessarily, it's not to pick on these neighborhoods, it's the fact that we need to have a broader conversation. Mm-hmm. And how does that conversation look when we have applications coming in? What is our current scoring system that's going to truly help make a positive impact, opposed to us just scratching the surface and then patting ourselves on the back to say, ooh, look what great work we did. But this is a great start. So congratulations on y'all getting the award.
One thing I would just add to that is that the outcome that we hope to achieve is learning in a blueprint that we can apply throughout our work in the city. So that is a focus of the grant, which is not just to apply something to work in 8 neighborhoods, but to test maybe some new methods that can be useful in our ongoing work.
Thank you. We have a question from Councilmember Austin.
Not so much a question, but just a clarification for my esteemed Councilwoman Mayfield that both Patsy and I work together with the North End Coalition quite frequently, and all of those communities work together as kind of a cohesive unit. And so they together come up with many different things that staff has been very supportive of, and we work through those. And it's not so much being led by the entities who live in the high price homes. We have a whole coalition of people who share in it, and they're very vocal, whatever price level their homes or their incomes are. So I think together, we've been working pretty intensely to try to make sure that any resources that come to that area are spread throughout all of those neighborhoods, and everybody has a voice at that table. And I'm happy to receive these dollars, and I know that you're going to make sure everybody gets an equal part of it, right?
We're working on it. Well, you leaving me, so.
I'm a call away. Because I will call back.
Any further questions or comments?
Move to approve, second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, I believe that those are all the consent items. Is that right, Madam Clerk? Good. Very good. So the next item, number 9, is District 2 Public Forum. However, before we move to that, I have a little 9A agenda item, because we can't get into talking about replacing, or it's not, he's irreplaceable. So we can't talk about having someone succeed Councilmember Al Austin without talking about him first. So.
Oh, boy. I really want to hear it.
So, tonight we are going to recognize for a few minutes Councilmember Al Austin for his amazing service to our Queen City. He is leaving City Council for a job as Outreach Director for historically black colleges and universities with the NC Department of Transportation. So we are excited for him in his new position, and we hope that he does great things there, but we're very sad to see him go. Al was elected in 2013, and is currently serving his second term. In addition to his great work on behalf of his constituents, he has worked with Johnson C. Smith University, bringing in amazing fundraising amounts for their continued mission to serve the community. He's worked with the YMCA, the Charlotte Housing Authority, Charlotte Douglas International Airport, and clearly has done a lot of work in the community with North End Coalition, all his neighborhood leaders, all the folks, and
you just let everybody know I'm old. That's all you do. Been around for a long time.
All the folks in the Baysford Road corridor, and I have seen him out in his district, and he is tireless. He is a powerful representative for the needs of his community. He is in close touch with the leaders in his community and all his neighborhoods. He knows every street. He has been focused on improving public safety, creating jobs, advocating for non-discrimination, focusing on equity as well as equality. And he is also just a great guy. And I wanted to... Let's go down front.
Yes, do it.
Yeah, do it in front.
You gotta come and shake our hand.
I'm showing off his suit.
We'll do this for the camera. Now, there's a caveat with the picture of Charlotte is that 5 years from now, there'll be more buildings. So it'll be a historic press.
Pencil them in.
There we go. So you can put that on your wall.
In Raleigh.
In Raleigh.
In Raleigh. That's right.
Oh, so Mr. Austin, you're not gonna shake our hands? You gotta put down.
While he's coming around,
Price is right.
Need some love. I need some love.
we're gonna let some folks say some things.
You don't get a kiss, Kenny.
I'm gonna miss you, man. I had a small token of my appreciation.
You know it.
Good deal. It's more love I've ever gotten.
Goodbye.
Reverend.
Color River. Yeah.
Wow.
Before we make Al say a few words, if anybody else on council wants to say a few words, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to start off because Al and I started our careers on council at the same time, and he has just been the person that I could call upon and say these things and reflect on them that perhaps you can't always share. But if you've ever seen Al at a recognition, you know, especially for the women, he uses this poem by Maya Angelou that's a phenomenal woman. So this is a rewrite of a poem by Aquil, and I'd like to talk about Al Austin. There was a new council member in town that had the city on a roll. Lookout Council is the phenomenal black man, there to help you rise and take control. It's his broad shoulders that support a level head. Leaving, I think not, for the phenomenal man is never gone. It's the boom in his voice, the piercing glare in his eyes. It's the persistent motion of his success because phenomenal men are determined to rise. From the neighborhoods to the corporations, phenomenal men show their faces. From universities and all institutions, phenomenal men come in all races. But it's the phenomenal black man that triumphs over all, rising from the word color that was printed on a wall. As God is my witness, black men shall prevail, making a mighty entrance in which everyone shall hail. There's a new council member in town that has society on a roll. Stand up for the phenomenal black man, for he's here to take control. Al Austin, thank you for being a phenomenal man.
I need you to write that out and put it in the phone.
Right, that's what needs to be followed. Absolutely. Fabulous.
Well, I'm not following that, so.
Okay. Councilor McKenzie.
I'll go ahead and say something. It'll be short and sweet, because if I talk too much, I'll cry, because I miss Al so much. He and I worked together, and just as he mentioned earlier, we've been a team, and his shoes are going to be hard to fill, and I look forward to working with someone else, but I certainly am going to miss Al. Got a little mad at him because he said he wasn't going to run again. And Al, you may be getting old, but you're still darn sexy.
There you go. That's what I love.
Wow. Okay.
We get that in the record, Stephanie.
Get that one in the record, right?
Yeah, we need that in the record.
Councilor Driggs, you got to follow that one.
That's a tough one. Al, I think it's safe to say that we have not always been on the same side of every issue. But I think it's therefore particularly important that I acknowledge my respect for the dignity and grace with which you have conducted yourself in this office. I really appreciate it. You spoke with a calm and strong voice during some very difficult times for our city, and I think we were all better off for that. So I've enjoyed working with you. I've enjoyed being your neighbor on the dais, except for one thing. Every time I go to the snack tray and try to find some Oreos. So, Al, as a going-away present tonight.
That's what I'm talking about. Thank you. My whole tenure wrapped right in here, right?
Councilor Isel, did I see your hand up?
I'll just make it, Councilmember Kinsey had some of the remarks that I would have, I certainly second. But I want to say that, Al, you are the epitome of still waters run deep. You are a gentleman. You have integrity beyond compare, and it's been such a pleasure to serve with you. And the state is lucky to have you. It's our loss. It's the city of Charlotte's loss, and we hope that one day you'll come back here and bless us all with your calm demeanor and presence back in Charlotte. So you've done a lot for the city. I don't think anybody knows how much you put into this city, and we thank you for it. We'll miss you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilor Mitchell?
D2.
Yes, sir.
So our relationship goes back to the days of focus on leadership.
Absolutely.
In the early 1990s when a young man who had, I think, been the president of Young Democrats of Mecklenburg County decided to be the PR person for Focus on Leadership. At that time, I knew we had a rising star in the African-American community. When you became the CEO of McCrory YMCA, the energy, the vision you had for McCrory changed the whole Beatty-Ford Road corridor. So I say to you, my brother, I'm proud of what you've done in District 2. It was hard to twist your arm to make sure you were going to run. But you have served us extremely well, and I'm so glad to be able to have the opportunity to serve you. So keep doing what you're doing in Raleigh.
We'll do. E2s, right?
Councilmember Phipps?
Yeah. Al, I guess the first time I met you was on the campaign trail in 2013 doing our respective runs for City Council. And I've always thought that we shared a special affinity because we both endured second primary runoffs at that time. And we were successful by virtue of us being here now. But I really do appreciate the opportunity to work with you. I know our district lines straddle some, so we worked collaboratively on some issues, and those were some great times. But I just want to raise a glass, so to speak, to your success, your future endeavors, that you would go forth and be successful. And you'll always have a spot here in Charlotte, a spot in all of our hearts. And every time I go to that Beatty-Ford Road corridor, I know I can just see the images of Al just walking those streets. So I thank you, and I thank you for all of what you've done to me and through encouraging me and working with me in different projects. And I'm really going to miss you, and it's still time to change your mind, isn't it?
You get some champagne in this. A little different.
You can your Oreos?
After the meeting, Al.
Exactly. Oh.
It's been my honor and privilege, and I wish you much success, Al.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Al, now that your Saturday mornings are free, you can come over and eat breakfast with the Smith family. So now that you're not holding office hours, come over. Kids would enjoy the company. I first met you on the campaign trail as well, and I remember it vividly. I was at the Ribbick Forum as a district representative in a Republican primary. Our paths didn't cross very often, but there was a forum that was citywide for all candidates, and Al comes in, and they let all the candidates speak for 30 seconds or 45 seconds, whatever your time frame is, and Al has this booming, to this Patsy and everything, he had this booming voice and command of the room, and I'm like, I've never met this guy, but he's going to win. we could tell. But I was pleasure to come on and serve with you, and the passion that you exhibit for not only your constituents, but the city of Charlotte is second to none. I've watched you work in the trenches and really go out there and do a lot of good work for all of our Charlotte. And to me, the true measure of character, every once in a while we have disagreements at the dais, and every once in a while people watching may think that we get a little upset with each other. But in one instance where you and I had a little bit of words, it wasn't even that bad. We're walking out, and you walked up and just gave me a big hug and said, "We're cool." I was like, "Of course we're cool." And to me, that's the character that you've exhibited and that everybody's touched on, is calm, and it's just it's going to be missed. But I wish you the best in Raleigh. Know that from right here, we've enjoyed serving, and now we're going to have to figure out who's going to up the fashion game on because there will be a big gap in the fashion on council with you leaving. But best of luck, and I hope our paths continue to cross and do good work in Raleigh.
Thank you, my brother.
Councilor Mayfield?
Number 2. Happy days don't last forever. That adage is true. Now that you have resigned, and we won't be working with you, good times don't always last. Someone did say wisely, now that you are leaving us, for another opportunity. But there is one more proverb that says friends are forever. And if that is true, then our ties will be broken never. I love you.
Oh, I love you too.
Inspiring all this poetry.
Wow.
Councilmember Fallon?
Al, very, very good luck. I hope it's everything you hope for, and you will love it and not have to be here Monday night.
I'm going to miss that.
You can always come back. Yeah, and
I'll
visit.
punch you up on TV.
streaming
The
video.
champagne in the glass then.
Or something.
Coming over after.
Yeah.
Councilmember Mira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Al, even though we haven't had an opportunity to work as long as some of the other ones have, I had a pleasure working with you, and we connected over lunch right before your workout at the Y, and you shared with me some great insight into what it takes to serve and what type of time commitment it requires, and some genuine advice that you gave me and to continue to serve at a higher level. I appreciate that. And you being a great mentor, and you have gave me great company right here on the dais, and I'm truly grateful to you for that, and I'll miss you.
Thank you. She steals the potato chips. And
Then I don't get the Oreos.
Now I don't have to worry about sharing those baked chips anymore.
At least it's a big job.
Wow.
Can I say a few
So
words?
let's let the man speak.
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely.
So I said I better write a few things down because I get emotional. I'm a member of Kappa Alpha Psi, so we don't cry, we cough. So I'll be coughing a little bit through this. I have truly enjoyed my tenure on Charlotte City Council, one of the most powerful districts in the city of Charlotte, City Council District 2. Right? City Council District 2. As a servant leader, I would probably say this is probably some of the hardest work I've ever done in my life, but it's also the most rewarding that we will ever do. And it's truly been an honor to serve with all of you. First, I just want to thank the people living in my district for giving me an opportunity to serve. I know many times we step out on faith with people, but I hope that I've lived up to what I said, particularly in the last campaign, of being responsive, resourceful, and reliable. As I think back on myself, my God gift is to help. I'm wired that way, so I have to help people, and that's been my whole life. And so it's been a great opportunity to serve. I also want to thank the thousands of employees who serve the city, who work for the city. I'm so happy that when I call, you guys solve the problem. And I haven't had to circle back much throughout that process. So Marcus, you got a good team behind you. Treat them well, and you will continue to shine. Also want to just highlight Mr. Bob Hageman. You guys don't know, Bob and I talk quite often. He has been a good sounding board off of issues, complex issues, and I've enjoyed the thoughtful conversation, so thank you, Bob. I also want to recognize Stephanie here. She's been with me on the dais, and when I get a little upset, start digging my fingers into the desk, she just taps me up. Calm down. So thank you, Stephanie. But again, just lastly, to the members of council, as you all have said, we may not always agree, but we're very civil towards each other. And I've just been so honored to serve with you as we try to transform Charlotte. And I can't think of a better time in my life that I'll remember. Maybe there will be something else into the future, and I'm sure God will, but this has been a pivotal point in my life, serving with all of you. So thank you.
Step into those shoes.
All right, this is going to be a tough decision after all this love. You have to get back to the business of the council, and as hard as it is, the next part of this process is that we have a public forum this evening to hear from applicants. Again, not to replace him because he's irreplaceable, but to follow him in office for the time that's left up till November. So the public forum will receive comments from qualified applicants. interested in filling this vacancy. Each candidate will be allotted 3 minutes to make their respective comments. Again, we're here to listen. We're not going to ask questions, respond. We're just going to listen. And when you hear the buzzer go off, please conclude your remarks and be respectful of the other folks. We do have 12 folks who have applied who are going to be here to speak this evening. The calendar will go like this. Monday, July 24th, council will vote to appoint a qualified individual to fill the vacancy. Tuesday, July 25th, the person appointed will be sworn in by the mayor. On Monday, August 28th, there'll be the formal swearing-in ceremony, and that will be held, and the new council member will join the full council at the dais for our August 28th business meeting. The council has fewer meetings in July and August, only one meeting in August, and so that's why there's a bit of a time delay. But when they are sworn in on July 25th, they will be able to go to committee meetings and begin to fulfill council responsibilities. So that is the format with the vacancy, which we are sad to have. And we're going to start. I have folks who are signed up. It looks like we're in alphabetical order. So that will give you a sense of where you are. The first speaker this evening is Michael Bridges. And if you can come down to either podium, depending where you're sitting, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the council. So, Mr. Bridges. Okay. The next speaker is Dondi Burrell. So, Michael.
I was counting on Mr. Bridges to be a buffer. Mayor Jennifer Roberts, Mayor Pro Tem Vi Lyles, at-large and district city council members, City Manager Jones and others seated on the dais, and all those who have assembled in the chamber, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
My name is Dondi Burrell, a resident of City Council District 2 for over 10 years. I come before you tonight as humble as I know how, seeking your vote in my favor to complete the term of the Honorable Alvin Al Austin. I seek this position not for fame or fortune, but for the opportunity to have a seat at the table of our local government. Such an opportunity would allow me to further serve the residents of District 2 and to be their voice. For the past 27 years, I've served the citizens of Charlotte through various activities with my Masonic affiliations, such as adopting families during the holidays, crop walk, raising monies for the American Cancer Society, voter registration, and such. I've advocated for and successfully operated the Double Oaks Masonic Outreach Center. In this capacity, I always made space available at no charge for the surrounding neighborhood association meetings. Additionally, I work with the neighborhood associations to allow movie nights on the lawn and with the Charlotte Housing Partnership to host neighborhood health fairs and festivals. My mission at Double Oaks was always to do some good in the neighborhood. The center housed organizations, churches, daycares, summer camps, and a non-public school. I am most proud of 3 of these entities who have moved on to purchase property and continue what they were able to develop and grow at the Oaks. A lifelong Democrat, I have voted consistently in every election since 1980. I vote in every primary, every election, every year, as I don't believe there's such a thing as an off-year election. I have volunteered on several election campaigns since 2000. This is when I first joined the Black Political Caucus. I am familiar with the issues and needs of District 2, such as affordable housing, economic development, well-paying jobs, and unfortunately crime. I would like to be able to focus on these areas. And although education is not a responsibility of the City Council, I will use this position to encourage our citizens to volunteer in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools in our district. We could do this in conjunction with the mayor's mentoring program. Although I have run for public office in the past, presently I am not seeking an elected office. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burrell. Our next speaker is Amy Chu. Welcome.
Y'all see me over this? Mayor Roberts, members of the City Council, staff, everyone here and watching at home, thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. My name is Amy Chu, and I'm here to ask for your vote for the appointment to serve District 2 for the remainder of Councilman Al Austin's term. I moved to Charlotte in 2008 and have spent the past 9 years serving this community in several different ways. I currently serve as the Executive Director of Queen City Forward. We are a nonprofit organization that supports social entrepreneurs, those who believe that they can change the world in entrepreneurial ways, and we help them take their ideas and grow and develop them into reality so that they might make our lives and our community better. I'm familiar with many of the issues that come before council, and I will diligently learn about the rest. I've been an active volunteer in this community and have served on several nonprofit boards, including the Charlotte Community Health Clinic and the Women and Girls Research Alliance at the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. And last fall, I joined many others in protesting the continued neglect of pressing structural issues that have led to unspeakably tragic loss of life in our community. The problems facing our community are significant, but I also wholeheartedly believe that they are not insurmountable. And as these challenges continue to persist, I'm here to offer an additional hand. I stand before you tonight because I want to help and because I believe that the solutions are well within our reach and possible in my lifetime. Throughout my time in Charlotte, I've also had the privilege to consistently participate in local political campaigns. It is on the campaign trail that I've sat in people's kitchens and learned and heard their stories from all across the city, including District 2. I've heard about people's hopes and dreams, as well as their struggles and frustrations. And as I've listened to these powerful stories of overcoming challenges and the beautiful ones of love and the promise of a better day, I feel renewed hope. It is the collection of these stories and others yet untold that have always informed my political work and now inspire the decision to explore community service in a different way. I'm not naive about the brevity of the opportunity at hand, and I don't come with a grand platform, but rather a sincere curiosity about how we might build trust and foster collaboration between citizens and their local government. I promise to serve my friends and neighbors of District 2 and the City of Charlotte by being present, engaged, and responsive. And to each of you, I promise to be a good colleague and engage in respectful debate. I appreciate your time and consideration and would be honored to serve alongside each of you. Councilman Austin, you will be missed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Chu. Our next speaker is Carlenia Ivory. And after her will be Stephen Jones. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor Jennifer Roberts, City Manager Marcus Jones, Mayor Pro Tem Vi Lyles, District 2 Representative the Best, Al Austin, and council members. My name is Carlenia Ivory. It is truly an honor to stand before you this evening. I arrived in Charlotte in 1969 to attend Johnson C. Smith University. I honed my skills as a Golden Bull, but I also, at that time, developed a deep love for our city, Charlotte, North Carolina. It was at Johnson C. Smith that I developed this skill, and I learned how wonderful it was to serve the citizens of the Northwest Charlotte corridor. During my humble beginnings, I found the opportunity to improve the lives of many people around me. As you can see, if you had the opportunity to read my bio, the resume that I forwarded to you, I have been involved and been a tireless participant in many grassroots endeavors. I have been instrumental in raising funds for many charitable organizations And with over 25 years of activism, I've had the opportunity to build strong partnerships, relationships, share my wisdoms, and that has transcended far beyond the Northwest Charlotte corridor. I am a servant leader. Although this is an interim position, I will not treat it as such. Every opportunity I have to interact with citizens, regardless of the situation, whether it's affordable housing, safety, code enforcement, transportation, increasing trust between the community and law enforcement, the mayor's youth program, infrastructure, city funding for youth programs, whatever it is, I will handle in a very positive, courteous, responsible, accessible, and thoughtful manner. I carry the quote by Maya Angelou, "People will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel." If selected, I will work to make the citizens of District 2 feel like they matter, and all constituents of this city. I will make sure that their concerns are heard and that they know that they are valued members of our community. With this being said, I stand before you this evening and I ask for your vote to serve out the interim term as a District 2 representative. I thank you in advance for your support, and Council Member Al Austin, thank you for your service.
Thank you, Ms. Ivory. Our next speaker is Stephen Jones. After him, we'll have Brandy Meekins. Welcome.
Mayor Roberts, members at the dais. My name is Stephen Jones, and I got to meet Mr. Al Austin as I ran against him for his second term. He taught me a lot, actually. His shoes are going to be almost impossible to fill. My goal is to continue the things that he has done. I believe that his vision is great. Everything that I've met him in the meetings that we attended, he's given me great advice and was always willing to talk to me, even though I was on the ticket with him. It's very respectful. I have a lot of respect for Mr. Austin. I'm here seeking, obviously, his seat for his vacancy as he moves up in his career. I know this appointment is but for a short time, but I will give of all of my gifts, talents, and presence to this entity and this body, and to the members of District 2. I will be a conduit for all of their proposals and ideals that would make this district a better place. I hope to bring new angles and ideas to the table to help solve and create solutions to the issues that sometimes tarnish my beautiful district. Some of those issues, unfortunately, are crime and the housing prices that keep rising. It is not true, unfortunately, I've learned that a rising tide lifts all boats. Some boats don't go up. Mr. Al Austin told me once at a council meeting on the District 2 Development Conference that this job is not a part-time position. This is a full-time job and then some. I was not aware of that until he made it very clear through all of the things that he's done in our district. And I will do everything that I can to fill his shoes and to move forward in his vision for this community, because I believe that we share a vision. I have been on the board of multiple nonprofits. I've run in a board currently in my community, but I know that none of those things are equivalent to what you guys do and the amount of time and effort that goes into this job. And I will work tirelessly and probably neglect other responsibilities that I don't feel meet the responsibilities of this board in order to make my district as beautiful as it can be. Thank you for the time. I know my time did not end, but we'll go ahead and let the next person speak. Thank you very much, Mr. Austin. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brandy Meekins.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Guess I can start out by saying I'll be able to fill those fashion shoes, Mr. Austin.
Okay.
All right, because the protocol has already been established, greetings, Mayor Jennifer Roberts, Mayor Pro Tem V. Lyles, and to each of our city council members and all those who are here with us this evening. I submit my request to serve as your District 2 representative and continue Councilman Al Austin's dedication, commitment, and legacy to the illustrious city of Charlotte, North Carolina. As a 3-year long-time resident of Charlotte and in District 2, a 3rd-year transformation director for the Harvest Center of Charlotte, which is a nonprofit agency who assists those who have moved from homelessness to sustainability, or to assist those who would like to move from homelessness, poverty, unemployment to sustainability. I'm also one who is a mother of a rising collegiate senior at JCSU. She's on tennis and academic scholarships, and she has been selected for the Beatties Ford research project in which I'm assisting her with as she researches the Western Corridor, and she's doing that this summer, so I'm very proud of her. In 2010, I completed the City of Fayetteville, North Carolina's Institute for Community Leadership, and I took a sincere delve into the politics of my birth city by being appointed to City Council to the city's Planning Commission in September of 2013 as the only appointed female. However, my appointment was short-lived as I relocated to Charlotte, North Carolina in April of 2014 to begin my mission and my appointment with the Harvest Center of Charlotte, serving our citizens affected by homelessness, poverty, and/or unemployment. In considering myself a lifelong learner, I'm willing to listen and commit to learning all that is necessary to fulfill this position as District 2 councilman and to enhance my personal and professional growth. And I say that sincerely because I know I've only been here 3 years, and I'm coming behind some people who've been here a long time, but it's okay. Because I want to hold on to what this city believes in. I want to hold on to what we can do moving forward. I don't have a lot to compare it to from the past, so I can only look at where we are now and where we want to move. Therefore, I've recently submitted an application to the City of Charlotte Civic Leadership Academy, and I look forward to serving alongside those who are just as selfless as I am. I'm capable of working with my fellow council on important issues such as economic mobility, inclusion and equity, diversity in schools, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention the need to reduce crime rates, particularly violent crimes. And I do have a background in criminal justice and mental health, so I do know what it takes, and I know what it comes with to assist those who are suffering from those areas or in those areas. In addition to the aforementioned issues listed, as a member of the Homeless Services Network, I'm also well aware of our increased need for the affordable housing at this time and more. My simplistic solution to these issues is for our citizens and lawmakers to elect and appoint individuals who will serve selflessly and unselfishly, making decisions that are for the good of all.
Thank you. That was your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
I know it goes fast. Thank you. Our next speaker is Rashawn Peak. Welcome.
We, the unwilling, led by the unqualified, have been doing the unbelievable for so long. With so little, we now attempt the impossible with nothing. Good evening. On June 21st, 2016, hundreds of Charlotte residents gathered to honor the legacy of Nancy Crown. Nancy passed away suddenly, but not before she and her sisters launched a grassroots effort, an initiative to increase bipartisanship and compromise called Bridging the Political Divide. In her honor and memory, I submitted my application to replace, if possible, District 2 Councilman Al Austin. Here I stand today in purple. Purple as symbolism that Charlotte can be the standard to bridge the political divide. That we can be a national example of how to bridge the economic and racial divide. That as a team we show the world that when red and blue policymakers come together, we make a powerful purple. Many of you know me. I've been a resident of District 2 for over 12 years. We've sat in countless economic development and planning meetings with University City partners and Charlotte Center City partners. We've taken pictures at job creation, ribbon cuttings, and grand openings. We've listened to residents in every district's concerns about public safety and infrastructure. We volunteered together to empower girls and women to advocate for themselves, to be leaders in our community, and to be active and to activate their limitless potential. I seek this appointment knowing that 5 months isn't a long time, but it's enough time to shine the light on the brilliance and hard work in the district that I call home. It's enough time to bring the audacity of opportunity to the residents that have fallen into the shadows. It's enough time to encourage micro business owners to pursue their dreams, to become their best selves, to provide for their families, and to learn what's in their hands, to use what's in their hands. Whether it's Miss Sheila's famous cakes at a pop-up market or Mr. Sam, who can finally get his automotive technician certificate after being the neighborhood mechanic all of his adult life. Every resident should have the support and access to resources that he or she needs to be great. It's enough time to begin to connect the residents in the historic West End and the neighborhoods surrounding Camp North End with the necessities we all take for granted that make the possibility of economic opportunity. Honestly, have you ever tried to fill out a job application on your cell phone? It's enough time to increase the tax base and the economic vitality of not just District 2, but Charlotte as a whole. I am Rashawn Peak, and I would be honored to be your District 2 representative.
Thank you, Ms. Peak. Our next speaker is Glenn C. Redrick. Welcome.
Welcome. Good evening. Thank you, Councilman Austin, for representing our District 2 and serving as our CEO for the Y, where I work with you, with our youth at First Baptist Church West. My vision for Charlotte is a city with zero homelessness, great schools, affordable and sufficient housing, and jobs with livable wages that provides a tremendous and intentional awareness that every citizen in Charlotte is viable and valued. District 2 is an integral part of the whole of our city. I am committed to working with leadership to develop and enhance the core values which demonstrate and acknowledge the worth of every citizen. I am committed to working as a difference maker as we seek a better presence of law enforcement in our communities. I am committed to working with the police to achieve reform because reform is crucial. I am committed to discouraging the use of terms in conversations and in news reports that negatively define our citizens. Changing the language to reflect strength and positivity will reflect in a perceptual change in our great city. I will continue to contribute to the work of ensuring that every citizen has the opportunity to move beyond the barriers that keep some persons at the bottom rung of society. My declaration to Charlotte is to be the citizen that will continue to be the voice for all, especially for the voiceless, to work for their concerns, their needs, and their desires in order that they may experience a quality Charlotte. I am seeking the appointment for District 2 in order to address the aforementioned issues. Because, Charlotte, we can experience the richness of our city when we see ourselves more as a tossed salad or a stir fry as opposed to being a melting pot. Thank you for your time, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Redrick. Our next speaker is Joseph Smith.
Good evening, Mayor Roberts and Council. Thank you for this opportunity to come before you and speak. I just wanted to say that I'm interested in serving the City Council District 2 representative position. Obviously, as everyone's heard, it's going to be a very tough seat to fill. And I don't know if I have a deep enough voice, but I'll try. About myself, I've lived in District 2 for the past 4 years and worked in District 2 for the past 5 years. I would like to be an active participant in shaping and establishing the general policies under which the city operates. Before relocating to Charlotte, I lived in Montgomery, Alabama while obtaining my master's in accountancy from Alabama State University. I moved to Charlotte to work in the financial services industry in 2012 and quickly adopted Charlotte as my new home. In my short tenure in the city, I have worked as an internal auditor at 2 of the largest financial institutions in the city, co-founded a startup company to help new Charlotteans navigate the city. I've been elected by my peers as the chapter president of the National Association of Black Accountants, served the community by giving back with the graduate chapter of my fraternity, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, and selected as Charlotte Mecklenburg's Black Chamber of Commerce 30 Under 30 recipient for 2016. My work and education experiences have given me the opportunity to work in a complex financial industry. My experience with NABA has granted me the opportunity to work with the Charlotte Chamber of Commerce as we try to increase diversity and inclusion within the accounting field and attract diverse talent to the city. The experiences with my fraternity has given me the opportunity to work with young African American men throughout the city as a mentor, guiding them as they matriculate from high school into college. And my experience in the startup world in Charlotte has given me insights to the needs of this startup community. My priorities align very clearly and closely to Councilman Al Austin's. Public safety is one thing that has always been a push in the city and still needs a little bit of work. Homelessness and working with affordable housing and also pushing for paying jobs that give a paying living wage for members in the district, as well as affording job training for those that may need it as well. Also, another push was economic development, which I also agree with, and it would be to incentivize small businesses to become a part of the District 2 community in areas like Fremore West, Biddleville, and Beatties Ford, just as an example. In addition to supporting the economic development in that area, I believe that transportation is a major key and would support the efforts of the Gold Line to bring people into that area and also increase the economic development. No person is an island, and I myself would not be able to do that all by myself. I would work with the fellow residents in the community, leaders, to resolve the issues that they may have and then also find them resources that they need. My leadership experiences, living, working, and giving back in Charlotte would help me get ready for that position. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. The next speaker is Charles Vicala.
Welcome. All right. Good evening, City Council, Mayor. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you, but I'd like to also ask or request of you some time to get face-to-face time as you consider your appointment for this position. First, I want to start off stating my name, Charles Nzao Vicala Jr. I'm a first-generation American, native Charlottean. I've been here all my life pretty much, except for when Pops moved me to Concord for high school, and then I went to Chapel Hill and then came back to the city. And what brought me back to the city is that I expect that Charlotte would be rising in a tide of growth on its path to this world-class status that it's trying to look for and will be soon achieving, the Charlotte USA type deal. You know a city has made it when it doesn't need its state any longer. It's a world-class city. But as we move on that trajectory, there's a few things that's been concerning me as a District 2 constituent or resident. I've only lived in my district the past 3 years. It'll be 3 years in September, actually. I live in Genesis Park, one of the neighborhoods that is normally comes up in the conversation of affordability, crime, and other things like that. And I understand that former Mayor David Howard did some work with the CMHP and the CMPD and all of that to do some changes in the community. And I've noticed those changes. Sarah, I'd like to recognize her. She's done some work in the city. With the city and some projects with grant funds. But what I want to get to is the function of intersectionality that I think that Charlotte is missing. I think that just as I think someone recognized, I think it was Councilmember Kinsey that said that people would never know what Al has contributed. And I'd like to recognize anything that he's done in service for the community. I just want to say that, in holding public office, people should know and are to know, you know what I mean? So I do feel like that I'm a little bit disintegrated, despite the fact that I have been doing a lot of I have been showing up and doing my due diligence with the county and city meetings and things like that, but I still feel like there's a veil that needs to be pierced. So when I talk about that intersectionality, I'm talking about myself and the creative vision that I have to pay attention to meticulous details, slight ignorance that I would couple with resourcefulness to make sure I'm having the conversation, hearing the conversation clearly and proposing changes, experience, but then also being able to expand beyond my experience. But I do want to note that the native Charlottean experience in the District 2 area is a little different. This issue of public safety, for one, I always feel safe in my district. The issue has never crossed my mind that I'm unsafe. However, I do see the crime rates and things like that, and we know, as our CMPD normally says, that it's something directly related to the relationships that people have. It's normally people that they know where they're experiencing these type of things. So I think that should speak to how we address the situation. On that same note, in terms of the intersectionality, we could speak to the police officers in the community and the fact that we're looking to put more communities. All right, I yield the time, but I still want to give you that invitation to speak with me personally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Shantae Williams. Welcome.
Good evening. Don't worry, you're almost there. I'm a Williams, so almost at the end. My name is Dr. Shantae Williams, and I would like to represent Charlotte's 3rd Ward because I am committed to ensuring that everyone in that community is able to participate in the explosive economic progress that is happening throughout that district and throughout the city. As a millennial native of Charlotte, I have had the opportunity to watch the neighborhood change dramatically, and my family has been a part of that evolution. Our story begins in public housing, which is now transformed into luxury apartments. I vividly remember one of my parents' proudest moments when they were accepted into a grant program that allowed them to purchase their first home. Not only did that mean that we got a new home, but it meant that I no longer had to be bused 2.5 hours to a better school, but rather I could participate in a quality magnet school that was closer to my home. As a result, I was a student in the International Baccalaureate program, and I am a proud graduate of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Public School System. Those progressive commitments to the community of the 1980s and 90s helped my family and I transcend poverty, and I work every day to make sure that other children are able to do exactly the same thing. Since moving my business back to Charlotte, I've been able to listen and work in the community on behalf of District 2. I know the concerns of a lack of affordable housing, food insufficiency concerns, the concerns of rising crime, and underemployment. For some populations, these challenges have not changed in 50 years. And I advocate on behalf of those citizens who share these concerns. I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry, a doctorate in integrated biomedical sciences focused in neuro-oncology, pharmacology, and biomedical engineering, as well as an MBA in entrepreneurship and finance. I have been able, as a business owner and entrepreneur, to help create jobs. I've helped others to launch their businesses. I've been able to provide working capital to micro and small businesses to ensure that they stay in business. My education experience have helped me fully participate in the tech economy, and as a result, I have continued to be fully committed to STEAM education, expanding opportunities to all segments, growing access for capital, and then increasing quality affordable housing. Charlotte's District 2 is at the leading edge of the rapid growth in the city, and I know I have the skills, education, and experience to be an effective representative, and I welcome the opportunity to continue to serve my community and the residents in this interim capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Our last speaker is Monty Witherspoon Brown. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor, Council, citizens of Charlotte, my name is Reverend Dr. Monty Witherspoon Brown. That's my whole name. It's a lot to say. It's hyphenated. Monty Witherspoon Brown. I stand before this council, the city where I was born and raised, to offer my service to the residents of District 2. I will not spend my allotted time sharing personal anecdotes. I will, however, provide you with my abbreviated biography and contact information to be sent to your email. I hope that you will take time to read it. I share in what I believe to be a collective vision for Charlotte, a growing city that attracts both individuals and families, a city with job growth and an excellent quality of life for its residents. In order for this vision to be fulfilled, we must continue to strive towards safety, economic opportunities as a catalyst of upward mobility, affordable housing that is not concentrated, a clean environment, and a stellar transportation system that alleviates congestion, as well as a responsive and accountable government. I do not stand here with lofty goals or unrealistic promises. However, I am pragmatic in my approach that will ensure success in the coming months. First, I will continue the tremendous work that is currently underway in District 2. Also, I will work cooperatively with this entire council to ensure that the remaining collective priorities are achieved. This is what the city needs, this is what the district needs. With the time remaining, I assure you that the result of this enterprise is inconsequential to my future service to the city. I hereby petition your well-founded consideration of me to represent District 2. My name is Monty Witherspoon Brown. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Witherspoon Brown. I want to make sure we didn't miss the one person who wasn't here. Did Michael Bridges come? Okay. Just wanted to give him one more chance. All right. Well, I appreciate the time from our 12 applicants that came this evening, and we'll remind you that the council will make the appointment on Monday, July 24th. That means you still have some more weeks if you want to get in touch with council members and make your pitch. We appreciate your coming down tonight to let us hear from you, and appreciate your willingness to serve and your willingness to be engaged with the future of our city. So thank you very much. The next item on our agenda are some public hearings. The first is item 10, and the action here is to conduct a public hearing to close a portion of Barnett Place and then to adopt a resolution. Is there anyone signed up to speak to this?
Move the public hearing be closed.
Second. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And do we need to adopt, do I move it, hear a motion to adopt the resolution to
So
close?
moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the next one is a public hearing on a resolution to close a portion of Myrtle Avenue. We need to conduct the hearing and then adopt a resolution to close. And is there anyone signed up to speak, Madam Clerk? No?
Move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And is there a motion to adopt the resolution
So
to
moved.
close?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the last closure, I think, is on, the last one. Item 12 is a public hearing on a resolution to close a portion of South Poplar Street. Is there anyone signed up to speak to this, Madam Clerk? No, ma'am. Okay.
Close. Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And do I hear a motion to adopt the resolution to close that
moved.
portion?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Next, we have city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. I have just one brief announcement. One thing I want to say before I do this, don't let Sandy write jokes for you. These are the worst jokes I've ever had. So I'm just going to do this myself. So I just want to, I know many of you know, but for those who don't know, Ann Wall, our assistant city manager, is heading to, and I'll give you one, Sandy, greener pastures. I don't know if that, as she becomes the city manager of Greenville, North Carolina. I've enjoyed my time with Ann. Ann's been here since 2013. She'll start August 1st, and what we'll do is try to get all of the information we can out of her before she leaves. So if you see Ann at her desk through the night and through the next week, the extraction process is happening. But thank you, Ann. Thanks for being a great part of the team. We're going to miss you.
This is not her last meeting.
She gonna make July 10th?
I don't think she's planning.
Oh, that's
All right.
She's going to serve us some.
That concludes your report, Mr. Manager?
Yes.
Well, Greenville is lucky.
No speech from Ann?
I know.
Yes,
Speak.
get to that.
You want to say anything?
No speech. I mean,
Get up
You wanna
there,
say?
3 minutes. No, it's not.
We got 2 minutes to speak over.
we want Ann. We want Ann.
I will say it's been my personal and professional privilege to work for the city of Charlotte and certainly to work with this council. And I appreciate your thoughtful approach, your deliberative style, even though it is 5 minutes of 9 right now. And I really appreciate it. And I really want to thank the city manager, and I truly want to thank all the employees that work for the city of Charlotte for the warm welcome and this wonderful opportunity to work for the city. So thank you all very much.
Congratulations,
All
Ann.
right.
Yeah.
We'll have to come visit Greenville.
Are you still going to have a city cell
We'll be there
phone?
for the North Carolina League meeting in her city.
That's exactly right.
She'll be hosting us.
We'll be back here.
Scope out the barbecue joint.
And are you going to still have a city cell phone?
I actually think they'll make me give back my Charlotte cell phone, but I'll make sure that there is some contact information.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Manager, for recognizing her, too. Okay. Our next item is extraordinary events ordinance. And the motion here is going to be to adopt an ordinance repealing Article 14 and Chapter 15 of the City Code that is titled Extraordinary Events. And we had a presentation on this in our dinner meeting. I'm going to let Councilmember Eiselt, who's the Chair of Community Safety, make any comments if she would like, and we'll have discussion.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Just to say that we've had the opportunity, as we mentioned in our dinner meeting, to hear from the public on the extraordinary event ordinance as to what it really means to the public. Whereas we had put this in place for the Democratic Convention back in 2012 for large national and international events where large groups of people would be coming to the city. In fact, it's been used 41 different times in Charlotte. And it's been sort of determined that we really don't need to be using it. That, in fact, the police department have the tools that they need to keep people safe without this ordinance. So as Chief Putney says, when you designate everything an extraordinary event, it no longer becomes very extraordinary. So the primary focus was to make sure that our police department has what they need to keep people safe. And Chief Putney is comfortable that he has those tools. The real focus these days is on terrorism and finding strategies that address some of the terrorist tactics that we've seen throughout the world. And of course, that's a challenge, but one that isn't really being solved with this ordinance. So with that, I would like to make a motion this evening to adopt an ordinance repealing Article 14 of Chapter 15 of the City Code entitled Extraordinary Events.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further comments? I want to appreciate the city staff, the CMPD, the community. I think there were some really productive discussions of this ordinance, why it was put in place, what it meant, and its obsolescence. And I think that this was a good example of the collaboration and the responsiveness of our city departments, our police chief, and our community. So, with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The next item is item 15, revisions to the Citizens Review Board. We also heard some of this during our dinner meeting, but there were, I think, a few more questions that had not been answered, so we do have time for discussion. Even though it's 9 o'clock and my computer battery is dying. You've got a hard copy in case I need it. So this is another one under the Community Safety Committee, and the motion here will be to approve the committee's recommendation to revise the Citizens Review Board. And Councilmember Isel, I'll let you say a few words too.
I'll say it very quickly, that we, again, in order to increase accountability and trust amongst the community, we acknowledge that there are some improvements that we could make to the Citizens Review Board that gives people who feel that they've been wronged by the police the opportunity to file a complaint, but also to have assistance from the city, from our community relations team to go through that process with an understanding of how it could be done. So we made a lot of revisions to the recommendations for revisions, including making sure that we have a board that duly reflects the diversity of our community, that it in fact has staggered terms so that every year there will be an appointment to the Citizens Review Board, and that there will be a more fair process and help with people who need to go through the process of filing a complaint. So with that, I'd like to make a motion. I guess you make the motion, then her amendment.
We're going to have speakers.
Make a motion that we approve the Community Safety Committee's recommendation to revise the CRE membership requirements by amending Section 16-56 of Chapter 16 of the City Code.
Second. Okay, so there's a motion and a second, and we have 4 speakers signed up to address this evening. The first one is Paris Hopkins. And again, you will have 3 minutes for each of you to speak to this agenda item. Welcome. Welcome.
I will be speaking on the diversity. There will always be a lack of community trust in any board that does not reflect the demographic of the community that is supposed to serve us. Even though current federal and state laws will not allow the quota on diversity, our community deserves a CRB that has adequate Black, Latinos, Asians, and Muslims representation. The starting point of the service of the Citizen Review Board is the completion of the Charlotte Citizen Academy. Safe Coalition NC is committed to helping recruit residents of diverse backgrounds, ethnicities, and identities to apply for the Charlotte Citizen Academy. Since we view it as a pipeline for the future services on Citizen Review Board as well as the Civil Service Board, I myself plan to apply to the Citizen Academy, but understand that changing the diversity of the board is not only based on the completion of the Citizen Academy, but also based on the slots on the board becoming open. Since the CRB is at least a year away from being able to diversify its demographic makeup, we urge the council to work with the city manager and the city attorney to come up with a plan to ensure that the current board can reach a decision that are not only fair, but equal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hopkins. The next speaker is Miko Williams.
I will be speaking about the board itself. Okay, currently the appointed process for the Citizens Review Board is perceived by many community either to be appointed or by default or by appointment or colleagues process. Many times there's a shortage of applicants, and the council has to appoint a board member by default. Other situations, there may be a few candidates for appointment, and council members go back and forth with who should be appointed in those situations. And it rarely seems as if most members are other than on the, wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute, go back. Should be appointed with, time is ticking. Okay, so let me go back. I'm sorry, y'all. It's appointed by the council members to go back and forth. Other situations, therefore, a few candidates for appointments and council members go back and forth. For those who are appointed with those situations, it rarely seems as if merely members other than the council members are making the recommendations to have the knowledge or the application or the skills in which the applicant process that maybe makes them a good candidate to serve the board. Safe Coalition of NC, the community, did the safety commitments and asked the CRB to implement the interviews, the process of all appointments. The interview commitment should be made up of representatives from the Human Relations Committee and other city managers, along with council members, and the HR should decide that outside community groups should have some say-so in it, more or less. Any interview process and should be allowed. The goal is for the committee to be ensured for the new Citizens Review Board to have balance between the members that have the experience in disciplinary of mental health, mediation, criminology, with the members that pose culture awareness skills, understanding, empathy, and the volume of understanding the commitment of color, which of the sorely missed and currently made up. The Citizens Review Board should be made up with not made up with current former employees or nor their family members, which y'all already discussed that. So that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Williams. The next speaker is Corinne Mack. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Manager Jones, Mayor Pro Tem Bilaus, and City Council persons. I'm going to be speaking on the training and necessity of training. To serve on the Citizen Review Board requires not only a commitment of time, but it takes sacrifice. To serve, everyone needs to have training. Board members must complete the Citizens Academy, where over the course of 3 months, they are trained in CMPD history, mission, and organization, police officer selection and training, constitutional law, laws of arrest, search and seizures, internal affairs, and officer use of force, as well as crime prevention and use of crime analysis. They also should be trained and will be trained in traffic enforcement, as well as criminal investigations and gang interventions, and community policing. Once an applicant is appointed to the Citizen Review Board, they are expected to complete 8 additional hours of training, which the council is considering allowing them to be used on a police ride-along, at least 2 to 4 hours for a police ride-along. Our concerns is that at no time is the board remembering that the training also should include the troubled history of Charlotte, the relationship between police and communities of color. There is, at this time, no training of implicit bias, though I know that that's a conversation you've already had and will be voting on. But that training should include not only implicit bias, but dismantling racism training. Here's the key. When we look at most of the issues that we've had here in the city, most of them were racially based, some socioeconomically based. But if we don't begin to go deeper, have self-examinations through the implicit bias training, through the dismantling racism training, no matter what board we will have a problem. More importantly, tomorrow, when there is a conversation around the Keith Lamont Scott case, has every person in that room been trained through implicit bias? Implicit bias goes beyond white and black, because black folks have biases against blacks as well, which is why it's so important we have that training. If we're going to be a viable city, and I know that one day we will be, it means that each of us must have a self-examination.
And that training causes you to begin to look at yourself in a very different way, therefore looking at others a very different way. I believe in love, and love encompasses all nations, all races, all socioeconomic positions, as well as sexual orientation. I believe we will get there, but we must, absolutely must be willing to first examine ourselves.
Thank you, Ms. Mack.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
And our last speaker is Lamika Jackson.
Good evening. My name is Lamika Jackson, and I'll be talking on the topic pertaining to advocating for victims. Many of the Charlotte residents are not experienced and properly interpreted in terminology associated with completing manipulative forms of paperwork. What may seem easily interpreted by the city may not be easily interpreted by the people, especially if they have experienced trauma at the hands of a police officer. When completing the Citizen Review Board paperwork, a single question decides whether the complaint meets the minimum standards to have the case heard by Citizen Review Board. The question on the form say, why do you feel this decision was wrong? The question is really asking the applicant, the complainant, to explain by greater weight of the evidence, how did the chief of police clearly air the regarding of the complaint in the case? Like most people, I would interpret the question on the form differently from the extended purpose. By misinterpreting would lead to cases likely being turned down by the Citizen Review Board for not meeting the legal standards to have a case heard. What the Safe Coalition of North Carolina is asking the council to provide an advocate to help the complainant complete the paperwork properly. The Charlotte Human Relationship Commission has shown interest in important service. We believe is best suited to help residents complete the Citizen Review Board paperwork and navigate the process. So make sure y'all sponging this in and not just hearing and listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson, and thank you to all of our speakers. We have had some conversation on this topic with a dinner meeting, but we can have additional conversation. I know that there's still some questions about training in particular. I do want to address Ms. Jackson's concern. There is in the changes to the procedures, the Community Relations Committee has hired staff members to assist with filing complaints, and we also are working in 4 different languages to assist people in filing complaints, because we have heard that from the community, and that is part of the improvements to the way that the CRB will be handled going forward. I want to open up to discussion. Councilmember Mayfield?
Thank you, Mayor. When we were in room 267 earlier, we had a comment, we were speaking to additional recommendations. So in one of our slides, on slide 9, we had, in the presentation, we talked about the different groups and how we're going to advertise through our Citizen Academy, as well as recruit at neighborhood board retreats and leadership exchanges and Civic Leadership Academy. I'm going to ask for staff to have on our end and our language to make sure that we enlarge our recruitment pool, because everything right now is based on those who are already engaged at some level with City of Charlotte services and who are aware of the services. And I do have a concern, and it was mentioned by one of the speakers, regarding diversity. I know that the Public Safety Committee had a lot of conversation, and I read through some of the minutes, and I talked to Councilman Austin regarding we do not have the legal ability, if I'm saying this correctly, to our city attorney, to put in specific requirements. We can't say one seat goes to this minority or that minority, but we can make a conscious effort to make sure that the pool of candidates we're outreaching. We're going to the African American Chamber. We're going to the LGBT Chamber. We're reaching out to the community has been most impacted because they are the voices that we need to hear at the table. So I really want to make sure, and if it is okay with our chair, because I believe there's also going to be an amendment that will be coming from Mayor Pro Tem, that we can agree to have the language in place to be as diverse and do the outreach beyond City of Charlotte services to make sure that this board, since we do have time, reflects the city in which we live. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Councilor Mayfield. Oh, was there a hand? I was going.
Great.
Councilor Phipps.
Yeah, I was wondering about the comment with regard to an advocate to assist in the preparation of a complaint. Are we saying that such an advocate would be an employee of the city? Because I'm trying to figure out how would that not be an inherent conflict of interest or an independence issue insofar as the city would be helping someone to file a complaint against the city. So if you could help me to understand the dynamics around that, I would appreciate it.
Mr. Attorney, do you want to, or Ms. Wall?
Mr. Phipps, the Community Relations Commission provides support to all residents of the city, and so we have, they have hired 2 staff people, and those staff people, their job is to work and do lots of engagement and be in the community, and one of their additional responsibilities would be to serve, to assist people who would like to file to the Citizens Review Board to help them understand the process, what their rights are, what their role can be, and to really help them and to go with them through that process. We're also trying to secure some additional resources in the community, but we're not in a position to fully explain that at this point.
So as I understand it, then the assistance would be more directed to the process, but not the actual helping to fill out or prepare the actual complaint?
Well, I think it would be that, Mr. Phipps. I think it would be to help. It would be about the process, explaining the process and the role, and helping to complete the application. I don't think the staff person's role would necessarily be to represent the person at the hearings, but really to help the person filing the complaint understand what's going to happen, what the meetings look like, what the next steps might be.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. There are a couple of comments that I'd like to make. I'm really, really appreciative of the time that the committee took into doing this work, because I think that we need to be very serious about moving forward on our commitment to the community. Time continues to pass, and we need to begin to take action to get things done. I want to make a couple of comments that I think might be pertinent, particularly around the speakers. I think that when you look at our curriculum in the Citizens Academy, I would hope that we're not teaching a point of view only from the police department. I would hope that what we're doing, if we're training our officers correctly, the curriculum at the academy should reflect that community perspective in every aspect of those courses. So I would just hope that the academy's curriculum is done in a way that you're talking to the community, representing what we need to do in really good ways of procedure for police, but also for community safety, which you have to remember, it's community safety. So we want that to be the case. I think that I just want to say that we can integrate our curriculum. I also want to really respect the idea of where does the community get involved, and I appreciate Paris coming down and saying that she's going to put herself in a position to be nominated, because I believe that is where the outside really helps. It's when you actually offer to serve, and that vetting process is going to just be an important part, but what's most important is that we step up and begin to do that. There's a National Citizens Review Board organization, and I'm going to tell the story. Many of you know Tanya Jameson, who had an incident in a small town in Tennessee. And I was invited to lunch and joined her when the police chief of Knoxville came down and presented his results of their citizens review of her case. And I just thought to myself, when you see that kind of emphasis, that it takes a time. Now, of course, Tanya's a journalist, so he was coming down with the point of view that he needed to make, so I'm acknowledging that. But we had a great conversation. The outcome wasn't what she wanted it to be, but by the time he presented the materials, the documentation in a way that you could read it and understand it, I think everybody walked away better prepared and better understanding of community, and that's what we need. And actually, the former person in Knoxville lives in Concord now. She was their committee chair and did a lot of their work. But I also want to say that we shouldn't forget the idea that we want this board to be effective. And we have all voted to have subpoena power, and we aren't going to get it out of this legislative session. But let's not forget to continue to focus on those things that are going to build trust, as we said, and I believe subpoena power is part of it. So I'm going to support the motion. I do have a request to follow up that I don't believe is required for the motion, if I understand that, Mr. Hageman. Yes. But I think that we should all be proud that we're moving and taking action on the commitment that we made to this community. So thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Romero.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate staff's efforts and committee's efforts to continue to build trust in our community. I have a couple of questions. I think staff did a great job of interpreting the application in multiple languages, being Vietnamese, Spanish, and Arabic. Do we also have interpreters for some of the communities where there is a language barrier? To breach that gap, and I just want to sort of make sure that we take that into an account to address growing needs when it comes to more languages, but then also having an interpreter. Also, as we are looking at diversity and being more inclusive with our board, I want to make sure that in addition to ethnic groups, we are also considering age, gender, and LGBTQ communities, to Ms. Mayfield's point. So we are addressing diversity and being inclusive in from various angles. And I'm happy to help with reaching out to some of the communities, and especially with District 5 being very diverse with very strong immigrant and refugee communities.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Romero. Councilor Smith.
I just want to say, I think that the committee, there was a lot of sincere dialogue around creating the diversity that will reflect our community. And I think we had, at numerous meetings, we reinforced the ability that it'll fall on us. I mean, we're the ones that ultimately make the appointments. You can put things on paper, but ultimately we need to put together a board that's reflected the community. And I think the committee heard that, and what I'm hearing from council is the same thing. I think we also, as a committee, realize that the strength of this board is important to our community, that a strong Citizens Review Board will also be something that will help our community, help build trust, help build things that we desperately need and we learned last fall. And lastly, I want to touch on Mayor Pro Tem. She's right. We did push as part of our agenda to get subpoena power, and it didn't work. But we did burn up a lot of phone hours with legislators in Raleigh to see if we can get it, and we were not successful this time. They've got a lot of other stuff on their agenda, but I do think that those are conversations that can and will continue. But I was proud of the work that our committee did on this issue. We had very strong dialogue within the meetings on trying to make this a board that is, again, reflective of the community, but it also is a strong board with qualified people. It goes beyond just diversity. We want people on there that are capable of making complex decisions and working through complex cases. So we look forward to, I guess, a year from now when we'll have the opportunity to make the appointment as the board rolls off. So.
I just wanted to add, just for information for folks who are following this, that the other thing that we discovered in our dinner meeting was that the terms are not staggered. And so the entire 11-member board is coming up next year, 2018. So going forward, we have a process to stagger the terms, to continue continuity on that board. I think the other improvement that's been made is for transparency to publish data on officer complaints and disposition. And those cases from 1997 to the present will now be available on the CRB homepage. Data from the annual Internal Affairs Unit, which includes all cases and outcomes of misconduct allegations, is available in annual reports on the Internal Affairs webpage. And so, again, I think I appreciate the committee and its work and looking at the improvements needed and making recommendations that we are going to vote on in a minute that's going to make that process better and more transparent. So, anything come out of all this collaboration down here, Councilmember Driggs?
Not necessarily. I just wanted to say I appreciate the work of the committee and in particular the emphasis on the objectivity of board members and the process through which they will be selected with an eye towards ensuring that they can actually consider the issues and reach a reasoned conclusion. So I support the proposed amendment.
Absolutely. Terrific. And appreciate all the comments and the improvements and the input from the community. Absolutely, they have been heard, and I think it's been a good process. All right. All those in favor, thank you so much. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Did we have an amendment?
My understanding is I want to be recognized. It's not an amendment, it's a request, right?
So, yeah, it's a direction to staff to incorporate that. Any opposed? Okay, very good. Next we move, Councilor.
Go ahead and make a suggestion while we're on the topic before they left.
Oh, okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Also at our dinner meeting, when we were having this discussion, we had the discussion around how would we actually remember to keep this current, keep it flexible, and keep it moving forward, because all of us know that the ordinance was in place for a long time, and it just kind of didn't get to the front of the line all the time. So I'd like to actually ask the city manager that as we are going through this process, and we're going through the vetting process with applicants in the interview process, as well as with the chair of the Citizens Review Board, the director of Community Relations Committee, and the police chief, that we ensure that our annual training includes components on policing and public safety and the community's perspective and perceptions on law enforcement. So when people are being nominated and they're coming in for the interview, that they know there's an expectation around understanding both of those components and the balance that we really need to have that happen. And that when we do that, that when we have the annual report from the Citizens Review Board, that we include a section on the training provided during the year or the training taken by each person or member during the year, and that the board actually make recommendations for training that they think should be revised or included to remain current in law enforcement techniques and engagement with the community. And I hope that that will be acceptable for the staff to follow through. I think it's important because it's going to keep us on the top of our minds and be able to give a real report to our community. Thank you.
And we could be held accountable. Councilor Mayfield.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, just a quick question. In room 267, we discussed adding the actual language for the training to include the implicit bias training as well as the dismantling racism. Right. That we already captured that, so we don't need to have that discussion here again. Thank you.
Absolutely. They're great trainings, and we appreciate, I know that the Race Matters for Juvenile Justice has done a lot in getting that training out in the community. We appreciate all that they have done. So
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your engagement. Before we move to appointments, I want to take a minute and just recognize, I'm sorry I didn't do this early, we have a county commissioner in the audience, Commissioner Vilma Leak. Just wanted to recognize you and thank you for coming here. Thank you for joining our meeting and staying till the end. We appreciate you. We next have appointments, and there are several of these. We're going to have 2 runoffs, but several are going to be made this evening. Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. The Charlotte International Cabinet, Janelle Hallman received 7 votes.
Move by acclamation.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
For the Charlotte Regional Visitors Authority, Peter Grills received 7 votes.
Move to approve.
Okay. Motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mayor?
Yeah,
that's just, it's.
We don't need to vote, right?
Yeah, if I could. These aren't nominations. This is the result
Okay.
of your vote.
So it's just move by.
These are already approved. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So, congratulations, Peter Grills. Next.
For the Citizens Transit Advisory Group, Mayor,
I'm with you, Ken.
we will need a runoff between Rebecca Cherry and Billy Rosenberg, both of whom received 3 votes.
But there's also
It's a 4.
one who received 4 as well.
Daniel McRae received 4. So you have to have a runoff between the 2 in order
To get to the second person.
get to the second person.
Unless we can figure
Okay.
it out.
Okay. So let's do by a show of hands, and we're gonna look between Rebecca Cherry and Billy Rosenberg for the second place person to vote with against Daniel McRae. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's see a show of hands. All those for Rebecca Cherry. 1, 2, 3, 4.
She's good. Come on, guys.
5.
I voted for Daniel.
Okay.
But you get to vote for Daniel.
I see.
This is to get it to
Oh,
the
oh,
person.
oh, okay.
Okay.
If you supported Rebecca
We need
Cherry,
6,
then-
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. All for Billy Rosenberg.
But we have Daniel McRae.
Okay, you need to vote for one of the others.
We have Daniel.
I'll move my vote to.
This is a
Thank
runoff.
you. This is, let me explain again. Okay, you need to vote for one of the other of these 2.
Attorney.
Because we are going to vote for Daniel McRae in the second round. This is just to get the second place person because we have 2 who received 3 votes. So you have to vote for either Rebecca Cherry or Billy Rosenberg. It will not prohibit you later from voting for Daniel McRae.
Right.
Okay, let's do this again. All those in favor of Rebecca Cherry? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
Oh, she goes to the
So Rebecca Cherry is now in the second place with Daniel McRae, and so now we're going to vote between Rebecca Cherry and Daniel McRae.
Yep.
So, all those in favor of Rebecca Cherry, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. All those in favor of Daniel McRae, raise your hand. 1, 2.
I think that's who I voted for.
That's 6.
7.
Okay.
7.
So Daniel McRae is chosen. For the Transit Advisory Group. Okay. Madam Clerk.
For the Domestic Violence Advisory Board, Alexis Contratic received 10 votes.
Done.
And for Keep Charlotte Beautiful, Mayor, we will need a runoff between William Babb and J. Michael Hathcock, each of whom received 5 votes. And then you will need a second runoff.
Okay, this is the same.
Wait a minute. She has 7.
2 positions.
Oh, she's got 7.
2 positions.
There are 2 positions.
There are 2 positions.
There are 2 positions.
Oh, so just a runoff.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Very good. So Brenda Adams is appointed, and the runoff is between William Babb and J. Michael Hathcock. They were
Can
tied.
you remind us
Yeah, can you remind us who do we vote for? I don't
Keep
remember.
Charlotte Beautiful.
No,
Keep Charlotte Beautiful.
No, he's asking, what, can you say which council members
Yeah.
were in 5 and 5?
I can't remember. I don't know if I voted for Bab or
Okay.
I'm sorry, I've been on vacation.
For William Babb, council members Austin, Briggs, Iselt, Fallon, Lyles.
Okay, got it.
For Michael Hathcock, Ashmira,
That's that voter ID we need.
Briggs, Kinsey, Mayfield, and Mitchell.
Got it.
Okay, so it's 5-5. So let's, yeah, so let's see a show of hands for William Babb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's 6. So Mr. Babb is appointed along with Brenda Adams. To keep Charlotte beautiful. And there's one more?
You can tell Ed ready to go.
Yes, ma'am. The Public Art Commission, Gaurav Gupta received 8 votes. So therefore, he's appointed.
Congratulations, Mr. Gupta. Okay, then all that's left are mayor and council topics. We're going to start with Councilmember Ajmira. How about that for a difference?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I would like to announce about my campaign, about the town hall meeting, which is this Wednesday, 28th, from 6:30 to 8 p.m. in the Government Center in CH14. And the topic is tackling economic mobility together, and we'll have City Manager Marcus Jones and County Manager Dina Diorio will be there to cover 3 topics with Eastland redevelopment, opportunities for minority women-owned businesses, and opportunities for our youth. And also we will have special guests, James Mitchell and Lawana Mayfield in attendance. So I look forward to seeing you all there.
Councilmember Austin, this is your last council meeting.
Yeah, that's
Announce
it.
a town hall or something.
Say what?
Go speed or throw trash out.
So I just want to say, of course, you know, we've had quite a few incidents of murders here in Charlotte. And I want to say to our citizens, you know, we're never going to be able to hire enough police officers to be on every corner, in every home, in every bar, in every situation. So the onus is on us. So I ask you to be the one in that situation to de-escalate that situation so that we don't have another murder. This is us. This is us as people in this great city that we call Charlotte. We have got to pull back. We have got to come up with other ways of conflict resolution. It is not grabbing a gun. It's not stabbing someone. It's not running someone over with a car. It is us taking the time and calming down and dealing with each other. So I ask you to be the one. That's my last message as City Councilman from District 2.
All right.
Wow. Councilman Riggs.
Like I said before, a calm, strong voice. We're going to miss you, Al. I'd like to thank Councilmember Fallon for bringing a town hall to District 7 on Thursday, and also Bill Parks and Rachel Wood for doing a great job of talking about the budget in a few minutes. That was impressive. And members of CMPD who came to talk about public safety issues. The meeting was really well attended. The room was packed. It shows that citizens of District 7 care about our city and are engaged. I hope you'll come again soon, and we'll do it together next time.
Well, we need more chairs.
Yes, that's right. The room wasn't big enough.
The room wasn't big enough.
Councilman Kinsey?
I just want to, although she's not here, I want to thank publicly Sam Wagner. She flew out Thursday night to speak to the Womenage at the Womenage meeting on affordable housing, and she was a big hit. I thought affordable housing was probably an issue with most of the municipalities, and indeed it is. And she just does a wonderful job every time she talks about affordable housing. So we've got a real jewel there, and we need to keep her.
Why are you taking her to other cities?
And by the way, by the way,
that's a good point.
WIMAGE stands for Women in Municipal Government.
That's right.
And Patsy Kinsey is the chair.
That's right. That's what I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
And woman in charge.
Yep.
Yeah, it was. And that's how I could take her to, or get her to Cleveland. I suggested she would be a very good. Should be someone good to have at the NLC.
Yeah, definitely.
This fall.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just don't let anybody else talk to her.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm
Yeah.
keeping her on the short leave.
We'll get Al to come. Councilmember Fallon?
Yeah. On Thursday night, I have a town hall at University Library on W.T. Harris, and the manager will be there to talk about what's happening in our city. And the budget committee will again make people calmer when they find out they're getting something, because that's what everybody wants to know. What am I going to get for where I live? All right? I think that had to go to Kim, because those are very well attended. We never have enough room in the place, and the fire department doesn't like us to go over, all right? That it will be from 6 to 7:30 Thursday night. You're all welcome.
That's where I saw.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel like I'm our former colleague, Representative John Autry. I have my little pet peeve thing that I'm going to drive home, but it's with regards to our cyclers in the city. I'm excited that we can work towards being a more pedestrian and bike-friendly city, but I see way too often cyclers who don't take the traffic laws seriously and who think that they don't apply to them. And so as we continue to add bike lanes and be more cycle-friendly, I hope that cyclists can be pedestrian-friendly and car-friendly as well and obey the traffic laws. So
And
thank you.
don't ride 5 across so nobody can get by, and then someone hits you.
Okay, so gosh, last week was really packed week. Had a great visit from the Australian ambassador, and Australia is interested in Charlotte like everybody else. Also, we had a great conference for Next Money, which is about fintech, financial technology, and all the startups and entrepreneurs that we're trying to grow right here in Charlotte. We have great movement in that area, and we are really working to brand Charlotte as a fintech hub. We now have a Carolinas fintech hub. They broadened it, so it's regional, so we can continue to work with the regional universities to grow talent, to bring talent, to help support startups, and it was a great conference, well attended. I also represent the city at the U.S. Conference of Mayors in Miami Beach. I know, hard, hard duty, but I tell you, one of the most amazing things, I participated in Fire Ops 101, and I don't know how many of the council members have done that, but putting on the firefighters' gear and going into a burning structure where the temperature gets to be almost 1,000 degrees. They say basically you're in an oven, and it's amazing that the clothing protects you, but it is incredible how dehydrated you get. I have a whole new respect for firefighters, for the amazing work they do every day. And I talked to a couple of the Miami firefighters who were there showing us the equipment, showing us how to put it on, and they said that they've all been in numerous fire situations and had to carry incredible equipment. And I can't imagine, you can hardly see when you put on your mask and you're breathing the oxygen and you're trying to maneuver around, you crawl on your legs and your knees. I can't imagine trying to move anybody out of a building with all that gear on.
70 pounds worth.
Yeah, it's incredible. And so that was a memorable experience I'll never forget. I'm sure that now that I did it with Miami, that Charlotte Fire is going to want me to do it here. So I'll have to challenge the manager to do that with me because it is just, it's amazing. And I just really appreciate our firefighters. So that was a good experience, and encourage other folks to do the same. And just finally, I served on an NLC task force, and we're going to be bringing this to the meeting in November on economic mobility. And we had a full afternoon discussion with council members and mayors from around the country confronting the same issues that Charlotte's confronting. And there were some great innovations and great suggestions, and we're going to hear from that task force in November when we have the NLC meeting here in Charlotte. So it was a busy week. Mayor Pro Tem.
So I want to talk about a few things that happened this week as well. I had the opportunity not to put on the gear and go out, but I went to Camp Ignite, which was conducted for the 51 young women that are interested in becoming firefighters, and I learned how to use the jaws of life and how to break out a window shield. But what was so exciting was the number of young women there that were saying, this is something that I see as a career. And then on Friday morning, we had a meeting with the recruiters for fire and police and the women of color, and came out to the headquarters, and we talked about what does it take to be on the force of either the firefighter or to be a police officer, and it was well done, and especially having the neighbors come from around the Statesville Road and LaSalle Street area. I also wanted to just say thank you to Reverend Ferguson and First Mayfield Memorial Baptist Church on Oakland Avenue. The mayor and I attended a Hatitude Day, and it was a great afternoon to be with that community, and to see Reverend and Mrs. Drummond together was a real treat. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that this Friday at the Belmont Center, we're going to have a roundtable discussion on economic development that will talk about what construction projects the city has coming forward and what opportunities there are for small businesses and minority and women-owned businesses to participate. We're also going to talk about the other places that you could intersect with the city for procurement, and how to do business with the city. And it's going to be at the Belmont Center, light refreshments early, and then we'll go from 8 until about 9:15. So please come out. If you own a business or if you're thinking about a small business, come out to the Belmont Center on this Friday and meet the city staff. And then I want to join Councilmember Austin in saying that last evening I went to the memorial service conducted by Mothers of Murdered Offspring in honor of David Lindsay's loss of life. And, you know, he was a part of the No Grease community, which began to celebrate their 20 years in Charlotte. It's a very successful business. And I told Damien and Jermaine that we forget sometimes how people can come into this community and they've had one strike or two strikes, and there's a place for them to go and learn a career, and there's a place for them to be accepted. And then when you have a situation where you have that loss, it's not just a loss of a life that's just not felt. It's like throwing a stone in the middle of a lake and watching the ripple effect. His family, his friends, the people that loved him, his customers, and it's interesting, you have a small boy there, he had cut his hair for 10 years. What is that young man going to feel like when he goes to get a haircut and you know, David's not there? And so I really want to echo the sentiment of what are we going to do? What are we going to do? What part are we going to play in trying to end the violence in our community? We've got to own it, and we've got to accept the fact that this is something that we have to step up and be honest about. And it's a really, really sad time for that family, which extends way beyond, as I said, his family. It extends to this dais because we are the city, and we need to really work hard to stop the violence. So thank you.
Mayor and Council, my last town hall meeting will be held this Thursday, June 29th, from 5 to 8 in room 267. And the title is Transforming Charlotte Through Entrepreneurship. And so we're going to talk about the 3 C's. How do you obtain customers? How do you build capacity? And how do you gain access to capital? And so it will be free, and we got 2 breakout sessions. We encourage all entrepreneurs, small business owners to join us. Hats off to Alvin, Bernie, Kim Oliver, and staff for putting together a great program. The 5 to 6 will be networking, one-on-one with your council members to talk about how we can improve Charlotte from an entrepreneur, small business side. And then from 6 to 8, we'll have breakout sessions. And we also got a resource fair because we realized that a lot of the information about entrepreneurship and small business is not getting out there to the public. And so we have a resource center made up of all organizations that participate in making small businesses great in our community. So I hope you can join us this Thursday.
Councilor Phipps?
Yes. I just wanted to thank everyone who came out this past Thursday for my town hall meeting. It was well attended. In case you don't know, the theme of it is digital inclusion, not an illusion. It was held at the Martin Luther King Middle School in Hidden Valley, and you know, we had a vendor, we had a resource fair there, and one lucky person was fortunate enough to win through a drawing a whole computer outfit. So,
Yeah.
and the people just didn't want to leave the town hall. I mean, we were supposed to end at 8 o'clock, but we were still fellowshipping and talking about issues well past 8:30. So it's going to be a second digital inclusion, it's not an illusion, town hall meeting in the future to concentrate on the internet service providers, because as we get closer to the completion of the fiber optic installation, then we want to community what it's really going to look like in their specific communities when it's done, especially in the Hidden Valley community where Google is wrapping up its installation activities there. So I wanted to thank the team led by Kim Oliver there that was very instrumental in bringing this group together and just organizing everything. I mean, it just exceeded my expectations, and I'm looking forward to the second rendition of it at a future time. So stay tuned as we move forward. And I think Ms. Ashmera came, and Assistant City Manager Kim Eagle was there, and of course we had, state senators, congressional representation there. I mean, it was like
Not the president?
the place to be.
You're going to need to come up with a new rap, though.
Yes.
For version
So I
2.
thank you for that, and everybody is focused on digital inclusion and what it means as we get connected through the technology that's coming before Charlotte.
Councilmember Smith.
I want to thank the 12 people that came down to speak for Al's seat. And as we sort of apropos, we head into the 4th of July week, in which not only will we have cookouts and family time, but we'll celebrate the freedoms that we enjoy in this country and the 241-year history of our country. So I think it's really neat that on the meeting last before that we had 12 people come down here want to actively participate in our system of government here locally. And it was a pleasure to hear from all of you and wish each of you the best of luck. And hope everybody has a safe 4th of July.
Councilmember Mayfield.
Thank you, Mayor. To echo Mayor Pro Tem Lyles with Camp Ignite, I had the opportunity on Friday to actually attend the graduation and to stay after a few minutes to talk to the young women, of which some now recognize that there is a career in firefighting ahead of them. Some also recognize that, no, this is not the career for me, that is the whole purpose of the training. You think about fire training is a 26-week-long training. They had this training in a week, which was a snapshot of multiple challenges. But more than anything else, what you saw was a level of friendship and relationship and empowerment. So to be in that room of all, outside of the parents, of all young women, to have our female firefighters that were there. We still have work to do. Work is going to be done, but we must give credit where credit is due. And the program, I'm thankful that it was one of our chiefs who went off, saw this program, brought it back to Charlotte as a female leader, and now Fayetteville is looking at how do they expand the program. I also want to share that on Saturday afternoon, there was the Stop the Killing Mass Unity Rally at New Macedonia, a faith church. And a lot of people in the community, a lot of my colleagues on this council know the work from the 90s of Reverend Barnett, when we had over 100+ killings in our community. And we remember the little black, white, and red stickers that said stop the killing and stop the violence. So there's a charge again to reinvigorate, and we're probably going to be hearing from Reverend Barnett, both the city and the county, because back in the 90s, it was the city and the county that put funding together to go out and really do on-the-street grassroots connectivity and work. But there's also a call for us to put up signs at our local barbershops and to really re-engage our community very differently, and for African-American men specifically to stand up and show up in your community. And he has a goal of 1,000 black men signing on a petition that basically is to commit to taking back their community and taking back the role of leaders and being able to address some of the concerns that we're seeing, because there's not a one-fits-all. it's not an office on every corner. It's a combination. So for the community to be leading the conversation, we have to figure out government a way that we can encourage and or support. We're not going to always be able to fund every project. The reality is we don't have the funding for it, but there are some things that we will be able to do and we're going to need to do in partnership with our other local bodies. But I wanted to thank Reverend Barnett and also to thank Commissioner Ella Scarborough. She was the speaker of the day for the event to help kick it off. So thank you for continuing to show up, and please keep your council engaged, because a lot of my colleagues did not know the event was happening. I learned late Thursday evening, so I emailed it, but as soon as you have something in the community you're interested in doing, email us as soon as you can so that we can at least attempt to get it on our calendars. But this is a time of year where we're going to have a lot of conflicts, but at least give us a chance to show up. We can't be everywhere. We're not going to say that we're going to be everywhere, but we will try to be in as many places as we can. And also for all my colleagues that are getting ready to travel, safe travels. Julie, have an amazing time with your baby girl and meeting up with the family. For all of those in the community that may be traveling for the holidays, please take that vacation time, because that'll be one less neighborhood meeting for me. So I appreciate my colleagues and want all of you to stay safe. Thank you.
All right. Now hear a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Say aye.
Marcus. What would be the best way for me to...
Cologne, Germany. We've competed Australia, North America, Europe, Asia. We went from hotel banquet rooms, competing there, to now we're filling some of the largest arenas in the world. Our audience is really millennial. A lot of millennials are paying attention to esports. It's kind of their preferred sport. And Charlotte is one of the leading cities in millennial growth, so it completely made sense for us to be down here. We know that the fan presence here is actually very substantial. We're constantly getting social media engagement from local fans. If you look at our social media numbers, we're one of the most followed social media accounts here in the city of Charlotte, and I think that is a testament to what we can do for the city in terms of creating awareness for Charlotte around the world. It's a global sport. And a lot of times people locally, let's say here in Charlotte, aren't really exposed to what's happening in Poland or Russia or China or Korea. And very much in those countries, we have a massive presence. So you can't discount something as a sport if you only look through it from a local lens or a regional lens or a lens on this continent.
Every year, 40% of all food in the U.S. never gets eaten.
40%. That's almost half the food we produce.
Food waste is a serious problem. It impacts all of us.
And it's expensive. Your family is throwing $1,500 a year in the trash.
We're working hard to put food waste on the chopping block.
And you can do the same at home.
Learn how to cook it, store it, and share it.
Just don't waste it.
Go to savethefood.com.
Trustworthy.
We tell the truth, behave ethically, and work openly with each other and the community. I'm Matthew Alsip. I'm a senior customer service representative for Charmac 311. One of the things we do on a day-to-day basis is we listen to feedback from our citizens, and we take that feedback and we route it through the proper channels and give them the information and the resources they need to make sure that their needs are being addressed. We want citizens to know that they can trust us and rely on us to give them the information and the resources they need to help make their community a better place to live.
Morning, Gary. We are GetSchooled.com. You want a college education, don't you? Gary, financial aid forms. Biology homework, G. Picking a college, man. You and us go together like tacos and Tuesday. And I love tacos.
Él detesta hacer la tarea. Sí sé que es inteligente.
¿Por qué me resulta tan difícil?
Solo tiene que esforzarse un poco más.
Siendo mi mayor esfuerzo.
1 de cada 5 niños tiene dificultades de aprendizaje y de atención. Aclare sus dudas en understood.org.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Take a look under your bed. Find stuff under there? What about jobs? No? Now try your closet. Still no jobs? Just more stuff? Well, you really have both. See, stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed. And they're the stuff inside your stuff. Our job is to unlock those jobs. And it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth parting with the leftover keytar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs.
If you've been affected by suicide, you're not alone. Suicide is a leading cause of death that affects millions each year. In most cases, it happens when stressful life events overload the coping abilities of someone suffering from a mental health condition. And the most common condition associated with suicide is depression, an illness that goes undiagnosed or untreated far too often. But the research is clear. Suicide is preventable. Learn how you can fight suicide. Visit afsp.org.
Trips Kids Charlotte also runs Charlotte Recyclery, which is a place where we sell bikes, process donated bikes, and refurbish them. But what we're really aiming to do is get bikes back on the street and in the hands of kids from neighborhoods that may not be able to afford bikes. So we have an Earn a Bike program. We have a ride program that's going on right now down in Colonel Beatty Park, and that's usually every Saturday from February through December until the weather turns. So the reason that this event and these wonderful volunteers have showed up today is that we have so many bikes coming in, and I don't want to discourage anybody from donating, but we have so many bikes coming in that we have opportunities for volunteers to come in and help us work through those bikes.
I met with Dick Winters from Trips for Kids a couple months ago to borrow some bikes for a project that we were doing. And I had no idea that they had so much bikes in inventory. And he said, but they just didn't have the capacity in terms of, volunteers to actually, go through that process. And I said, well, Hands On Charlotte has a lot of volunteers. Why don't we go ahead and set up a time where we could come out here and do something that's volunteer friendly. Maybe some of the volunteers learn a little bit about bikes and how to put them together, but more appropriately how to take them apart. And that way they can get the man hours that they need to be able to make these bikes more useful for the Trips for Kids.
We haven't set up a regular schedule, but if we find that the demand is there and we keep getting bikes, we will reach out to the volunteer community to say, if you're interested in working on bikes and preparing them for uses, particularly for kids who might not have the advantage of buying a bike, come down and help us. Or contact Hands On Charlotte, and they'll have a schedule of when we're having these events.
I don't remember exactly where we were the first time I viewed the Earth, but I remember getting out of the spacesuits in the middeck of the space shuttle and then floating back up and then having a chance to actually get my full view out the window, to get close to the window and to view the Earth. And what struck me was just the overall beauty of the planet, and specifically with the blues of the oceans and the whites of the cloud formation. I put a high priority on photography and video out the window of the Earth. You see things at a different scale, and I think you can grow in your appreciation for what the Earth has to offer to support our livelihood, to support civilizations. And now we can see it in a global scale and maybe grow in our appreciation of those things that are unique to Earth. To view the Earth from space, of course, especially from a photographer's point of view, it's a target-rich environment. The ocean currents and the vastness of the oceans, and in particular in sun glint, the cloud formations and other weather patterns are a never-ending varieties. The different landforms that you have show themselves in different ways. Forested areas are much different than plains. Agriculture stands out. You can see elements of the culture and the history of the area just through the patterns of agriculture. Sand dunes became one of my favorite things to take pictures of. You also have the evidence of civilization and habitation on the Earth. Every sunset, every sunrise is unique, especially in its patterns of cloud formations that the sun sets or rises from behind. When you finish and you're back on the Earth, the memories diminish quickly. So to capture the memories, to be able to bring back the experience to others, and viewing this planet, now we can see it in a global scale and maybe grow in our appreciation of those things that are unique to Earth.
subscribe for more space.
Hello, I'm Nicolene Weil, and I'm a solar physicist at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. What we're looking at right now is imagery from the Solar Dynamics Observatory. All of the dynamics and activity that's going on in the solar corona, the sun's atmosphere, which is what I study. What we're seeing here is a filament, and it looks very dark, and it looks like it's actually maybe even on the surface of the sun. But we can see as the sun rotates around that actually it's suspended high up in the atmosphere away from the surface. When viewed from this angle, we call them prominences. This material is held up in the corona by twisted magnetic fields. We're looking at the solar corona in extreme ultraviolet at 171 angstroms, which is a wavelength that our eyes cannot see. My favorite thing is all of these magnetic loops that you can see on the sun, how dynamic these magnetic loops are, just telling us how much change and evolution and activity there is on the sun at all scales. We can see on the northern part of the sun that a prominence rotates onto the disk of the sun and then it erupts in a giant coronal mass ejection. And all of that magnetic energy and all of the plasma that was trapped on those magnetic field lines launches out into the solar system. We're watching the sun rotate right now. This is one of the basic features of the sun, and it takes about a month for the sun to rotate fully around and to see the same spot on the sun come back. We're seeing the sun rotate so quickly in this movie because it's time-lapsed. When the sun jumps around, that's actually the Solar Dynamics Observatory moving around and pointing in different directions. Sometimes they have to point away from the sun so that they can calibrate their sensors, the cameras. When we see the frames go dark, that's eclipse season. So that's when the Solar Dynamics Observatory, which is orbiting the Earth, goes behind the Earth, and the Earth is between the Solar Dynamics Observatory and the Sun, and so the Earth eclipses the images. These really bright spots, called active regions, have concentrated magnetic field and concentrated heating because of this extra magnetic field and the extra energy due to it. There are more active regions during solar maximum and fewer active regions during solar minimum, and often these active regions can lead to solar eruptions such as solar flares and coronal mass ejections. I study the coronal heating problem. That is, why is the solar corona so much hotter than the solar surface below it? And we know that it has to do with the magnetic field, which is constantly dynamic and evolving and ejecting energy into the solar corona. And you can really get a sense of that when you watch these Solar Dynamic Observatory movies.
Subscribe for more space.
I don't remember exactly where we were the first time I viewed the Earth, but I remember getting out of the spacesuits in the mid-deck of the space shuttle and then floating back up and then having a chance to actually get my full view out the window, to get close to the window and to view the Earth. And what struck me was just the overall beauty of the planet, and specifically with the blues of the oceans and the whites of the cloud formation. I put a high priority on photography and video out the window of the Earth. You see things at a different scale, and I think you can grow in your appreciation for what the Earth has to offer to support our livelihood, to support civilizations. And now we can see it in a global scale and maybe grow in our appreciation of those things that are unique to Earth. To view the Earth from space, of course, especially from a photographer's point of view, it's a target-rich environment. The ocean currents and the vastness of the oceans, and in particular in sun glint, the cloud formations and other weather patterns are a never-ending varieties. The different landforms that you have show themselves in different ways. Forested areas are much different than plains. Agriculture stands out. You can see elements of the culture and the history of the area just through the patterns of agriculture. Sand dunes became one of my favorite things to take pictures of. You also have the evidence of civilization and habitation on the Earth. Every sunset, every sunrise is unique, especially in its patterns of cloud formations that the sun sets or rises from behind. When you finish and you're back on the Earth, the memories diminish quickly. So to capture the memories, to be able to bring back the experience to others, and viewing this planet now we can see it in a global scale and maybe grow in our appreciation of those things that are unique to Earth.
Subscribe for more space.